na ce ba zan dawo ba iya ta ma zan zauna kawai kalewu 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 lumbu lumbuka lumbuka lumbu lumbuka come on.
And there it is, right there. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. There it is, right there. Here I am, right here. Hope you are right there, and then the session can commence. So I am in situation. Hope you are situating yourself with me. You know what goes on here. It is going on again. So come happen with this happenstance. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam wow. Hey, Emefiele matuche me for manemo. It's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, Nigeria has risen up now. Oh, and it's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa na wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, right there. Holy, 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 holy. Odumegu Ojoko is their other savior, the sons of the rising sun. Awon Omo Okoro. So the sons of the rising sons, as guys, I bring you this. Central Bank Governor Emefiele brings in 3 airplanes for presidential campaign, asked to resign by Buhari government cabal. So there it is right there. MEFI 2023, we saw that a few days ago and we jested and joked about it. It provided for a bit of a laugh, but it is no joking matter. Central Bank Governor Emefiele brings in 3 airplanes for presidential campaign, asked to resign by Buhari government cabal. So there it is right there. MEFI 2023, it is real and coming to a city near you. So, Fulanization to the very end, Buhari regime approved over 2 billion naira to purchase cows for herders. So there it is right there. Just, I'm not quite sure what they are. This cannot be right. So they are building a railway to Maradi and they are buying cows for their clansmen in Niger Republic and Mali. All of the wealth of the Niger Delta, the brazenness of it and the audacity, Buhari regime approves over 2 billion naira to purchase cows for herders. So there it is right there. Hours to deadline, Mafab yet to pay for 5G license, NCC chief Dam Bata. So NCC chief Dam Bata alarming to the space. Remember, we alarmed also when they gifted what is essentially a highly technical, a highly lucrative, but needing an established expertise to carry it out license for 5G in Nigeria to just some random Fulani man from Kano State, just some random Fulani man. When we have established, well tested and trusted, long in the industry, telecoms organizations like Airtel, MTN, all of these organizations, we have people like what is it called? That telecoms guy, that Yoruba man, all of them in situation, but they gifted it to this random Fulani man. So he bought that license only to sell it on, but he's not yet found buyers as the time for the license fee is now due. Hours to deadline, Mafab yet to pay for 5G license, NCC chief Dan Bata. So Dan Bata, Dan Baba, Dan whatever, and damn it all. So damn whatever and damn it all, Biafra, what we would do to IPOB when we take over in 2023. So IPOB always certain to be part of the play for the politics upcoming, and PDP now are just opening that space up and politicking to it. Biafra, what we would do to IPOB when we take over in 2023, IPOB speaks to the agitation in the southeast. Bala Mohammed visits Obasanjo, says APC zoning plan, no threat to PDP. So APC zoning plan, no threat to PDP. Certainly that APC zoning plan pressure on PDP because the agitation in the nation, especially in the southern region, is for power to transit to the south. This is the unspoken agreement, the gentleman agreement between the two splits of the country, north and south, that you have your go and we'll have our go. So you have had your go, but you want to hold on to the ball. No, not even Obasanjo can give you that fiat. I know Obasanjo, he's a Rumala, but it's beyond Obasanjo, this particular narrative. Bala Mohammed visit Obasanjo, says APC's zoning plan, no threat to the PDP. So that is in play as well. So sit back, kick back, take it easy. Just click on the like button. And if you are not subscribed, what is wrong with you? So just click on the red subscribe button so you're fully subscribed, and click on the like button so that you help propel the platform on the YouTube algorithm. So as you go about the clickings, I provide a bit of entertainment. Put on your dancing shoes and let's head to the east to partake in another Python dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi go onye do I more. O Mary wone nizu biroya abakare. Mamanda ora, Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi.
So there it is, right there. They continue to insist in the East. Nnamdi wins the war. This is what they will have you have, come what may. So Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Central Bank Governor Emefiele brings in 3 airplanes for presidential campaign, asked to resign by Buhari government cabal. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, who is preparing for the 2023 presidential race, has brought in 3 aircraft for his campaign, correspondents can authoritatively report. Correspondents learned that Emefiele had also been asked by the cabal in the Muhammad Buhari presidency, supporting his infamous ambition to tender his resignation and focus on his presidential campaign. Emefiele has allocated about 500 billion for his presidential ambition, leveraging his edge as the manager of the country's most critical financial institution. Correspondents also learned on Wednesday. Emefiele has brought in 3 airplanes for his campaign. He was asked to resign. He has allocated about 500 billion naira for his campaign, a top source revealed on Wednesday. Correspondents had on February the 13th reported that there was a division in the All Progressive Congress APC over the presidential ambition of some of its prominent members, which is capable of tearing the ruling party apart. Correspondent had exclusively learned that a cabal led by the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, was strongly behind the push for Emefiele to succeed Buhari ahead of other strong contenders in the party. Another prominent member of the cabal is media entrepreneur Nduka Obiagbena. Obiagbena is the founding chairman and editor-in-chief of the This Day Media Group and Arise News Channel. A top source in the party had told correspondents that the APC is torn between the Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Bola Tinubu, and Emefiele's people, each pushing their own candidate and agenda. Recently, Emefiele supporters, mainly youths, spotted with white t-shirts with the inscription Mefi 2023 at an occasion held in Lagos to draft him into the race. Convener of the group, Wale Fakohunda, had told the gathering that since Emefiele's appointment as the CBN governor, he had spent his energy building a resilient financial system that can serve the development needs of the economy, ignoring the glaring fact that Nigeria's economy had dipped to its worst state ever during Emefiele's tenure as CBN governor. However, correspondents had also learned that Emefiele's declaration did not start at the event. Indeed, it started with the recent FCT Mega Rice Pyramid, an initiative under the CBN Anchor Borrower Program, but used to sell the candidacy of the CBN governor. President Buhari had on Tuesday, January 18, 2022, unveiled the Rice Pyramid in Abuja in the presence of some governors and other dignitaries. The Rice Pyramid was conspicuously the first open declaration, a source in the presidency had told correspondents. The cabal led by AGF Malami told Buhari they have settled for a technocrat. This came after rejecting the president of the African Development Bank, Akinwumi Adesina, and Obiona is spearheading this, the source had added. Obiona, it was also learned, had additionally not Obiona but Obiagbena. So not Obiona but Obiagbena. Obiagbena, it was also learned, had additional Obiona, it was also learned, had additional motivation to throw its weight behind Emefiele, considering the financial support Arise TV has been getting from the CBN. CBN has been funding Arise TV and forcing banks and money transaction platforms to advertise on the TV. That was the reason why Obiagbena said recently that Nigeria's president would not come from those who are declaring, one of the sources said. Obiagbena in October 2021 also said nobody could predict what would happen in 2023 regarding who would become Nigeria's president. Correspondents gathered from one of the sources that Issa Fantua's son, Abubakar, is part of the crew working on Emefiele's campaign. You know, they bought 9 Mobile, the source said. Issa Fantua was a close ally of President Buhari, who served as minister in the Second Republic. This had prompted former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar in January 2019 to lambast the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) for failing to investigate how Alhaji Issa Fantua, a close ally of the President Muhammad Buhari, who acquired Keystone Bank and 9 Mobile, formerly Etisalat. Our correspondent had on February the 14th reported that there were plans by Godwin Emefiele, governor of the central bank, to use funds from the Apex Bank to fund his presidential ambition. According to sources, Emefiele's presidential ambition will be funded from the CBN Intervention Funds, Bank of Agriculture, Nasal Microfinance Bank, amongst others. Correspondents had learned that at least $20 million had been released for the campaign so far. So there you have it, Mefi 2023. This is what we are now contending with. As I said yesterday, as soon as APC ceded the presidency to the South, all manners of gremlins will be coming out from the woodworks. So the first gremlin to come out, not even the first, because we heard of Akpabio yesterday that they were telling us that it's actually a Fulani man. This is what they were telling us yesterday. So Mefi 2023 we are hearing today. Oji Uzo Kalu starting to ratchet up, and Yemi Osinbajo, he's ordering new agbadas for the campaign. So game on. Buhari regime approves over 2 billion naira to purchase cows for herders. The Buhari regime on Wednesday approved over 2 billion naira for the purchase of cattle to boost animal production in Taraba State. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadiya Farouk, disclosed this to journalists at the end of the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by President Mohamed Buhari on Wednesday in Abuja. She said the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development submitted two memos. One was for the revised estimated total cost for the supply of cattle for Taraba State under the Emergency Agricultural Intervention Program for states that were affected by conflict and insecurity. The approval we got was in the tune of 2 billion naira. Some millions, some millions thereabouts, she said, whilst explaining that the fund was meant for states ravaged by insecurity. She added that the council also approved the National Action Plan on Human Trafficking 2022 to 2026. On his part, the Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, revealed that 56.3 billion naira was approved for the completion of the Abaji Cartoon Cafe section of the Abuja-Lokoja Highway. It was awarded for 56.175 billion naira. Hopefully, this should facilitate the completion of that critical highway, which started in 2006, he said. He also revealed that the council approved over 250 million naira revised cost for the completion of Oboto Alpha Road linking Kwara and Oyo State. So there you have it, just 2 billion naira Nigerian money to buy Malu for Fulani men in the Republic. Nothing changes, and nothing still changes with this next headline. Hours to deadline, Mafab yet to pay for 5G license. NCC Chief Dan Bata. Hours to the February 24th deadline, Mafab Communications is yet to pay for the fifth generation 5G license it won. The executive vice chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), Professor Umar Damba Bata, has disclosed the relatively unknown Mafab had shockingly won the coveted communications license alongside MTN Nigeria, but ahead of more established communication companies. Mr. Dambata on Tuesday in Lagos disclosed that MTN had paid up its $273 million license fee, whilst the agency was still waiting for Mafab to perform. The two telecommunications company won the bid for the 5G spectrum license in December and were given 2 months within which to pay up, Mr. Dambata said on the sidelines of a breakfast meeting with startup digital innovation tech stakeholders, which he attended alongside Communications Minister Issa Pantami. So far, MTN has paid $273.6 million, whilst Mafab Communications has up to February the 24th to pay. There is still time and we are optimistic, he added. Mr. Dambata did not comment on what would likely happen if Mafab did not meet the payment deadline. We all know what will happen. They will just defer it, or they will just sign the check for themselves. I mean, how can a company called Mafab get a 5G digital license in Nigeria when we have Airtel and all the big names there? But this is the thing, the ruination of that industry, the beginnings of it now. The digital regulator said Nigeria may roll out 3 additional 3.5 gigahertz spectral licenses for 5G licenses in the next 2 years. He, however, said the rollout of the 3 licenses would depend on the pace at which winners of the first 2 licenses develop their respective spectrums. According to the EVC, there is a provision in the information memorandum that says we need to give our preferred bidders up to 2 years to operate. Mr. Dambata, however, added that there was also a provision that the waiting period could be reviewed. I am not saying the review is in process as we talk, not yet, because we want to ensure that these two assigned licenses have started operations and are okay. The federal government last week officially handed over the spectrum allocation for 5G deployment in the country to the NCC in Abuja. In December 2021, the federal government announced successful bidders for two 3.5 gigahertz spectra of the 5G network licenses for $547.2 million. So Aboki cannot pay up, but that doesn't stop anything. He's looking for a buyer for that license is what is going on. And he has not found sufficient enough of a buyer to make sufficient enough of a profit is what is going on. So he wants to quadruple. He wants $1 billion for that license, because that license is worth $1 billion to somebody that is able to operate it and milk the Nigerian people. So that is where that play is. Biafra, what we will do to IPOB when we take over in 2023, PDP. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has detailed what it would do to the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and its agitation for a sovereign state of Biafra. Speaking in Imo State on Wednesday, chairman of the party, Senator Iyochia Ayu, disclosed that the PDP will adopt the strategy that the late former President Umar Musa Yar'Adua used in handling the militants of the Niger Delta. He added that the IPOB struggle was largely caused by the marginalization of the Igbos and Southeast region. In his words, our party PDP will be taking over government in 2023. We will bring development across the nation and as well solve the ongoing agitation in the Southeast by the indigenous people of Biafra over the marginalization by the current ruling All Progressive Congress APC. He expressed confidence that the IPOB issue will be sorted out peacefully. Correspondents earlier reported that IPOB, a pro-secessionist group, has been agitating for the Southeast to break away from Nigeria. Its leader, Nnamdi Kanu, is currently in the custody of the Department of State Services, DSS, after he was captured in Kenya in 2021. He is facing currently charges of terrorism and treasonable felony. So there it is right there. Is essentially development is the answer that PDP are preferring to the IPOB narrative. So we land on this one finally. Pardon me. Bala Mohammed visits Obasanjo, says APC zoning plan no threat to the PDP. Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed has disclosed that the zoning of the presidency to the south by the ruling All Progressive Congress APC pose no threat to the main opposition party, People's Democratic Party PDP, ahead of the 2023 general elections. The governor made this disclosure even as he described former President Olusegun Obasanjo as a man with a lot of wisdom and an elder statesman par excellence. Mohammed, who spoke shortly after paying a visit to the former president in Abeokuta on Wednesday, said the PDP would continue to strategize to rescue Nigeria from the present situation she finds herself. To him, the zoning of the presidency to the south by the APC is not a threat to the PDP because each party is trying to strategize, to plan and organize. If they zone to the south, it is open to us to see how it is going to give us more electoral victory, or if we put it to the north, it will give us more electoral victory. This is the kind of thing we are doing. The legwork the leg. This is the kind of thing we are doing. The leg work, the permutations, and so on and so forth, so that at least whatever we are going to do is to give us, so that at least whatever we are going to do is give us and provide for Nigeria to choose between the best alternatives. I don't know quite what that means. He explained his mission to the former president, stressing the relationship between them, and the issue PDP was basically the essence. So that's a badly written piece because I'm reading it as it's written. So he explained his mission to the former president, stressing the relationship between them, and the issue PDP were basically the essence. So I don't know what that quite means. According to him, we know that Baba is non-partisan. We know he's an elder statesman par excellence, but we are rebuilding our party to remove rancor, division, and what have you. So we still need him because his words of wisdom are always very useful. So I have come to sound his opinion on some things going on in the party, to close ranks and make sure that we provide Nigerians with the opportunity to rescue Nigeria from the present division, pardon me, to rescue Nigeria from the present division going around which we have found ourselves. On his chances of getting the party's presidential ticket to contest the 2023 election, Mohammed expressed optimism, stressing, "To me, presidency is a consensus, a stakeholder, and a statesman, its responsibilities. Of course, every Nigerian should try to contribute his or her quota to the growth and development of the nation. More so, when leadership recruitment should be based on merit, should be based on making sure that we bring everybody on board, and should not be based on manifestation of separatists, which are the instrument and disgruntlement feelings that are capable of dividing us further. Nigeria is too big and too important to be ignored. Some of us have benefited so much. It is not about me and my expression, but about the country," he asserted. So there it is right there, a politician speaking in double Dutch. So a politician speaking in double Dutch. So Ejiro, I see you, and the mighty Ajanle Koko, I see you. So good to have you, gentlemen. So let me come to you first, Ejiro, and sound your opinions. So are you there, Ejiro?
Yeah. One man. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, good to have you. So let me take you quickly then. Murphy 2023 started as a joke, but this guy has gone on to buy 3 aircrafts. What are you making of the CBN governor's thrust towards the presidency, propelled by Abubakar Malami and the usual looters?
One man. Emefiele, do you believe him? Murphy is a joker. He's a joker. Emefiele has practically run the economy using monetary instruments to drive both fiscal and the monetary aspect of the economy, you know. And the finance minister has never brought out any policy to help the economy since she came to office. Having said that, Emefiele will play into the hands of the ballheads, of the hawks, you know, in Aso Rock, who want
they are just using him, aren't they, really?
Who wants him out of CBN, you know? So a person of their choice can be put in as a new CBN governor for another 2 terms, thereby sealing their grip over Nigerian monetary policy. That way, they will continue to manipulate the economy. They know, they know well that Emefiele will not even win party primaries. They only wanted him to resign for interest.
Is this still part of the? Is this still part of the Operation Stop Tinubu? Is this still, because they are now saying they have a 500 billion budget for this particular project, and people are going now wearing Mefi 23 t-shirts, you know. But then the new rule from the electoral bill that Buhari is threatening not to sign, it says if you are in a government position seeking elective office, you have to resign. So as soon as Buhari signs that rule, he has to resign. And Oshibanjo too has to resign if he wants to be, you know, whatever.
Like I said, one man, this government is a big joke. It's a big joke, you know. They're just doing what they like, left, right, and center, you know. Who on earth, who would have thought that even somebody like Emefiele's name will even pop out? You know, after running the economy of Nigeria for 10 years, you know?
Is this not an admission of corrupt practices? Somebody that has been a salaried income earner for most of his adult life is buying 3 private jets and running a presidential campaign. Where is he getting the money?
Good question.
Of course, corruption is the bedrock of this administration. You know, when he came on board, he said his Baba is integrity, you know. The self-acclaimed Baba integrity. But today reverses the case. It's just unfortunate.
All right. Buhari approves 2 billion naira for purchase of cattle for herdsmen. What are you making of that? The nepotism, it just stinks to high heavens.
Yeah, I saw that news and it sounds very funny, you know. The way we do things in this country sounds really, really funny. Really, really funny. $2 billion billion naira for cattle. You know, that's a lot of money right there.
Yes. If you are thinking the average cattle is about 100 to, let's say, 200,000 per head. Look at just the volume of cattle that is going to pump into that economy, that cattle economy. And that cattle economy is not essentially a Nigerian economy. It's a Bororo.
Are you blaming Buhari? Buhari is doing
to be buying cattle for people in Mali. Of course, I'm blaming him. Why would he be buying cattle for people in Mali and Nigeria Republic?
He will do that. Why we agree with him? Why we don't agree with him in all he's doing? If the president that left before were so wise to do anything if people want for them, we will love it. If Goodluck Jonathan has ordered the cleanup of the whole of the Niger Delta with 10 billion, we will be happy.
No, 2 wrongs doesn't make a right. You know, Goodluck Jonathan was the Nigerian president and he governed Nigeria as the Nigerian president, as did Obasanjo, as a little bit did Yado as well. But this guy, he's essentially a Fulani man and is ruling essentially for the Fulanis.
Okay.
But the money from the Niger Delta, just look at the injustice of that.
That's what I'm saying. You cannot be using the Niger Delta money to buy cow for people.
And for people in the Republic. I mean, it's ridiculous.
You not bought anything for the Niger Delta indigenous. Neither have you given them work. You even make the oil blocks across the region owned by people who doesn't live in it, who are not part of the Niger Delta. So what are we talking about, man? Fuck.
All right.
One man, you see, again, this still brings me back to the southeast. You see, that country, Nigeria, we're just we are such a funny nation in the way we do things. In fact, in today Nigeria, it is only an hypocrite that will be asking a question of what does Maziona Mukano really want, or what does the Biafra want?
Is just
you understand? No, woman, let me land the point. I'm going somewhere. Follow me with the drive. Let me land the point. You see, the inequality has done so much damage that we can never even sit together and discuss our differences in that country. You know, the marginalization that brought so much poverty, and poverty brings. Okay, go ahead. Ask your question. Go ahead.
The inequality based on what?
Okay, good question.
And
the inequality in that.
Are you talking about during Buhari's period or in general?
Say again, please. Repeat your question. Say again.
He said, what inequality are you talking about? And is this inequality during Buhari's regime or just in general?
In general. I'm not gonna streamline it for just Buhari regime. No, in general.
Okay.
What is happening today? It's not just. It didn't start today. What is happening today did not start today. I'm not gonna pin it on only Buhari. I'm not gonna do that. He has his. Buhari has come to also eat his part of his cake in that nation. So I'm not gonna pin it only on him. You know. So, like as I was saying, you know, I said poverty brings one thing, and it brings crime. You know, it brings crime, and nothing else rather than destruction. Sorry,
you didn't answer my question. I said, what inequality?
He said you didn't answer his question. What inequality, and was it during Buhari's? Because we had this mantra.
You said it is in general.
What else do you want me to answer again?
No,
what else do you want me to answer?
He said what inequality, because we hear this mantra chanted just routinely.
One man already answered that question. What else do you want me to answer? That's my question. Now, what else do you want me to answer?
All right. So, Solly, put the question to him.
Go ahead, Vim. Go ahead, Vim.
No, Solly is asking you.
Talking about.
Solly is just going in circles. I've already answered your question. Go ahead, Vim.
Specific inequality.
Let me come in.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Vim. Go ahead, Vim. No. Let Vim come in.
The question is
just
to
asking in
you.
circles.
Can you hold on, please, Ejiro? The question is to you because you made that point. With people, they just regurgitate all the time inequality. So Solly now wants you to expand on this inequality that you are claiming is vested on the Igbo. So
what part of my explanation that he did not understand? That was why I first asked him now. What part of my explanation?
Repeat your explanation if he did not hear it.
What do you mean I should repeat my explanation?
No, can we move on and leave?
Let's not.
This guy.
Let's
one
not.
Man, Solly can talk for himself. One man, please. Let him talk for himself. He's an adult.
Okay, let's Solly
He's an adult. Let him talk for himself, please.
Okay, we're not doing shouting match here, Ejiro, by the way, because
the way Solly was asking the question, I already answered him. It's taking me back again.
Sorry, everybody, hold on. Ejiro specifically, we are not doing shouting matches here, so just let the conversation take place. Solly wants to have a conversation with you.
He's dragging me back. I already answered that question. He wants another question. You are talking for him. Don't talk for him. Let him speak for himself. This is my position.
Thank you, Ejiro. You don't have a position because he's asking you questions and you are being aggressive. Why are you being aggressive?
One man, can you allow him talk?
Can you allow people to
allow him ask his question? He's an adult.
Can you hold on, Ejiro, and let me direct the conversation? Solly wants to put a question to you, so he will put the question, and then you make the choice if you want to answer it or not. So Solly, put your question.
Okay, I asked two questions. I said, what inequality? And was it during Buhari's regime or in general? You answered the second question. You said in general, but you didn't answer the specific question I asked. For example, if you have America, you have racial inequality. What specific inequality are you talking about in Nigeria? Can you specify what it is?
Good.
That's my question.
Say your question again. Say, for example, if you do what?
Can you specify what inequality, Mr. Ejiro? Specify the inequality of Buhari administration, please.
Like I said to you before, it's not only Buhari administration.
You said that is the second question, sir. Specify an inequality is different. Specify it. What inequality, sir?
Okay, very simple. I'll specify, hence you want me to specify. You see, In Nigeria today, right? Like I said before, there are so many things in front of us that we don't want to talk about. The resources we have in that country. Which part of there are places that resources come from that country, and people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to see the reason. You just talk about cleaning up, the cleaning up. When Goodluck Jonathan was there, the cleaning up of the Niger Delta. Is that not a menace?
Is that the inequality? That's what this guy wants to hear. Just make a specification and we move on. Also, is that the inequality?
Is an example.
Ejiro, can I come in here? You see, this platform.
No. Hold on.
I'm talking about income inequality. I'm talking about pay inequality.
Hold on. Ejiro, the first thing I want you to do is to bring down the tone of your voice, because we're not doing fighting here.
One man, what do you mean by tone of my voice? What do you mean by my tone of my voice? I'm not shouting. I'm not shouting. Maybe you're the one seeing it like that. I'm not shouting.
Can you just
one man? I'm not shouting. You are the one seeing it like that.
Okay, thank you, Ejiro. You are shouting, and I'm having to raise my voice for my wife to even come down to tell me to tone down my voice. So you are shouting. So that's the first thing. Lower the tone of voice, because we're not fighting here. And the other thing is, don't try and steamroll anybody. Let the question be put to you. And if you cannot handle it, then just say, I don't want to answer it. But don't steamroll and don't be aggressive. Please. So let's leave it. You clearly cannot answer the question.
What do you mean I clearly cannot answer the question, one man? What do you mean
okay,
I already answered the question, but if he's not taking it that way, if he's not want to take it that way, then so be it.
All right, fair enough. Let me move you on then to another talking point. This Aboki that was...
I think Vin wanted to interject. He was trying to interject 2 times. And I said you should hold on.
All right.
No, he wanted to interject.
Yeah, go on.
You see, Ejiro made a very good point here concerning inequality. When you look at this current administration of Muhammadu Buhari, they are rich. It is right in front of us that this man.
Sorry, do you have specifics? Because I really want to move on from this.
The nepotistic system. We all agree that this man is.
But is that peculiar to the Igbos? Is it peculiar to the Igbos?
No. See, let me tell you. No, you hold on. You hold on. If you have so many appointments, and as it's going right now, the 5G spectrum has been given to the Fulani man.
Yes. All right, thank you. That's not really what the question was. He was saying the Igbos are marginalized and being...
No, he didn't say Igbos. He didn't say Igbos.
One man, you see now, you're twisting the whole thing all together. You are twisting...
All right, let's just move on.
Okay,
let's just move on. I don't even want to do that anymore, please.
No, you say you were saying to me, one man. You were saying to me, one man. Let me talk. Allow me to talk.
You said Nnamdi Kanu.
Allow me to talk, one man. Allow me to talk. I have the floor now. Let me talk.
Okay.
You were saying to me that I couldn't answer the question. I said, no, sir. I'm answering the question. You see, in a country where we have different ethnic groups, we have different persons living in that country, and you are behaving funny, and you are telling me what type of inequality. Every one of us know the kind of inequality this government is playing. We all know that. So
the empowerment of an ethnic group is part of inequality.
We all did not know. That is why a person was asking, what specify your inequality? If we all know, that guy will not ask that question. He wants to know the kind of inequality you are talking about. Because inequality varies. If you say, okay, the president give appointment to only his people, nepotics. If you say the president is giving money to this and not giving to this, come on, narrow it to one direction.
Hold on, Igo. The injustice in Nigeria alone is one big inequality that we all know.
But it is different under different people's regime, because someone from the south has ruled before, and this one is peculiar to only Buhari's regime. It is not something that has been going on from the beginning. Everyone has treated their own leadership in a different way. You can't say that what was happening right now is the same thing that was happening under Jonathan, and it's the same thing that was happening under Obasanjo, and going on and on and on again. So that's why
I'm just wondering why people are just, the thing is right in front of your faces.
Exactly.
Look,
exactly.
But you are saying it like it is from the beginning of Nigeria. So it was the same
solely. Nigeria is imbalance the way it is now. It's imbalance.
So it has been like this from the beginning.
We are so afraid to discuss about this point. Nigeria today, do we as people actually want a country or a slave camp? Doing the same thing turn by turn. So is Nigeria is put together in a way that no single part of Nigeria agree to be the Nigeria.
Yes, I'm just waiting to move on, Nico. I don't even know what he's talking about. But let me move you on to another.
You don't know what I'm talking about,
I don't. I cannot say that I do, but I'm not going to label it. Maybe I'm not intelligent enough. Maybe I'm not intelligent enough to understand what you are saying. So let me move you on.
You are saying we should move on, but you draw. This was what I was saying. I already answered. You are drawing me back, and now you are saying we should move on.
All right, can we move on then? Hours to deadline. Mafab yet to pay for 5G license. NCC Chief Dan Batar. So they've given this license now to some guy in Kano, a license that needs a high degree level of technical expertise. They've given it to this random man, but he cannot even pay the fee for the license.
They didn't give it to a southerner, they give it to a northerner.
So to that, Ejiro.
Yeah, you see, the license they gave to him, or the license they gifted to him, like you always say, you must understand that they are doing it. All these things they are doing it for a purpose, So again, it's another trick of the Buhari's administration. Just trying to favor his buddies, and your man that they gave it to, believe you me, he is looking for the highest bidder because he doesn't really have the money to.
Hey, Euro.
Go ahead.
Don't worry. Go ahead. Sorry.
You can interject.
You can interject if you want. Go ahead.
I just felt that the conversation is not really broadening. It's just to. So I just wanted to move from this particular, what do you call it, and expand this conversation, please.
Yes, don't worry. We'll expand it in a moment. But let Ejiro just land, and then I'll take him through another talking point, and then we go on to Ajanle Koko.
Yeah. So relatively, your man is unknown. Mafab is unknown to that space, if I may say, because we have MTN there, we have other big communication company that they could have given this license to, but they bluntly refuse. And here we are, just doing whatever we are doing, and there's the deadline, and he's unable to pull his weight together and process more of this communication aspect of the 5G. So again, it's just another
why did
Buhari administration.
Yeah, but that is the $1 million question. This person, they say
knowing fully well that this person is not capable of doing
unbelievable.
anything.
It's frightening even. It's scary what they do in that country.
Yeah, but we know the government will have his place now. We shouldn't be asking why they gave it to him. We know the government. Buhari government is the more you look, the less you see. So it's part of their game, the northern game plan. Just to enrich their bodies. That's why they gave it to him.
All right, thank you. Biafra, what we will do to IPOB when we take over in 2023. So the PDP, they are fleshing out their policy positions for the upcoming election. And of course, nobody is going to politic in Nigeria without addressing the agitation that has held the headlines for 4 odd years. So they are saying they are going to apply the Niger Delta template that Yadua created and try and address where their pain points are rather than try to repel them or repress them. So what are you making of this strategy being fleshed out by the PDP?
Can I interject 1 minute?
Please call me Najan Lekoko, please.
Excellent.
Yeah, you are talking about.
Interject if you want.
Jiro, you are talking about inequalities, and it looks like some people are giving you problem there. Somebody like Kigo and something like that. If we want to look at the distribution of wealth and allocation of resources in that country, don't you see element of inequality there?
No, they are not saying it. They are not saying it. No.
Okay. The creation of more local government in the north, particularly let's use Kano for example. Does the population of Kano more than the population of Lagos? And Kano have about 44 local governments, and Lagos have only 20 local governments. Is that not inequalities?
Perfect.
Okay. So I just want to chip in that just
but Ajale Koko, the last election they said Kano population is more than Lagos State officially.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
Lagos that is it.
Ajale Koko, can I interject?
That's palpable falsehood. That's palpable.
No, I said officially. Just listen to me. Officially, Kano is more than Lagos, but we know that Lagos is more than Kano.
When was the last census done in Nigeria? Do you know?
Ajale Koko, can I ask a question? Can I interject on your interjection?
Yeah, comment, sorry, yeah.
Okay, yes. You said that yes, based on national assets, there's inequality. Yes, but the way I believe Ejiro is talking about the average man from the southeast.
Yes, he was talking about the southeast. He was conjuring up Nnamdi Kanu and saying this is what he was talking about all the while.
But you didn't allow me to land. How do you know that's why I was conjuring? You didn't allow me to land.
But
and this issue of inequality is across the country.
Yeah, so we have to address that space that they always claim victimhood in the southeast. Which was what Solly was tackling.
If there are those who are really marginalized, you talk of those from the Niger Delta region that are not even crying or complaining.
And they've
Every
ruined
day
their
they want to cry. The people who are supposed to be crying, they are not crying.
I agree with you, Ego.
We must move forward, man.
Who are the Niger Delta? Who are the oil producers? You just named the oil producing states in Nigeria.
Worry now.
No, he wants to tell you that Worry is Igbo. He wants to tell you that they are all Igbo. But this
is hold on, the southeast don't have oil block. No, the southeast.
How many cry are these people here crying every time and calling about marginalization and this and that and that?
You know, if anybody should cry in Nigeria, it's the oil regions. They've ruined completely.
Those are all the money that they're dividing across the country.
You can't breathe air in that place. It's so polluted. You know.
Woman, the South, they ruined the South. The South should be crying more. The South.
We are still praying for a better Nigeria.
Do you know that Ondo is an oil producing state?
Marginalization to the east alone. They should stop claiming that the only
Lagos is now producing states too, so I know that. Yeah.
Are they not marginalized?
The point
They are not marginalized.
Yes,
they are
but
not.
they are not belly aching. But what
They are not
what we hear
marginalized.
from
Oh,
the
so I got it now
from the
because I called
We are
man
not
RESIGN.
the
talking
Unamdi
about the
Kanu
people.
here,
They are not
name here.
marginalized.
So
What are they
that's why
doing?
you took
What
it
are they
up.
doing to them?
All
Very
right.
funny.
Everybody in Nigeria is marginalized, including the people in the
Let
north.
the PDP come
When you
on
look
board to
at average
address the
citizen,
issue of this
when you look
IPOB.
at average
I love
citizen,
that they are template. I love that information is true, that they will know what to do and they are going to address it. We need the leadership in this country that will continue to sit and talk to the people and understand what is going on in all these crack and nook and crannies of the entire Nigeria so that there can be a solution. Not a leadership that when you talk, they will come with guns and bombs and barrels and everything. No, people should be able to communicate so that problems can be resolved. So we will try to see if the PDP can really, tell the Nigerian people what they want to hear with regard to the peace of this country. It's important for us to live in peace. Nigeria is a great country. The entire African continent believes in Nigeria. They rely in Nigeria. They want Nigeria to lead them. But look at what we are giving the African nation or continent. It's very funny, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's not deceive ourselves. The current plan of this open concentration camp called Nigeria is not working.
why is it not working? Why
I
do you
don't
think it's
know.
not
It's
working?
this mantra. This is Radio Biafra, isn't it? Why? I thought
If
you
we
were
had
above
Radio
this.
Biafra, right?
I thought you were above this sort of pedestrian.
Why do you always speak? Why do you always speak
Can you
on
hold on, please,
Radio
Vin?
Biafra and
Can
you
you
are
let
here
us have
playing Martin
Vin, can you
Nnamdi
let
Kanu,
us
this
have a
Martin Nnamdi Kanu?
conversation here?
Why are you always
All right. I'll have to
Come on,
excuse
man.
you if you
Why
don't
are
let
you?
us have a conversation. I'll have to excuse you.
If
You
you
have
don't
to let us.
excuse, then I just have to
All
go
right.
out.
All right. Yeah, you can. You can do exactly
Yeah.
that. So thank you. We must have a conversation here. We must. Yeah.
For sure, we should have a conversation.
Yeah.
If the PDP, if they will address the issue of this IPOB and Biafra, let them come with a plan. We will support them.
One man. Can I say something? Please
Yeah.
don't be annoyed. Bring Vin back, please.
No, I'm not being annoyed, but he won't
No,
let
he
us
will
have
bring
a
the one there.
conversation. He wants to
We will bring
steamroll us
him.
and micromanage what we can say. We have to be able to have difficult conversations and have it in a civilized tone of voice, not with the
Yeah.
shouting, not with the trying to bully people. No, none of that,
Yeah, so
You
you're
know
asking me a
that.
question. Go
But
ahead. You're asking me a question.
are you? Ejiro
So
said
Ejiro,
Nigeria is not working,
Mm.
and
yes,
and
and that's what I wanted to reply.
who is anybody on the platform that
No,
oppose that?
I don't think anybody disagrees, but it's that tonality, that concentration camp, that open concentration camp,
Yeah, because
the
one man, Nigeria
zoological
is not
republic.
balanced. It's not balanced. It's not
No.
balanced. That's why it's not working. It's not
Nobody,
balanced.
you are not the one
It's
that
a
will come
language
and
of
tell us
choice
here.
that we've
You are
heard
not the
in
one
many
that will come
hands.
and announce to us that
Ejiro,
Nigeria is a concentration camp. It's
Mr.
not
Man,
balanced. It's
Mr. Man,
not
I have my
this. It's not
opinion.
that.
Mr. Man,
The,
listen, I have
it's
my
your
opinion just like
opinion.
you.
Nigerians
Okay?
has their
Ejiro,
own
Difference of
opinion.
opinion, yeah.
can I ask
Everybody
you
here
Nigeria.
understand the Nigerian
Ejiro.
spirit.
One
Everybody
man,
understand
one
the
man.
Nigerian
Mm.
spirit.
Cool off.
One man.
I'm gonna
But
do a
the
number
way
for
you
you
are
guys in
talking,
one.
it looks like
Let me
Nigeria
take
is
Can I
1 minute.
Sudan.
interject,
Nigeria
one
is
man?
not Sudan.
Yeah,
I
let's
want
hear
to
from
do
Ajande
you are
Koko. Hold
talking
on,
over
gentlemen.
others.
Let's hear from
People
Ajande Koko.
listen.
Hold on. Let's hear from Ajande Koko.
You see, the situation in Nigeria can be described by different people. We can describe the situation in Nigeria in different ways. Some people may describe it as a concentration camp because of the situation going on in
Exactly.
Nigeria. Some people can describe it as concentration because it's a country where you see blood letting every day. And it is only in concentration camp that you will see such situations
Ajande Koko,
where people are killed.
hold on, Ajande Koko, hold on. You see that language, concentration camp, zoological republic. These are lazy go-to languages that is just. These are just cliches that are regurgitated. the
These are
marginalization narrative,
local
those are
languages.
cliches.
Now,
We all know that
Local
Nigeria,
language.
we all know that Nigeria is hemorrhaging. We all know that Nigeria is
How
badly
can you
run.
call a
We all
great
know
country
that.
like
Can you
Nigeria
hold
are
on?
you going to
Can you
let one man
hold on,
What
talk?
do you
Ego?
mean?
My goodness me. We cannot have a conversation here. We all know that Nigeria is hemorrhaging. We all know it's badly run. We all know where the country should be and where it is and why all of these things are. So that zoological republic, the marginalization, the concentration camp, these are just templated language. They're just lazy go-to languages. It doesn't add or subtract from anything. And it's Radio Biafra language because we hear it on that platform. So it's just regurgitated mantra chanting. And we want to have a more nuanced conversation than just not picking off the shelf remarks and throwing it for populism. So it's populist language.
One man.
But
One
my
man.
own, my
Ajele
own,
Coco.
yeah,
Ajele Coco.
yeah.
This is Pansa. Hello, everybody.
What's
Hello, how are you?
All right, let me take a 30-second interlude. I want to sing an Igbo song for you guys. 30 seconds, all right?
Yes, that's what we like.
One man lay. Ajale.
Same to you.
Are you cussing us? Are you cussing us?
You don't know that reading.
Settle down.
All right.
No, Pansat, please indulge us and do it again. This time, let him have
that
the
reading was popular in the 70s.
Yes, if only you can record that and send it to me, but I'll clip it off and but do it again so that we can hear the fullness of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ihe chenyere onye ala. Ihe chenyere onye ala. One man, ihe chenyere onye ala. Thomas Lee, ihe chenyere onye ala. Ego mama. Ihe chenyere onye ala mama. Van Maxwell, ihe chenyere onye ala. Solly Lay, ihe chenyere onye ala. DOG, ihe chenyere onye ala.
Thank you.
ihe chenyere onye ala.
And there it is. Who knew?
Wow.
Pansat. A round of applause for Pansat, a man of many talents. Well done. Excellent. Well done. So that was what we needed.
You didn't mention my own name.
You are not a Girona Narara now. It's only me that is a Girona Narara.
Indeed, mention
Girona Narara.
One man. What he said is that what God gives you, let no one take it away from you. That's the meaning.
Exactly. Right. So let me say why I played that song, and I would take a seat back and listen to everybody.
Yeah, go on. No, we want to hear from you. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, go on.
Obviously, we have problems in Nigeria. We have problems in Africa. We have problems as black men, right? So this is 2022. For anybody to come here and start asking how are the Igbos, Southeasterners being marginalized, that's just not fair. I'm not picking on anybody.
No. Can you expand on it? Because it's a language that recurs regularly, but it is not one that has been fleshed out in detail. Just in a short summary, then, just because we are saying the whole of Nigeria is badly run and everybody a victim, But
Yes.
how is the Southeast peculiarly so?
Okay, I will answer it this way. First of all, we look at the genesis, the beginning of Nigeria. Igbos, Hausas, and Yorubas were the major ethnic groups. We have a lot of minority groups that come under that larger umbrella. The way the Fulani man would treat an Igbo man is the same way he's going to treat an Ijaw man, for example. I would even say a Yoruba man. But we fought very hard to get that country to be independent from Britain, okay? Igbos. Did other people help? Yes. That's our country. We're all over the place because of that. We believe in Nigeria. We believe in all Nigerians, all Africans, Black people, people in Haiti. I have a lot of relationship with people in Haiti. We have major problems. So the clannishness, it's uncalled for. If I see somebody being marginalized like the Yorubas when the Bohos were fighting for their rights, I feel something in my blood. It's, you know, the Yorubas, they've had a capital, Lagos, where the resources of Nigeria were placed there to develop that place. Igbos went over there because we're developing our capital. Everybody's proud of Lagos. I've never been there, I never lived there, but almost everybody I know lives in Lagos. Lagos is like our capital. If I'm in Brazil, I'm in the United States, I boast about Lagos. Okay, when I first came here, way maybe in the 70s, that is one place I used to boast. I'd say, hey, you think we live in trees? Go to Lagos, it's better than New York or something like that. It's not true, but that's the way we felt. Okay, so Lagos is developed. They built Abuja in the middle of the country. All right, so we have no federal footing. There's nothing federal in the entire Southeast. Nothing. All the oil, they keep dividing our people, claiming the area, but you have Igbos there. That's our oil. You could call it whatever you want to call it, but that's our place. So they keep marginal. Forget about appointing us. We leave this place. We're in exile. We're in many places. We fought a war for the same problems we're having today. We fought the House of Fulani for 3 years because they want to dip their Quran in our seas. So the last time I came here, the very initial times that I come here, I was very upset. But I keep listening to this show. I say, you know what? This is not the forum to actually talk about those kind of things because you don't have enough time. There's a lot of people.
Pansat, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
If the oil that you say is being taken to other places are not shared equally, if it was being shared equally, do you think the average Igbo man will still be struggling right now, or you'll be eating out of that oil? What do you think? Do you think it will actually change the life of the Igbo man?
No, because first of all, I never said that.
No, yes or no? Yes or no?
Hold on. I didn't say that the oil. First of all, it's true, but I'm not talking about that because if you take that oil,
as an example of marginalization. So let's say it's not marginalized. Do you think?
Hold on, let me answer.
Sorry. Pansa said a lot of things that we just let it go. He's claiming the regions where the oil are as part of Igbo land, which is a narrative that they have been pushing. And he's then, by extension, then using that to say that their resources is being taken from them and then used to vest upon them. So it's just that part of that narrative that they do.
I wanted the question. I want to answer that question, but put it succinctly so I could give you the answer you want. Answer that question succinctly. I'm listening. Sorry.
No, what I'm asking is that you said you are using the oil as an example of marginalization. Okay, if it was not marginalized, if you were giving your fair share or you were giving everything, do you think the Igbo man would benefit from that? Like, that will solve your problem, right?
If the oil is used to develop Kaduna, develop Lagos, I'll be happy.
No.
Hold on. Let me answer you.
Give to your leaders to develop your area. Do you think your area will be developed?
No, because the people you're calling our leaders are not selected by us. Neither are yours.
How is it now?
So who are your leaders then? Who are your leaders? Hold on, sorry. Who are your leaders?
Every election.
Who are your leaders of choice?
If you look at the Imo State governor right now.
You said that. The question is, who are your leaders of choice?
My leaders of choice have not emerged because they're rigging the election.
So you don't have leaders.
So how are you marginalized then? Like,
hold on. you really want an answer to that question, because I don't think
It
you're going to be
doesn't add up. It doesn't add up,
It
because
never
even if you are
adds
giving
up,
the
No,
oil
but
it
back, your
doesn't
leaders
add up
won't
because
use
you're
it
not
for the right
listening.
thing.
The point I'm making is
no,
that
because it doesn't cohere.
the
That's why
Nigeria,
it doesn't add up.
cohere.
Yeah.
To cohere, you have to put it together. In essence, okay, let's do this. Let's calm down. Let's
So
talk
it's
about this.
Nigeria's fault
Let's
that the leaders won't
No,
share it.
it's just
let's
we're
look at
just going to we are going to spin
forget
around in
about tribal
circles.
right
Yeah,
now. Forget
yeah.
about Igbo. Forget about Yoruba. Let's look
Right.
at anthropology.
Oh God.
Everybody who came to Nigeria to make up the Nigerian state, right? What is their mission to Nigeria? Who are Nigerians? What is the anthropology of Nigeria? Forget about tribe. We have division along religious line. We have religion for the Christians. We have one for the Muslims. So a part of Nigeria, the south part of Nigeria, they're mainly Christians. The Yoruba are divided maybe 50-50 between Muslims and Christians. So you have the Muslims ruling Lagos for right now. The entire Hausa, who are our brothers, have already been converted over to Muslims.
Okay, but
So
what do you mean converted? They always were Muslims.
Let me
no,
answer
they were
that
not
question
always
about
Muslims.
Lagos.
Oh goodness.
Okay.
Let me answer that question about Lagos. You said it is the Muslims that are ruling us in Lagos now. In Lagos, we don't care. We don't care if it's Muslim or Christian ruling us. Nobody
I don't
in Lagos
even know
is
where we're
complaining.
going with what you're saying. To be
You
honest.
know, you wanted to say we are marginalized with the Muslims leading us. We don't care.
You're not
We know
letting me
that we have
answer that
good
question.
leader.
It's a very important question. Let me answer it without and let's not be antagonistic, because
We don't
you
even
should know.
care.
No, it's
their
not
religion.
antagonistic. It's interrogating the point that it doesn't. I
We
don't
don't
know
even
what
care if
picture
the
you are
person is a
painting.
Fair enough.
traditional
I'll
worshiper.
answer
We
it with
don't
about
care.
2 minutes and you move on. 2 minutes.
Okay.
Number one, there's no federal footing in the southeast. You don't have ministries. You never had a capital over there. You don't have roads.
These are not
You
your
don't have
right.
roads in the
Hold on.
southeast. You don't have
A
roads in
tribe.
the southeast. What are you
This
talking
is
What I
about?
mean,
just so
It's unbelievable.
entitled. This is
You don't have
this
federal
is
roads in the
these are
No, you
southeast.
entitled
don't.
statements.
You
You
don't.
don't put capital in the
All right.
Okay.
Sorry.
I also
Sorry,
said you don't
Pansat.
have
We must move on.
ministries.
Don't worry about all that. We must move on. Let's go on to Ajande Koko because I don't know what's going on there. But Ajande Koko, let's bring things back on track and go to Mefi. You remember we were joking and laughing about Mefi. You know, well, you were even saying Bobo Mefi, but this guy has gone and bought 3 aeroplanes, and they are telling him to resign and just go for it. So the power, they cede it to the south, but it looks as though it is not yet guaranteed for your man, Tinubu. What are you making? Emefiele, 3 jets.
I don't know if that report is actually true, but if it is actually true, that should tell us that maybe the power that be in Nigeria want to back that guy. And the question we should ask ourselves is Emefiele our man, or is the man of the power that be? So if Emefiele is not our man, that means that the problem we have today won't get solved because Emefiele, as we know him as the central bank governor, failed to manage the monetary policy. He failed to manage the monetary policy, and that is why we see our economy going down every day. Yeah, he failed to manage the monetary policy. Our currency is losing value every day. To me, Emefiele is a failure. So if you have a failure, the position of leadership, what is he going to do? He's going to fail. So, but we should know one thing for sure, that APC as a party for now have not, they haven't informed the public specifically about where the presidential nominee will come from. They have not informed. They have not informed the nation. What we heard yesterday about their zoning arrangement is limited to the executive body of the party, and the position of presidency. They have not mentioned anything about it. Where the presidency going to go, they have not mentioned anything about it. So therefore,
no, they've zoned the presidency to the south. That's they said.
No, they didn't say that.
No, they did say it. El Rufai even audioly, videoly said it. He said all the positions occupied by the north to be occupied by the south, and all the positions occupied by the south to be occupied by the north.
Koko, he said
he said it. So that's not in contention anymore. But
hold on, gentlemen. Hold on, gentlemen.
Oh, God.
Hold on, gentlemen.
Oh, okay, let me see if I can dig it up. Oh, carry on, yeah.
No. Let us.
It was very shocking to watch.
Let us be calm. Let us be calm, and let us listen to each other. Did he say it? Did he mention anything about the position of presidency?
He doesn't have to. Does he have to?
Hold on. No.
Come on, man.
I think you have to watch the video. I think it was a very long.
I said I watch it. What are you guys telling me? That go and watch the video. I have watched the video. Look, when the position of presidency is a special position, that if a party want to come out about where the position will go, they have to mention it specifically that this is where it's going, and they will mention that position specifically and where it's going. But they're talking about the number. They are talking.
Position.
Hold on, man. They mention about the national position of the party. It was the national position of the party, the executive position of the party, the national executive position of the party that they were talking about. So the game, you guys don't understand the game. So what I'm trying to let you know is that APC have not specifically mentioned that this is where the presidency is going.
They have.
Okay.
You know, they have.
Okay, that's fine.
And that is the received wisdom, and that is what is being reported universally, even within the party. And that is the basis on which other parties are calibrating. And that is essentially what El Rufai said. I don't think, what do you want them to say we are giving it? What language are you expecting to hear from them, Ajale Koko?
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
My experience about presidential nomination is done with it does come with a statement that will be categorical and that will be well informative in such a way that people will have that sense of purpose. You cannot lump the position of president with other executive positions. No, they don't do that. They don't do that, and they are very smart. That is why they did not mention it specifically. They know what they are doing.
All right. So let's hear what they had to say. Let's hear El Rufai in his press conference.
Okay.
Yeah. The deputy governor of Anambra State, we are 23 now, agreeing on every issue. We can have differences, but to call it division, I think is using the word too far. But I went back to it because you asked the question. It's important to be upfront.
Ajale Koko, maybe you should continue. The video kick one man out.
Oh, okay. So, So what I'm trying to let us know is that those guys are silent on that position of presidency. Position of the president
Deputy Governor of Anambra
is
State, we are 23
okay. It's
now,
back.
agreeing on every issue. We can have differences, but to call it division, I think is using the word too far. But I went back to it because you asked the question. It's important to be upfront. But after our meeting of last night to deliberate on the proposal by the National Caretaker Committee and our briefing with Mr. President today, we are all on the same page. We have agreed a zoning formula for all the six geopolitical zones, and essentially we swapped northern zones will take positions that southern zones had in the last 8 years, and vice versa. It's a very simple, equitable, and fair formula. We will now go back and consult at the zonal level and look at the positions that are available, and the process of the convention preparation will start in earnest. So by the grace of God, on the 26th of March, we will have done governance plus the deputy governor of Anambra State. We are 23 now, agreeing on every issue. We can have differences, but to call it division, I think is using a word too far. But I went back to it because you asked the question. It's important to be upfront. But after our meeting of last night to deliberate on the proposal by the National Caretaker Committee and our briefing with Mr. President today, we are all on the same page. We have agreed a zone.
So that's essentially what he said. He said they had agreed a zoning formula that all the positions occupied by the Southerners will swap over and vice versa. And that was reported as an understanding that power would go to the South. So now he said they agreed that. Hold on. Can you hold on, Ajane Koko?
Okay.
What was reported is that agreement is to zone the power to the South. That agreement for all of the party members, all of the governors there, including the Southern governors that were there. So if that wasn't the case, then they would have recoiled from it, because that's the understanding that the Southern governors have. That was the agreement that they had, that power will shift to the South and administration will shift to the North. So that was, I mean, I don't know. You must be the only one that is. I don't understand what you're talking about.
One man.
Yeah.
One man. If you listen to Rufai very well, he was very categorical about his position, about their position. National Caretaker Committee. Those are the position he was talking about. They are going to swap between the North and South. He did not talk about the position of presidency.
Don't worry. Okay, let's move on from there, because I don't know. You have been very peculiar. It's a peculiar understanding.
So
hold on, Ajande Koko.
Yes.
Everybody, the whole of the Nigerian media space, this is their understanding of it. And nobody has come to recall from it. So I don't know quite what you are trying to read into it. Is he going to say that? Do you want him to say we're giving it to Tinubu? Is that what you want to hear?
No.
So what else do you want him to say?
What I'm telling you, that the position of National Caretaker Committee is different from the position of the presidency.
Everybody understands that. What is said? Okay, all right. Let's just leave that space. I don't think.
And moreover, hold on, one man.
You stand alone in your understanding, because universally.
No. Look, their constitution does not mention about rotation.
All right. Nobody's constitution mentions about rotation.
Okay. It does not. It does not mention about rotation. It is only PDP constitution that mention about rotation. So it is the constitution that guide
It's the constitution that guide the operation of the party.
All right.
So I want you to know that clearly. So what I'm trying to say here is that Emefiele will not be a presidential nominee of the people, but the presidential nominee of the power that be. And having seen the way this guy performed as the central bank governor, the way he failed, the way his monetary policy does not work for the country, Naira is collapsing every day. He surrendered central bank as a borrowing institution to the federal government, giving them loan all the time to pay salary. So he has failed completely. So this is not the man of the people, and he is not the man that can do the job for us. And my advice to the Southerner as people and people that are chanting, thinking that they have zoned it to the South, we should not, the dream has not come true yet. It's just a dream. Maybe we need to go and sleep and see and pray and see if we're going to have another dream. But it is not it's not.
Have we lost your Ajanle Koko?
I think Ajanle Koko is off.
Yes. Yeah. All right. I think we've lost Ajanle Koko somewhat. So let's go on from Ajanle Koko to Solly. But I don't agree with what Ajanle. We can, but you stand alone in your understanding, because universally that is what people understood was said. So you stand alone in your understanding.
You say universally. What do you mean by universally?
Every single outlet and every single political expert and every single political steady person understood what was said as the zoning of the presidency to the south and the chairmanship of the party to the north. Universally, that is what is being discussed right across the board in Nigerian politics. So you stand alone.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by universally.
Well, that's what everybody understands, apart from you.
Okay, we by God's grace, we should all be alive, and we will see it. We're gonna see it. The truth shall come out. We shall all see the truth. There's no way. I mean, what is the point of hiding the fact or coming out expressly on this thing that, okay, the position of president going to be zoned to the South? National Working Committee that this guy was mentioning every step of the way in his speech is not the position of president. It's not the position of president, for God's sake. So,
please. Are you saying now that the presidency is going back to the north?
I don't know what
that is not what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is that they have not come out. They haven't. They have.
But we know automatically the power to come back to the south because it did not have had it for 8 years.
No. That's not. Don't worry. Just ignore that. Ajanle Koko, carry on.
Okay. So Emefiele is not a man for us. If the power that be is supporting him, it is time for us to know that APC once again have demonstrated that they are not for us, and they are for themselves and the power that be. So, and people should not see that party, particularly the Easterner, should not see that party as a party that can bring anything to them. Surely it's not going to bring everything to them, because it's a party where their dominance or their influence in that party is very minute. They don't have a strong influence in that party. So, and your your membership in the party, you are minority. And there's no way a minority will be giving, there's no way majority will surrender power to minority in that party. It's not going to be done. So they have to look into the party they have known, the party they have invested in for so many years, and go and fight their case out there. That is where they can get it. And I'm referring to PDP. PDP could be the best choice for them and not APC. So the Easterner, you think you want presidency, you have been voting all this year for PDP. That is where you invest in. Go and look at the way you can go and fight the battle in the PDP. It's only in the PDP you can get it. Or you can work out something there. If you are not, you cannot get number one, maybe you can get number two. But to think that you're going to get anything, the position of presidency in APC, it is not possible. You're not going to, you are a minority in that party, and they're not going to surrender the most exalted position to the minority. So that is my point there, one man.
All right, thank you, John Lekoko. So, for people who say Ajan Lekoko and I never disagree, that's another example. We disagree all the time, or it's just that we don't, we don't come to blows. But Ajan Lekoko his own opinion, me to mine. But we might concur more on this next talking point. Buhari regime agrees over 2 billion naira to purchase cows for herders. So, I'm not quite sure. Is that a loan? Is that a gift? Who are these herders? Are they Nigerian? And why are these businessmen being isolated for government patronage for 8 solid years? So Buhari again and this Fulanization language.
Will this be do you think this story could be true, or do you think it's just something some people?
It was Sadiya Farouk that stated this after the FEC meeting. Sadiya Farouk being the humanitarian affairs minister. So she said they've got the approval to spend 2 billion naira on malus for malas.
Well, it is election season. One man. It's money that politicians are trying to loot to fund their election. And moreover, if they're saying they want to give 2 billion naira, 2 billion, 2 billion.
Because I'm just doing the head count in the amount of cows that can buy with an average cost of about 200,000 per cow. So and even if it's a seedling, I don't know what a little cow is, maybe even 100,000. That's just a mass of injection into that economy.
So the question I want to ask: does the nation have a program for cattle rearing, or what are they talking about?
No, she's saying that it's part of a package that they've put together to reinvigorate places that have suffered as a result of insecurity. So they are gifting it especially to the Taraba state region. So they're saying because they've suffered insecurity, they are now going to buy these malus for malams. But then everybody has suffered insecurity. Who has not suffered insecurity? So this is the thing. Hello?
Yeah, one man.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that if they want to give it to Malu, where are your leaders? I believe some people fought for it. Federal government did not just wake up and say, we are giving them Malu, we are giving them this large sum of money like this. Some people fought for it. So where are your leaders in Southwest, Southeast, and South?
Do you not think some fights
are fighting for your people?
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Do you not think some fights are easier fought by some people under this administration? Some fights are easier fought. There are some arguments that are easier made based on the sort of person that you are. Remember when Governor Makinde went to Buhari to say that he needed more security personnel to address the insecurity in his state, and he just sent him back. So it's not that the others are not putting up a fight, it's that they're not being given the space. They're not being given a listening ear. Do you think if an Ekiti person puts together a narrative for that intervention, they will even get to express it, never mind being gifted malus?
This amount, I believe, have to get approval from the National Assembly.
Yeah.
Where are your representatives? Where are your representatives in the National Assembly?
No, it was from FEC. They just got it from FEC, Federal Executive Council. That was where it was signed off.
Yeah, anything that is going to go through, if FEC is, where did the money come from? We did not get approval. Every money that has to be spent, is it in the budget? Is it in the nation's budget? Every amount that's going to be spent.
It will come from a parastatus. It will come from a parastatus budget, which is already in situation. So it's coming in this instance from the Humanitarian and Social Development XYZ, Sadia Farouk's portfolio. This is where the money is coming from.
It still got to be that. I mean, we have oversight committee in the National Assembly. So they can still stop it if they want to stop it. I believe that if our people from the South that suffered a great loss as a result of insecurity in the country can come out as well to say, oh, this 2 billion for cattle rearers, what of our farmers in our own region that suffer a loss in the Middle Belt, in the Middle East, Middle Belt, Southeast, South, Southwest, where our representative. So if they can do it and get away with this, that's to tell you that you don't have the right representative in place. And that is why I always call on this platform that we have to vote all these people out of power. They don't represent you, the people. So if Northerners are fighting hard, to get resources and financial compensation for their own people, where your own Southern representative. There's no way that money will go without National Assembly oversight. We have oversight that we oversight every money whatsoever, what they want to do it for. We have it in National Assembly. There's no money that's going to be spent by the executive that the assembly will not know about. So this is the nation that you have as your country. You don't have elected representative that will fight for you. And that is why I have said you having these two parties is a fraud. Two parties cannot represent the interest.
There are 18 parties. There are 18 parties.
Sorry, just forget about what you are saying. So you to have two parties, two major parties that dominate all the political space, dominate everything across the country. They cannot represent the interests of over 4,000 ethnic groups in that country. It is not possible. It is not possible. They cannot represent you well. So, and this is what you're going to get if you still stick into those fraudulent two parties. They cannot represent you well. Some people will still,
What should we do?
What should we do? Haven't I told you several times?
That we should vote for other people.
Vote them out.
And who will replace them?
But Ajale Boko, do you think we can vote them out come 2023? That's the question we ask. Everybody know that.
Yeah, it is possible, but if they don't want to vote, let them not vote. That is their own. I will just say my own. What I know is what I know.
Ajale Boko, we are talking about reality here. Which party do you want us to vote come 2023? Now,
it is not a reality to you, so it doesn't matter. I've just said my own, and I just say it, and that is my own position. It is good for Nigerians to buy it or not buy it, but the consequences of not buying it, of not doing the right thing.
It's a good point. The problem is that the votes don't count. Whoever
the votes
there's
count.
nothing wrong.
The votes count. Don't say the vote does not count. They will not be stressing themselves if your vote does not count. They will not even care about you if your vote does not count.
Listen to this. Let's look at it. We are adults. And
but Pansat, where do everyone get this notion from that votes don't count? If votes don't count, the politician will not be bribing people to vote. Where are we getting this from?
I know, but politicians are not fighting to get their vote. Did you see Buhari?
So politicians
hold on.
Did
you see Buhari come and participate in a debate the last 2 elections? Did he come and? I know you watched the Anambra. Can I answer my question, please? Let me answer you. When the Anambra election, was conducted the other day. Okay, we sat here and we watched the APC candidate that was Andy Oba. You had Chukwuma Soludo, who is a APG Alliance, APGA, and Valentin Ozibo of the People's Democratic Party, and they had a debate. And the press asked them questions, and they solicited for vote because in that case, the votes had to count, all right, and they couldn't get away from now. How could Buhari?
So what are you saying? Are you saying the votes count or the votes do not count?
In the federal elections, the vote doesn't count, but they said.
But in Anambra State, it does.
It did this time.
What about Obaseki? Hold on. What about Obaseki? Did the votes count?
You make me talk too fast and too disorganized, like I'm fighting.
No. You have to be rapid. It's a rapier wit. It's a quick-witted sort of platform. So you have to be on your toes.
I am on. Believe me, I'm on top of my weight.
All right. So the votes count in Obaseki?
Can I answer the questions chronologically? There are questions pending before you interjected. Okay, that question, what Thomas asked me was that if votes don't count, why would politicians be fighting to campaign?
Yes.
I was saying that
I don't say campaign, I say bribing people. I don't say campaign. Bribing people.
That's campaign. That's campaign now. Okay, so I was saying that let's take a look at the most logical one, the big one, which is election 2015. Buhari is fighting to an incumbent president. You would want to come out there and make your case against the president. It's the president who should be running away from you campaigning. But he didn't care. He was nonchalant because he knew the fix was in. Because Jonathan made a mistake of having a Hausa Fulani man as his election.
No. That's a misreading. That's a misreading.
It's not a misreading.
It's a misreading of the situation. No. You are propagandizing. You're propagandizing.
Explain that. How?
What happened in the Buhari avoiding debate scenario is a calculated move, because they knew there was going to be a backlash against Buhari not debating. He did not debate Goodluck Jonathan, and he did not debate at any instance. They knew there was going to be a backlash. But
From what? What do you mean a backlash? From what? How do they know?
Let me flesh it out, and then you can disagree. So they knew there was going to be a backlash from the voting populace, from the country, if he did not debate, because the country was expecting him to present himself to be perused. So they knew people would react to that. But they knew if he debated, it will categorically lose election, rigging or no rigging. Because Buhari does not have the knowledge base, it did not have the physical strength, and it did not even have the command of language to hold a debate. So
Okay,
they
hold
knew,
on.
hold on. They knew
what
if
I'm
he
saying-
debated, he would lose categorically. So
hold
they
on,
were
please.
willing to
Hold on.
sacrifice whatever it is that they would lose if he did not debate, in order not to expose him as the fool that he is.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But let's look at the reasons why. And then how are you going to win if you don't debate? The issue is that if you know that you're not winning, that you weren't going to win, you're going to want to do everything to
No, they
go
did
out.
not know that he was not going to win. Look, the
You don't-
debate.
you
How
don't
much of the decision making is the debating in
It's
Nigerian
like-
politics?
It should be like 90%. If there's
Well,
no rigging,
then you don't know about
just like
Nigerian
the
politics.
Anambra. Hold on.
Forget Anambra.
Not
You don't know.
only
If
did
you
he
think the
not-
debating is what decides
not
election
only
in
did he
Nigeria,
not
then you
debate
don't know about
Jonathan,
Nigerian politics.
Then he didn't debate Atiku. Okay.
Yes, we know that, and we've just explained why.
But I just told you, go back and watch the debate. I
So it's
just
debate
if you
that
want, I
makes
could
count,
post
votes
it for
count.
you. Okay. You go and watch the debate in the Anambra elections.
Right.
That's
yes.
where the decision was made on who was going to emerge there as the governor. That is something
no.
If you watch that debate,
it wasn't. No, it wasn't. We know that the Anambra election, the debates were eloquent and the ideas were sharp and to the people.
Exactly.
Because
I'm glad you watched it.
Hold on. I didn't even watch it. It's only because I know the quality of candidates that were being put forward. They are educated and experienced and for their people. So the debate was going to go in that direction.
Okay,
But
so why do you always ask?
The Anambra election had nothing to do with that debate. Anambra traditionally was an Apgar state, and Soludo, his leaning was towards the IPOB narrative. So and Ojukwu Nnamdi Kanu sympathetic sort of candidate running under the party created by Ojukwu himself in a state that is indigenous to that narrative is a fait accompli. It's nothing to do with any debate.
No, that is your opinion, but I'm telling you.
No, that is what played out.
If you, I just posted for you, I guess, in the private chat, a link. You could follow some link. I want you to play that debate one day. Just post it. Maybe this evening.
We know they are articulate. We know they are intelligent. We don't have to. We know. So don't worry about all that.
It's
We
not
know the
what
quality of these people.
It's not what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is that the candidates have to be forced to debate because if you don't know what issues,
that is not a constitutional matter. What do you mean forced to debate?
Yeah.
Fansat,
yes.
Fansat, this is what I believe you are trying to relay. That votes do not count. It is the debate that counts and creates the winners. So no matter how, so basically the average Nigerian citizen is going to decide who is going to vote for based on a debate. That is what you are trying to say. This is what.
Yeah, what I'm saying is half of what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that if this candidate, such as Buhari, knows that he hasn't convinced the people, and if he doesn't convince them, they're gonna go and vote for his rival. Then he's gonna want to debate. But if he knows that the debate doesn't count, that they're gonna rig the election.
Who watches the debate in Nigeria? Who watches it?
Why do you keep putting Nigerians down? Nigerians watch the debate.
Nigerians
the Agbero is watching
yes,
the
they do.
The Agbero is watching it. The yam farmer in Plateau State, he watches it. The cattleman in Jigawa, he's waiting by his television.
Yeah, but if one family, the head of the family watches the debate, he could then tell everyone in his compound, hey,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, one man, you have a great platform here.
Don't worry about I have a great platform. I don't want people telling me I have a great platform. We're having a conversation. Present your position.
Can I say what I want to say? Let me say what I want to say. Don't tell me what to say. I'm saying that you got a great platform here, and I want to be able to help you.
You want to help me?
Yeah, exactly.
Get out of here, man. There's a reason why I banned you. You know, this guy is just a clown. Sorry, excuse us.
You have a mentor in.
So that is him, Pansat. He will come back again and he will get banned again just because he doesn't know how to conduct himself in public. But sorry about that, Ajale Koko. We did give him a chance, but then of course he reverts to type. So Ajale Koko, back to you.
So
That's it about it. I think we have representatives that are not really represent you well. So if the federal government is allocating 2 billion for cattle rearer and they're not allocating anything for the farmers that were killed in Gagon and other places, that's to tell you that you don't have people in the National Assembly that are representing you well. So that's the way I see it.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
You see, this is where the favoritism and the nepotistic system of government in Nigeria, practiced in Nigeria, plays a very vital, role. You remember the time the same government of Muhammadu Buhari released, I think, about $100 billion to put out radio stations and so all whatnot. I do not know whether that went through. But you see, this particular one now, putting this kind of interest on a particular ethnic group shows the whole world how nepotistic and what this man Pansat was talking about earlier on here. You see, when you pick interest on your own people, let me just say, if Obasanjo picked interest on the Yoruba people, the Yoruba tribe, when he was a president, what could have happened? If Yar'Adua did the same, what could have happened? If Goodluck Jonathan did the same, what could have happened? This is the government that has, find it, relevant to itself to benefit, put forward their own people in the terms of affairs and the governance of Nigeria. Just imagine 2 billion naira to help this. Where are the cocoa farmers? How much have they given to them? Have they even gotten fertilizers that the government is supposed to give to them? Where are the cassava farmers? Where are the spare parts sellers? This is just an abnormality that we have accepted in Nigeria as normalities. Thank you.
Oh, all right, thank you, Vin.
1 minute, please. 1 minute. Just a quick one. Right. Where is our man that gave us the good country night live music tonight? What happened to him?
Well, I just kicked him off. You saw me do it.
I'm just coming in, one man. I left before I came back.
Yeah, again. No, I just kicked him off. He's reverted to type. I've banned that guy about 3-4 times. He will go and get another URL. I'll give him the chance because I want free speech. I want everybody, but then he will revert to type. He just always, because he's just a particular kind of person, very or peculiar sort of a person. But I
will suggest you don't shave a man's head in his absence.
No, that's why I want to move on. I don't want to. Ryan, yes, you are right. Ryan, I don't want to reference him if he's not here to defend himself. Yeah.
Ryan, but what did you do? Sorry, Mama, please. What did you do?
No. Vin has already said I can't run him down if he's not here to defend himself. So let's just leave it. For reasons that he does not, align.
Sorry, wanted to ask a question.
Yeah.
You said it was nepotistic that he invested how much? Was it not like 2 billion naira in cattle? Was that your example for him being nepotistic?
No, it didn't start there. You remember the 100 billion naira that was invested in the same people before this time?
Okay, but the second Niger bridge, which area of Nigeria was that?
The second Niger bridge is not going to benefit a particular people. It is for Nigerians. Everybody is going to run across that bridge.
The second Niger bridge is for the people in Sokoto, Abi. Is it for the people in Borno?
It is not. The second Niger bridge is for Nigeria. Everybody is going to apply.
Who is going to apply that road the most?
You, one man. Anytime you are
I have no business in the east. I will never be on that bridge ever.
That is how they see. This shows, your utterances shows how biased you are in this platform. You see,
I said I'm not going to be on the bridge. How is that the bias?
No. Listen. If you're not going to be on the bridge,
yes,
or your business people that goes to River State cross, the southeast to Rivers State to south will always pass that. There is no other route.
Who is going to use that bridge the most?
All Nigerians are going to use it.
All right. Okay.
And if you look at the name that is named there, it is not a Southeastern Bridge. It is Muhammad Buhari Bridge.
All right. Okay.
There is no
Vin, you are not answering the question. The question is who is going to use it the most?
Vine.
We all know who's going to. We all know who is going to use it the most.
Who is going to use it the most? It does not matter here. What is going?
It does matter. It does matter.
It is an infrastructure.
No.
That is the basis of your argument for nepotism.
Because if who is going to use it the most is then
the
who
people that are going to use it.
Hold on, let me make the point. Who is going to use it the most is who that bridge was built to serve the most. So that bridge was meant to serve a particular usage, and that particular usage, we all know who's going to use that bridge the most.
Vine, do you know how much was spent on that bridge? 326 billion naira was spent on that bridge.
I think it's the biggest project that this administration has done so far in terms of cost.
Can I come in?
Yeah,
are you done? If you will allow me to land my point.
If you want to say something, then just go on now.
So what I would like to tell you is that it is a Nigerian infrastructure that is being built there.
Okay.
It is a Nigerian infrastructure. Everybody is going to, even if you do not take it maybe now, once upon a time when you are crossing there, you are going to use it. It's just like the Niger bridge that is there. It is
but some people will be using it every day. Some people will be using it every day.
That one doesn't matter.
So basically, Vin, this is what you want. You want a project that it will only benefit the Southeast and will be spent in billions. That's
what I am telling you. You see, my brother,
which is what the Niger bridge. That's what the Niger bridge is.
It does not want it to benefit other Nigerians. It must benefit only the Southeast.
No, I don't.
That is not what I said. Is that what I said?
But that's what you sound like you want. If
don't suggest for me. Don't presume. Don't read my mind. That is not what I said. What I said solely is this. Solely, you are fond of doing this. See, let me tell you one thing. That bridge is a federal government infrastructure that is going to, but this particular 2 billion, specifically put aside for cows, is meant for a particular.
And I agree. So
why are you arguing me?
But this is my question.
Is it only them that we eat the meat? Using your logic, is it only them that we eat the
meat? Listen, one man. They will sell. When they give them, they will get the meat, they will get the cows, they will sell it. They are not going to, you will not benefit, you will purchase those meat, those cows. You will pay to purchase those cows. But that bridge, nobody is going to sell that bridge to himself. It is a federal government and it's meant for usage for everybody.
No, hold on. The meat seller in Jankara market will purchase that cow and then he will make his own economy out of it. The leather person will purchase the skin, he will make his own economy out of it. They are all within the Nigerian space.
I want us, let me answer you, then we'll move forward because I don't want to go on, marvel on this issue. So the fact is this: if you are going to deposit such amount of money to buy cows, which is specifically for a particular group of people, you should do same. You should do same on cocoa. You should do same on spare parts. You should do same on cassava producers. You should do same for pig farmers. That is what I'm saying.
Okay, Vin, do you know how many years it takes to plant cocoa?
That is where the federal government is supposed to come.
Asking for. He does not know how these things are going to be set up. He does not know what it takes. So you are asking
who doesn't know?
How many years does it take cocoa to be farmed? Because Vin, I go to the European government and I ask for grants on things like this. So when you bring them as example, you have to know what you are specifically asking for, and you have to know what it takes to get them. Do you know all these things you are asking for? You are asking for like the government to just do magic wand and grant it to you. All these
that
things
is not what I'm saying. Are you listening to me at all?
If you are not known
right,
for running this kind of things, government is not going to give you this money willingly, and it's not going to divert it to your sector just like that. You are diverted what is known for your sector. Your people are not asking for what is known in their sector. They not knows what is in their sector. Do not ask for what is in their sector. This is how you ask for grants and loans.
So you want to tell me, sorry, through your own
these
explanation.
projects that you said, when I ask you that, do you know how long it takes to farm cocoa? If you knew these projects were viable, everybody in the East should know it's viable. So you should have an answer immediately.
All right. I don't even know what you guys are talking about now, but I'm sure.
No,
that's okay. My point is this: if you are making available such amount of money for a particular, type of, farming or whatever, you should do same to other people, because you are not just isolated.
What can be done in the East?
You are not just isolated. Because if you look at the problem we are having in Nigeria today is these and many others are part of it.
Okay, but I'm asking a simple question. What can be done in the Eastern sector that the government can finance? Give an example.
I am not talking about Eastern sector, my brother. I'm talking about Nigeria.
But you just said the bill is benefiting
I am not talking about, why do you always fixating? Why are you fixating on Eastern part of Nigeria? Did I mention that Eastern part of Nigeria?
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I don't think anybody is going to yield space on that. So let's get quickly back to Ajanle Koko and take him to another talking point. Ajanle Koko, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, thank you. Did you understand any of that?
I don't know what they're talking about.
I don't think, I know only the two of them understood what they were talking about. But quickly to, the space that you are disputing, Bala Mohammed visit Obasanjo says APC's zoning plan are not a threat to PDP. So let me just give you a refill of it. Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed has disclosed that the zoning of the presidency to the south by the ruling All Progressive Congress APC pose no threat to the main opposition, People's Democratic Party PDP, ahead of the 2023 general elections. So what he is saying essentially is that the fact that the APC has zoned their presidential tickets to the south does not necessarily mean that the PDP would zone their presidential tickets to the south. This is the conversation he went to have with Obasanjo, but are they under pressure? I know you don't have that understanding, but that's the generally held understanding. So are they under pressure off the back of that generally held understanding that APC has zoned its tickets to the south, for them, the PDP, to follow suit?
Bala Mohammed.
He's a fundamentalist as well, by the way.
Yeah, as a fundamentalist, the one that said all Fulani can come to Nigeria, irrespective of where they are in any part of Nigeria. I mean, any part of Africa. So
they should not come.
Huh?
What did you say? They should not come. I said they should not come.
Okay. Are you the one that's going to stop then? Do you think you have border? Nigeria is a borderless country now. It's only in the south that you have border. In the north, you don't have border now. So, Bala Mohammed, I think, is just consulting around. He's going around the country. He has been to Jonathan to seek for his blessing and support. And Jonathan was calling him his son on the day that he was with Jonathan. And he blessed him. He said he was a good son to him when he was in government as a minister, that he worked really good for him. And Bala said that if not for Jonathan, that later appointed him as minister of, if not for Jonathan, he wouldn't have been what he is today politically. So I think it's on the same vein is visiting Tinubu. Baba Yabo. So every political, presidential aspirant, we go everywhere. I don't think that the issue of zoning to the south or zoning to the north is a threat to any one of them. They will just pursue whatever they want to pursue. Some of them are not really, they know that they are not a really serious candidate, but they just want to use it to as a bargaining chips for position if their party win. So as a presidential candidate, if their party eventually win the general election, yes, he will have it will be called to the committee of leaders, so where they're going to decide the issue. So some of them are just, I don't see him as a serious candidate in PDP because he have no structure to propel his ambition. So he's just just gallivanting around, and I believe he wants to use it to promote ministerial appointment or to continue showing its relevance.
Well, do you think that is the same game that Yaya Bello is playing in the APC as well, that keeps on pushing his name forward? Knowing full well, I don't think anybody is, even if we say the ticket is open, I don't think Yaya Bello is essentially who anybody is looking at for president, but he never stops pushing his name forward. So do you think he's just pushing it hard so that he will get something at the other end when decisions are made?
That is the same thing Yaya Bello is doing, because you cannot see, it's not, it's just a person that is still a state governor that is a failure as a governor in a state. He has not done anything meaningful or impactful that we know that transformed that state and the people of the state. So he's just going around too, so that he can, continue to promote his relevance in the party, and he can use that, to promote himself to a national, leadership of the party, and maybe in preparation for the future, sell his name now. So that in the future, people will be on his resume that he was a presidential aspirant some few years back, and he can use that, to pursue his ambition in the future. So Yaya Bello as well is not a serious candidate, but he has somebody with him. He has somebody that can talk very well with him. He has Fani Kayode with him.
Yes, so, I saw Fani Kayode on Channels Television again, blowing grammar, which, I think that Shane Wakimba, he finds Fani Kayode somewhat intimidating. Fani Kayode, when it's in full flow, you just have to surrender. So
that guy can talk, man.
He can talk.
That guy can
talk. And all nonsense, but
eloquently presented. He'll be talking nonsense, but you see it flowing well.
Yeah, go on.
I saw Fani Kayode, canvassing for, is it a middle belt? Was it today or yesterday? How is it? Is it real? Asking for, telling the world that middle belt is can produce a president. I heard that he
is campaigning for North Central. It's Yaya Bello.
Yeah, it's Yaya Bello's guy now. That one gives him a lot of money. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's a money. It's a guy looking for money, and
he's going back road.
Yeah. you know that yellow purple girl has left him, so he's after another yellow purple.
But one man, they used to be cat and rat in those days. Him and Yaya Bello, you know that.
Well, this is it now. No permanent friends, only permanent dollars.
But one man, I want to make something to you now. So all the candidates we have been mentioning now, we are saying they are not serious. They are not serious. They are not serious. So, and people are discounting Tinubu. People are trying Tinubu's power. We talk of Memphis now. People say it's not serious. We talk of Yaya Bello now. It's not serious. It's just a joker. The man you said now to the Hausa man, the governor, and people are discounting Tinubu.
That Bala Mohammed is PDP, so it's not in play. But
No, we are just talking. I'm just talking generally.
yeah, no, but you know, people are not discounting Tinubu essentially, but people are saying that would they give it to Tinubu because of just the way the man is. It's a controversial figure. It's a powerful man, very difficult to control. There are concerns about his health, heavily corrupt, so all of these things. So they are saying, are they going to give it to this guy who they cannot control and who they don't know what his agenda is?
One
So
man.
that's just,
Oh,
yeah.
this reminds me.
One man, I will even
One man,
prepare. Maybe Tinubu will come in.
One man.
And things will change. We don't know.
All right.
One man, I sent you a video of MC Oluomo doing his arrangement with his fellow Agberos in one room, talking about how they will do campaign for Tinubu. I sent you a video on Instagram.
All right. Okay. Well, I don't see it, but
I think it will be in request.
All right. Okay. I'll have a look. All right. So back to you, Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko, let me take you to a different sport. We discussed this. We discussed this when the licenses for the 3G space was issued, and we were all alarmed that some obscure name from Kano got the 3G license, and we were saying, what is his antecedent? What is his area of expertise? What has he done in that industry? And we were even more shocked when we discovered that the company that he used to get the license, he actually formed it 3 months before obtaining that license to beat conglomerates like Airtel, etc., to get one of the 2 slots. One went to MTN, one went to this guy. So they got the license, and of course, there's a fee to pay for that license, 200 and something thousand $1 million, which is a pittance considering what the harvesting that is to be had in that space. Very promptly, MTN has paid up, but these guys now, they've not paid up and they have 24 hours left. So it continues to mystify why a 3G license was given to an Aboki man from Kano that has no antecedent in telecommunications. He cannot pay up even the license fee. What do you think is going on there, Ajan Lekoko?
One man, you saw my message. I just saw it now.
Is Ajan Lekoko here?
So, well, there's no other way we can look at it. It's just that favorism that we can favorism and nepotism is what good record in area of tech, high tech industry. So, but what are we going to do? That is the way they operate over there. Jonathan did the same thing when he was giving that disco or Blesco about on electricity to incompetent people that have no antecedent or any record of performance in that area of industry. So it is the way they do it. There's nothing we can do about it. But we just have to know one thing, that a country where the system is run in this manner is not a country that any form of greatness or development can happen. We will continue to experience and have failure. We'll be failing all the time. We'll not be progressing economically, technologically, scientifically. Just look at any way you can look at it. It's not going to be a developed country. The country will be going down. We remain an underdeveloped country. We're not going to develop. We are not even a developing country, because a developing country is a country you can see on the right track, maybe on scientific, technological, anything that you can measure a nation performance, you can see progress. But when you see a sector that is of 24th century, that represent 24th century development, being awarded a contract of such huge, a contract of in high-tech industry that will propel a 24th century industrial development, being awarded to a man or a company that have no record of performer, no historical, nothing you can look at that company and say, yes, this is their record, this is their antecedent, this is what they have done before. You don't see it, and you give it such a huge contract to manage. No, it's what we are experiencing on electricity is the same thing that we're going to have in this 5G network. So it's unfortunate that's the way they do it, and politician leaders that we have, that is the way they run the country. They don't run it for.
You know, it's just unfortunate that they've not taken the learning from that electricity space where they gave all these licenses. All those licenses are still with these people, and they've still not been activated because they don't have the expertise and they don't have the buyers. And it looks as though this guy does not have the buyer either for this license that he secured, but he doesn't have the money to pay for the license. He wants to quickly flip it, but maybe he can't find the buyer or is too greedy. And now we have a situation where this guy has 24 hours to come up with $250 million.
Yeah.
You see, what is playing out now, one man, is what happened when they share oil blocks. You remember, most of the oil blocks they give them, they don't have the capacity to, explore those oil blocks. They have to go and seek for other people outside, foreigners, expatriates from outside, investors from outside to come and invest in those oil wells. That's number one. Number two, if you look at when they sold 9Mobile, I think 9Mobile, right? 9Mobile, the man they sold it, that took it, had no money to pay for it. They have to go. It is alleged.
No, that he had though. That was Issa Fantua that bought that.
No, it is alleged.
That was the guy that was Emefiele was kneeling down for.
Yeah.
You remember? Yeah, and he was putting his feet on his neck.
Yeah, one man. It was alleged that he connived with Emefiele to get the money to buy that space, that 9Mobile. That's exactly what is happening. Now, this one, Globacom is an indigenous telco in Nigeria. If you look at Globacom, Globacom is one of the best telcos we have in Ghana here. Their charges and data cost is very, very cheap. Why couldn't they give that 5G to Globacom, an indigenous that has the capacity to do it? Why couldn't they do it? This is what we are talking about. Now.
This is it.
That's what we're talking about.
It's an industry space, that.
Can I interject?
Your question.
Sorry, who wanted to go first? Sorry, let whoever wanted to go first go first. Who wanted to interject?
DOG.
Yeah, go on, DOG.
When they do this privatization and all these things, Most of these guys just use their connection. They don't have the ready-made money. It's just like the power sector too. A lot of people, Dangote Profile, which was by the son of Sonny Abacha's son, all those people. There is a man called, I don't know the people from the water side, Chief Enegesi. He was bidding, so he was one of our clients back then. People will bid and be looking for technical and financial partners from foreign. And the situation of that country right now, nobody really wants to invest money. So I'm sure the guy has been pushing, but following the process, thinking he's going to nail a financial partner or technical partner from somewhere, but they will all let him down. They will follow up with you, but when it comes to, they won't give you any money to start anything. They won't pay anything. Unlike before, they would have sent you money, pay for this, pay for that. Nobody does that anymore, which is why it's good if we have good governance to just give it to reputable people or reputable company to just handle these things. That guy is probably looking for technical partners up and down. Then what he would have resolved to now within 24 hours is looking for people within the country that has money. And most of them won't want to come along and be part of that with him. So he's probably going to lose it. And that's what happens to even with power. That's the same thing that happens all the time. Secondly, just not even on this topic, I've been listening all along. I think on this show, sometimes most people just use educated guess. Some people don't even really know what the politics of Nigeria is like. Then second, they don't let us be lying to ourselves.
No. Hold on. What specifically led to that comment? So what are you talking about in reference to that?
You were asking, I don't know who you were asking the question about, who would the new Niger bridge serve? It's obvious who he will serve. Let's be true to each other. Let's say things as it is. We don't need to, from what you were saying, the person was saying, we can tell what the answer was, but trying to hide behind on your point, not to accept the true fact, is quite sad because we are all here, we are not fools. Let's say things as they are, and you can still make your point with other good reasons. So don't let us be beating around the bush.
Can I address that?
Yeah.
Was 336 billion naira invested? Yes or no? Yes.
Yes.
2 billion was invested in the north. Yes or no? Yes. 100 and something was invested. So more money was invested in the east than any other sector in Nigeria. Yes or no? Yes. These are facts. You want to go based on your feelings.
Yeah, the fact. The fact doesn't chime with narratives.
What is the
exactly? And it's quite sad. It's quite sad. One man was trying to make a point from there, but whoever the person was,
go on.
Whoever the person was just dribbling and going back and forth.
No. I think everybody knew what was going on, and this is the difficulty that we have. Because what we do on this platform is that we challenge traditionally held beliefs. So all the prejudices, all the mantras, all the cliches, all the things that people have held for a long time, we challenge them here. And people they will buckle, they will sliver and revel and whatever. When you challenge something that they've held for so long, to say no, let's interrogate that. So they will turn it into a fight rather than accept that it doesn't, because then that would then be to admit that what they've always held as true does not actually
exactly. And I think that is why it's hard. That is why it's even hard to find solution to the problem of Nigeria. Because everybody is just like this.
DOG, there's solution. Simple solution.
But how can you get solution if people are deceiving themselves? People are not accepting facts.
This solution
being written plain on the wall.
So this solution does not have to have anything with tribe, doesn't have to have anything with religion. A Buhari can be in America, right? Yes or no? Yes. A corrupt politician can be there, but the system, the police were arresting for bribing. Would they not? Yes. If anything has to do with military will do their job. Yes. Navy will do their job. Yes. In Nigeria, nobody is doing their job. If EFCC was doing their job, we won't have corrupt leaders and be fighting who to vote out. How many of them? How can you vote all of them out? No. But if EFCC was doing their job, they won't even be there in the first place. Police is harassing the average Nigerian. If police was doing their job, Nigerians would not have problem with insecurity. There are many insecurities. Police, if army was doing their job, instead of going to the east and focusing on the north and ending Boko Haram. So all these problems are not politicians' fault. They are just human beings taking advantage of a faulty system. If the legal system and the authoritative system are working properly and the judicial system working, Nigeria will not have all these issues because there will be nobody there to take advantage of all these things.
Solly, let me congratulate you and welcome you to enlightenment. So you've just arrived by yourself at enlightenment. This is what we always say when we say what we need are strong institutions, not strong men. That's essentially what you've just said as well. Strong institution, not strong men. If we had strong institutions, like you're saying, EFCC, if the EFCC are not betrothed to a power that can overload them, then they can act at free will to go after anybody that is corrupt and jail them, including the president. But they cannot, can they? If the police are not betrothed to somebody, then they'll act the right thing. If the law system, if we had strong institutions, this is what they have all over the world, in Germany, in civilized spaces, is the institution that holds the country, not the... So any government can come in and say this is the policy direction that they want to follow in any civilized country.
Police is
but the policy direction has to vest within the strong institutions, not the strong institutions then to be leveraged for your biases. Strong institutions, not strong men. This is the enlightenment. This is the enlightenment.
That's what I just want to say.
Do you know how shameful it is to see policemen opening door, doing gatesman work? I was in the Air Force cadet for 2 years.
You've not seen them carrying bag, carry madam's handbag. You've not seen them carry madam's handbag.
It's very disgraceful. It's very disgraceful. I feel like vomiting when I see it. It's very shameful.
It's not only in Nigeria. It's happening here in Ghana as well.
That's where it starts. That's where it starts. Where people don't know what they're supposed to be doing.
Obama came to Ghana. He advised African leaders that were present here at that time that Africa needs strong institutions, not strong men. And that thing has been re-echoing all over again. Without strong institutions, anybody can do anything. Nepotism, corruption, bribing, whatever. Name them. To foster.
So, and well said again, Solly, if it's not Buhari, it will be another person. So the problem is not necessarily Buhari. It's the system that facilitates for Buhari to act to his prejudices. But if we had strong systems, which is strong institutions, Buhari can have all of the... We have a federal character in the statute books. This guy decides to pad the whole government with his clansmen. Nothing happens because there are no institutions to hold him to account. The Senate says that they don't want Ibrahim Magu because of his corrupt person to be chairman of EFCC. He holds him there by presidential fiat. Nothing happens. They just go to the east and they shoot people at will. Nothing happens because there's no strong... We don't need strong men in Nigeria. We need strong institutions, and we need new constitution. Yeah.
One man, can I say something?
Yeah, come in.
I heard when Solly was saying that politicians. You see, sometimes we argue things and we go round and round on matters. There is no way you can separate politicians from strong institutions. Any country that works where they have strong institutions, it is the politicians that create these strong institutions.
Yeah.
So if we don't get it right, if we don't get our politicians right, the politicians that will go there and represent us, that will create that strong institutions. There's no way we can get that strong institution. It means institutions don't just create themselves by themselves. You get it? So
rational mind. Sorry.
What you're saying that it's strong institution alone by itself, it's not just strong.
I agree with you. So this is now said that we are in a deep mess because we are far from even having any strong politician that is close to
Well, that is the
attaining that
point.
position.
That is the point. That is the point. Nigeria is a mess. It's a real mess.
Rational mind. Let me quickly say this before I forget. You see, two cannot work together except they agree. The way we are going, right? Like you said, the politicians. You cannot separate the politicians from those strong institutions. It's a two-way thing. There must be an agreement. Somebody has to run those institutions, you know? So that is where we need to get it right from the politicians, that will implement those laws, that will back those institutions that we're talking about. So agreement is another thing right there.
This is what makes Nigeria a peculiar, case. Because
but it's not peculiar to Nigeria. Yeah, it's not peculiar to Nigeria. It's an African malaise.
We experience the same thing here. We experience the same thing here as well.
So
that is what will keep us in perpetual backwardness. We will perpetually be backward. Or just taking snail steps when the rest of the world are taking giant strides. They tell us that all of those Asian tiger countries that got independence around about the same time as Nigeria, when all these countries were getting into independence, all the colonizers were of the thought that this first place to break through was going to be Africa, because they had a lot going for them. But see where we are. It's just really the same thing. It's governance and institutions. It's just, there's no magic formula, but that's where the hard work is. Strong institutions and then governance.
One man, can I say something? Can I say something? I know I might stand a little bit off because I know that's one area you don't like to listen to, or you don't like to hear. Some of us here. Now, what I want to say is this.
You want to attack the North, Abi?
Hold on. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Hold on. Just hold on. Hear me out. You see, if you look at the crop of leaders that we have from the South, they are very, very sophisticated. Talking about the likes of Enaho and the rest of them, Awolowo of those times. They were very sophisticated. And after that, we still had some of them, the likes of Jakonde and the rest of them, particularly Jackson and all the rest of them. But then looking at when the military, the northern military took over, starting from this guy, what's his name, Buhari that is there, to Babangida, and ever since then, we've seen a decline in that country. The kind of leadership we're having in that country. So in some ways, like they imported that because you look, yesterday I was looking at Kwakwanso's declaration or whatever he called himself, a third party, and I look at the whole thing. Do you know the whole thing that was said there was in Hausa? The whole thing there was just around Hausa language and everything. Then I started asking myself that question. Why are we turning this country into just one tribe? I know they spoke English. People that were there, they were mostly Southerners who supported him. But I just see this whole thing around that Hausa Fulani thing. So what I'm trying to say is this: you see, when we continue bringing the tribe and religion into politics, we will never move forward. And so the crop of leaders we had in the South now, they've been infected with that northern syndrome. That northern syndrome of I don't care about my people. Because the northerners, the politicians, they've never cared about their people. They've always looted all the resources that were supposed to be meant for the people, building schools and building roads for the people over there. They never care about their people. And now we see our southerners, they don't even care. Now you people were debating a while ago about what's it called? They gave money to. When it was those time of Awolowo, they would have challenged it. They would have challenged it that you can't just vote federal money to one particular section of the country. If you do for A, you have to do for B and C. So the point I'm trying to make is that syndrome. If you look at the Senate too, like Ahmed there, look at how he controls the Senate. Robert Stamp said it. He has infected them. Yes, look at when David Mark was there. You can see quality of, even though they were corrupt, but you can see that quality, that direction. But when this Ahmed was there, being the head of the Senate, look at how that place is just being run. Like Jaga. Just like you start wondering, and then all the senators and House of Rep members we have, they've been infected with that mentality of anything goes, I beg, let's just let it go. I'm not saying it's all their fault. Our lawmakers, they are a separate entity of themselves. They're intelligent beings who can make their own decisions. But I'm saying the influence we've been having from the north. That's why I keep saying on your platform here, they've imported that mentality and that poverty from the north down south, and it's affecting us. And there's no way. It's the only way. The only way is if we need to extricate ourselves from these people. That's just the only way I see it.
So they'll divide the country essentially.
Just go, just everybody go their separate way. That's just how what I see.
There it is.
But rational mind,
all right.
mind. You do know that if the country was working very well, that mindset or thing that you said we inherited from the north, we would still inherit it based on integration.
You know what you and Rational Mind are saying. Sorry, it somewhat sweeps up the conversation I was having with Aizon yesterday when he was talking about the quota system. Essentially, if we can get everybody on board to one narrative, then Nigeria could be the most beautiful place on the planet. It's because we have so many narratives competing for the central spot. That is why Nigeria is the way it is. So they feel they are fighting for themselves. We feel we're fighting for ourselves. The East feel they are fighting for themselves, but nobody is fighting for a singularity. And that is in the language of communication. So we have to get the language of communication, which is around orientation and education. But this is why I always say that for Nigeria to work, we have to rescue the North from themselves in order to rescue ourselves.
Yes.
So we have to civilize them. We have to civilize
but
them.
they're not willing to civilize.
Are they ready to accept you?
Wait. See, rational mind. Rational mind.
Can I come in, please? As the only Northerner on the platform, I think everyone should yield the space to me.
Hold on. I knew you wouldn't let that go, Black League. So
I knew you said it because I'm here.
Let's hear from Black League. Hold on, sorry. The Black League.
Oh my God. It's so
Why you
funny.
dey cough now? Why you dey cough?
No, na the laugh makes me cough join. Na Iran one man.
Black League, drink some little water so you can talk very well.
Oh my God, one man has tears in my eyes. One man, you keep saying civilize the North, civilize the North.
I'll give you some cup of milk. I'll give you milk.
That you got from slave labor. Yeah, but Black League, yeah.
Well, one man, I think it's unfair. You keep saying civilize the North, civilize the North. I mean, you have to have something before you give it. Because the whole Nigerian space is, you would agree with me, lacks in civility, especially the political sphere. There's really no exception. You go to the North, it's the same thing. You go to the South, it's the same thing. And the South benefited under Awolowo. He was a great man, great politician. To me, one of the greatest we've ever had. Take away what Awolowo did for the Southeast, there's nobody that's been able to come close. So he really single-handedly changed the destiny of a whole region in the country. That's why I give him credit. So when you really speak to the North is not civilized, I really think you just may not know much about the North.
Let me explain.
Because the rancor here most times, almost on a daily basis, is the North are empowered. How can we get it back? How can we divide the country? We need to do this, we need to do that. It's really seeking consent from the North for something, whether you're talking about, and I know you're referring to the core North, but we just say North just to generalize.
Yeah, no, I'm actually referring to the mass North, and let me explain myself. The tonality may be somewhat deliberately to be provocative, but essentially the substance obtains. So in the South, essentially, if not wholly, if not solely, a progressive area. The South, a progressive area, but the North is a pedestrianized area wholly, with the exceptions of hold on. Hold on. We know it's feudal, but it's a pedestrianized area with the exception of the elegants like yourself and Jafar, who are the exception to what obtains as the mass norm in the North. the mass norm in the North, they are stayed and plateaued in a mindset, that is primordial and somewhat primitive. And they recycle that in a sort of feudal system that Vin just referenced, which is not at all a progressive mindset, because they cede authority and knowledge to some patriarch somewhere who superintends thought and well-being, and that is where I'm saying we have to civilize them. So we have to break their mindset to a more independent thinking sort of mindset, not necessarily to agree with the Southern progressive mindset, but to bring a counter argument in order to evolve us as we evolve each other to create the Nigeria that we want.
Yes.
But the mass in the North, they are just they are Rankadede now. You know that. We are from there, and we have to break them away from Rankadede.
Rankadede translated in
colloquially, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yes, Rankadede translated
hold on.
in.
Let Black League. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, Rankadede system in the North appears even in the Southwest. It comes in the form of Baba Sokwe. In the North, it's called Rankadede. It's the same thing, one man. So really, the problem of the North, Nigeria as a whole has the same problem, but fails to see it. We tend to condense the North into a monolithic bunch incapable of reasoning, but you have to understand that is precisely why the North has an advantage. It's because the South is because. No, I'm telling you, I'm really giving you the secret. That's why the North.
You are not the North. You are not the North. You are.
One man, you just said generally in the North. I tried to separate it. You said generally.
Yeah,
okay, but Black League may be right that they may think, but the thing is that they don't act on what they think. They accept it as their reality.
So how have they been in power for this long if these people are incapable of thinking?
Because all of them are like that. Are you going to say we are saying all of them are like that?
Hold on, Solly. Let me have this conversation with the Black League. What you are saying is the perfect, because they are elites. They want dominion over the Nigerian space. But they have this mass. This speaks also to the language of insurrection and banditry that we're saying. So they have this mass that essentially they're like an apes obey sort of a thing. So they have this mass that they can throw at the Nigerian space, and they funneled them into foot soldiers in all the security infrastructures. It's essentially the North is essentially holding the Nigerian state via the barrel of a gun, not by potency or intelligence or logic or even the mass of their numbers. They hold that country all the way through its history via the barrel of a gun, including and especially this administration who wants to shoot first. It's just an AK-47 system. So that's the totality. It's not any smart thinking.
I understand your point, but it's somewhat flawed. There are guns everywhere. There are rogue politicians everywhere. There are politicians who don't consider the masses at all. Everywhere in your region, they're there. In my region, they're there. But the South wants to believe that the North only has these problems. But if you really look at it, that's why the North keep holding on to power. Although it's a very small group in the North, but we're generalizing for today. So that's why I'm saying the North. That's why they hold on to power. They have a South that constantly underestimates them, especially when it comes to capacity to think and strategize. That's a very big mistake. They have shown it repeatedly. There's no way you can have.
How has the average Northerner shown this repeatedly, please?
Shown what repeatedly?
Not the elites. I'm talking about the average Northerner. How has the average Northerner shown this repeatedly? Not the elite.
Shown what repeatedly?
You keep saying we are underestimating them. So how have they? You said that they've shown us countless number of times. That's what you just said. So probably
Yes,
you were going
that
to
they
the
are
example.
in
But I want
control
to.
of the political space. You can see it from every election that was held, even if it's through coups or election. Either way you want to flip it, they are ready.
Okay,
Is
but
what I'm
that is the
telling you.
elite. That is the elite. We are talking
Also,
about
where
the average. We are talking about the average northerner, enlightening them because they are apes obey.
the
We are not
average
talking about the
northerner,
elite.
the average northerner, I could tell you with all sense of responsibility,
And don't feel personally
is
slighted, by the way.
how
I'm sure.
how
Yeah.
how can I not be one now? Now I was there every day now.
Because
But
if this was Jafar now, we will start crying in his milk.
yeah, I won't speak on Jafar. It's not here. What was I saying? The average northerner. Yes, going to the average northerner. I could say this with every sense of responsibility. Whether or not they are educated, they are the most informed people you'd find in Nigeria. Whether or not they go to school. Because an average northerner that doesn't know how to articulate himself to you in English, you would call him dumb. But guess what? He understands politics. He understands how to get involved in politics. He understands business. When it comes to power in Nigeria, you keep seeing pictures of them or videos of them if you haven't been there with radios to their ears. What do you think they're listening to? It's not music. They know how the system in China works. They can tell you who your local government chairman is. And you don't even know where they come from. You can't even pronounce it. But they will tell you the politics in your locality. Those people who are informed, especially politically informed, cannot be shoved away or wished away in any way, shape, or form. They will remain relevant until you understand that we have to level information and education in the whole country. Because one side is saying, oh, we're more educated. Well, yeah, that's, of course, when you look at the history, schools came through southern Nigeria. That's because that's where the ocean is. That's where the missionaries, British missionaries came to build schools and all that. That's why Ibadan had more secondary schools than all of northern Nigeria at some point. That's a fact. But these are all spoils of really Western dominance. You don't use that to brag. What you use to brag is how am I able to control the resources in my domain? And that's it.
Okay, I agree. I accept your
All
answer.
right, Blackly. Let me just
I have
hold
a
on.
question.
Yeah, hold on. I'll take that question, but let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat first, which of course, anytime Black League speaks, Alexander Gomez delights in whatever he has to say. And he says that again via super chat. He says, Ajanle Koko and Black League are the two most popular contributors on this platform, in my opinion, based on fellow contributors' reaction. So there it is. A pat on the back for you, Black League, and of course, Ajanle Koko. Alexander Gomez echoes what we all think. Always a delight to hear from you. But even though you always talk, yam, but you say it so well. But
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. I know you must add your own one man. I appreciate it, Mr. Gomez.
Yeah, but
you must add your own one man. But I'm used to you, so let's continue.
We don't want to get in a big head now. We don't want to get in a big head.
My question.
Yes, Vin. Yeah.
Black Lake, I would like to ask you a question. When you look at the leadership,
Vin, you're Ghanaian, but go ahead. I'll still answer.
Black Lake,
you have to first say our jollof is better than yours before you answer. Before I answer, say our jollof is better.
That could get you banned from this platform, Vin. So pick your answers carefully. Who has the better jollof rice?
Nigeria.
Good. Yeah, I
confirm. Continue. I'm listening, sir.
Yes, You see, I would like to ask you, Black Lake, when you look at the leadership in Nigeria, I would say the North has had the greater chunk of leadership in Nigeria. Do you
Yeah, when you
think?
include the military, and yes, when you
Yeah,
include your people. Yeah.
exactly. Do you think that if they were able to do the right thing in Nigeria, would Nigeria be where it is now? Sir.
Absolutely not. If they were able to do the right thing, Nigeria wouldn't be where it is. But them coming to power, they didn't come on their own. Remember that. IBB is famously known in the North for associating with Southerners. IBB works with the best of the South. The same with Abacha. It's only Buhari that has this nepotistic tag on him. But the rest of those guys were perfect, had perfect alliances with the South.
Oh, okay.
So I conclude again by saying it is a Nigerian problem. The sooner we understand this, the better for us.
All right, thank you, Black League. So he doesn't want us to civilize them in the north, so he wants them to stay in perpetual ignorance. You see, this is the elite. This is the elite, though. He doesn't want us to break his stranglehold on those people. We'll break it.
But one man, in practical terms, what do you mean? Let's go and civilize them. In practical terms, what do you actually mean?
No, I have already said it, and it's that patriarchal system that they used to hold the people just at a certain level in the north.
Yes.
And they hold too much of a mass. I played there's a video of some person that I put on my platform that spoke to this. This guy, somebody from Kwara, that was just breaking down that patriarchy, why the North recoiled so much after the first coup of the Igbos when they killed their patriarch.
Yeah, and then I actually said that. I made that point here.
You know, so is that patriarchy, and is to free up, because you said the North is not a monolith, but there's just all the evidence to say that the thinking in the North is monolithic, especially amongst the mass. And
no. One man, you do not know the North.
One man. I think what
the thinking is far from monolithic in the North.
Amongst the
North, remember, is way amongst the mass and amongst the elite, both. Remember, the North is way more diverse than the South. Out of all the ethnic groups, I'm giving you figures. Out of all the ethnic groups you have in Nigeria, 70% of them belong in the North.
But they all come under the Hausa culture, so it's a monolith still.
They absolutely do not. That's another misconception. That's a very popular misconception.
What language do they speak in the North?
Oh, the North has a plethora of language.
Yeah, but what's the commonality in language? Is it not Hausa?
That's a trade language. Just because I trade with you in a language, that doesn't mean I am that language. We are both speaking fluently in English. None of us are English, one man. None of us.
Yeah, but Hausa is the common culture in the North.
Just like English is the common culture in Nigeria. How many of us are English?
Yes,
I'm giving you your point back to you.
How
many of us in Nigeria are English? But we all speak English fluently. Is what
the common language is in the South. It's not Yoruba or Igbo now.
There are common languages in the South. When you go to the Southwest, it's Yoruba.
Yeah, but
the Ijos in the Southwest. The Ijos in the Southwest speak Yoruba. I know some of them. There are some people even around Edo State that speak Yoruba.
Black League.
But they are in the South.
Black League. What one man is saying is that Hausa language is the language that dominates the North. If you go to the Northeast, they can speak Hausa very well there. If you go to North Central, everybody speak Hausa. If you go to Northwest, they speak Hausa. It's not like that in the South. Yoruba does not understand Igbo. Yoruba does not understand
language. So because, okay, let's concede to your point. Because they understand the language, that means their views align?
No, it's
absolutely
not just the language. It's not just the language, it's the culture. The Hausa culture is the dominant culture in the North.
One man, I could refer to a lot of examples in Hausa culture that are similar to Yoruba culture in
Yeah, no,
language
no,
and
no, I
culture.
concede that
So
because
it's not just the North. So will I say you're a Hausa man just because what a wristwatch means the same word in Hausa and in Yoruba and so many other words? They
the
share
music, the
language. It's a
music,
shared culture.
the
That's
music in the north.
Africa in general.
Hold
I
on,
can take you to Togo. You
no,
see
no,
your
you
culture
know
in
where I'm
Togo.
going. Louis, running. Don't run now. Stay
I'm
steady.
here. How can I run?
And
One
a
man.
black man, and a
Hold
One
on.
man.
black lady.
Sorry, Adanle Koko.
Okay.
The music in the north is Hausa. The cultural dressing in the north is Hausa. The language of communication is Hausa.
You
The
see.
orientation and morality of the north is Hausa. Their
Okay. You see, one man.
worldview is Hausa.
I
So
Blackly,
agree.
it
I
is a
blackly,
agree.
monolith.
blackly,
I agree with you only if you say, as far as I know, the
No, no.
culture in the north
blackly,
is Hausa. Then I'll say,
blackly,
one man, I agree. But
All
as
right.
long as you
blackly,
don't say, yeah, I'm listening.
blackly.
And then if
I agree
anybody
with
going
you.
from the south to the north, the only language that person want to learn to speak is Hausa language.
I
Anybody from
already
the south.
admitted
Yeah.
that it
So
is the trade
Black,
language in the north. I've already said that.
it's the
So
blackly,
dominant
you can
language.
see a
It's the
Benue
dominant,
man in Governor Autumn speaking Hausa is normal.
yeah, it's
Just,
a
just
dominant
like
blackly,
you see a
language.
Yoruba man speaking Hausa, I know a lot of them.
Yeah, it's a
I've seen
dominant
Igbo
language.
speaking Hausa. So would I say their views are now like,
All
what are
right.
we talking about?
It's the
blackly,
dominant language.
Let's quickly move on before Black Link
blackly.
starts to feel picked up on.
No,
So
no,
No,
blackly,
one man,
blackly,
continue, please. I'm enjoying
blackly,
this. Someone wants to ask me another one. Bring it on.
all right. Okay,
blackly.
sorry. Yeah.
I agree with you. Yes, that the average northerner knows the political landscape because yes, most Yoruba people, when I was in Lagos, they don't even know their local government chairman, but the Hausa man always knew the political landscape of every area, even though it was not from that state. They always knew. They always knew every political person, even where they were living, even everything they knew. So they have more knowledge on that. But what one man is trying to point to you, which we cannot deny, is that they follow their elites. Yes, they have more advantage than us because they know everything that is political. Even the shoemaker knows who are the political leaders there and who to vote for. Where do we in the South want to start starting? We don't, once somebody comes for campaign, we'll start saying, who is this? That's the first time we will know the person. Meanwhile, the person may have been campaigning for 4 years. The person may have done projects more. Do you understand? But what one man is trying to point out to you is that the North has this, I don't know if it's based on tradition or that they follow their elites. If their elites tells them do this, zombie or zombie, that kind of movement, they follow. Some of them do it, no question asked. Even if they have a thought about it, even if they think it is wrong or right, it is follow your leader first. We'll sort this rest out later, as long as they remain in power.
I understand your point. It's a very popular
So
point. I
even if they
understand
are not
perfect.
benefiting from it, as long
Can
as
I
they are
respond to
following
it?
it traditionally, do you understand? They have that connection. They would rather go towards that lane.
Okay, let our Black League respond and then we move on.
Yes, you're saying they follow their lead. I think you mean they follow their. It's more of an age thing. It's elders they follow.
No, they are
So
easily
when an
subdued.
elder,
Their minds are
Hold on,
easily
let him
subdued.
respond. Yeah.
when yeah, you could call it however, but when an elder says something, even in the family structure, in the north, or in the society, or even at the government level, when they say something you don't agree with, that's how you disagree. You don't just stand up and start some uprising or a looter or throw insults. They don't do that. Now, what you're speaking to is really a culture. You're criticizing
Yeah,
a
culture.
culture. Is a culture in the north to be respectful, to show respect in that manner to elders, anyone older than you. It could be for a month, 5 months, as long as they're older than you have to pay them that respect. Now think of a northerner coming to tell you not to dobale to your grandfather or some elder, just greet them, looking at them, and you're in Yoruba land and you happen to be Yoruba. that would be that means simply that northerner is there to attack your culture, and I'm sure you would not accept that.
So it is their culture to follow their leaders blindly. We did not ask them to protest, though.
I didn't tell you it's blindly. I say if they disagree, they have their means of disagreeing. It doesn't involve
Now,
name
what is their means
calling.
of
It
disagreeing,
doesn't
please?
involve uprising. It's a
I know,
very
but nobody
private
asked them
affair.
for that.
Like
Why
no
did
one
no,
even
nobody
gets to
asked
know
them for
about
that?
it.
But nobody asked them
Sorry?
for that. So what is their means of disagreeing that you said that they do? What is it?
I just said it to
All
you.
right,
I just
all
said
right.
it to you. They do it
Let's move
No,
on
privately.
from there because I think
no,
we're
you
just
didn't.
I'm not
You
sure.
didn't. You only said
Okay,
that
one
they don't
man.
do uprising, but you didn't say what they do to disagree.
I said they pass their grievances privately to the elder they disagree with. They usually don't even let other people within the society know about it. They go
So,
to the elder
their
and let it
issues,
be known.
so their issues are said privately, and it is resolved based on the leader's choice if he's going to solve it or not. That's
There
not a
is a
structure.
mechanism. There is a
But that's not a
mechanism,
structure. But
and
that's not a
there
structure.
isn't just one, and there isn't just one leader. There are levels to leadership.
But the
So you
South
can
cannot
go,
survive on such a system.
All right.
and that's and solely that's completely fine. I'm not here to defend what the South will accept or not accept. There are means to going about whatever way you want to go about the route you choose. I'm only here to explain to you that saying people shouldn't listen to their leaders. I'm telling you, it's the culture over there for them, and that would be attacking the culture. So if you cannot coexist with that culture, then it's up to you know
Okay,
how it's
then this
done.
brings.
I don't have to tell
All
you.
right, no, sorry.
But
We must move on. I think Black League has presented just a position that is understood, if not agreed with. But thank you, gentlemen, for that. Let me go on. I think was I with Ajanle Koko? So Ajanle Koko, do you remember where you were, and do you want to
Yeah.
round off your thoughts? The Aboki that was given a license that he couldn't even read, never mind carry out.
Well, my position is that based on favoritism and tribalism, he got the that contract. You know, they didn't give it to him on the basis of competence. That is not the first time that such thing happened. It happened during the time of Jonathan. This is what we have. These are the leadership. That is what they represent: favorism and favorism and their incompetence. So Black League, Rational Mind hit the nail on the head the other time that you cannot separate the performance of institution from the politician. Look, don't let us deceive ourselves, gentlemen. We have institutions in Nigeria, but politician deliberately does not let those institutions work.
Yeah, but the institutions are not strong enough. Is what we didn't say we don't have. We said strong institutions.
Yeah, you cannot be strong. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
That
so
you
that's the
have
problem. Yeah.
politicians are the one voted in the position of power to make the institution work. They deliberately
Why could
make it
Trump
not
not
to work
hold on? Why could Trump not override the institutions in America when he wanted to hold on to power?
because American people are law-abiding people. They respect
No, the
their law.
institutions, he could not
That's what I'm
subvert
telling
this.
you.
Yeah, so that's what I'm
That's
saying.
what I'm.
Those are strong.
Yes,
So that's where we need to be.
yeah.
Trump was a strong man,
Nigerian,
but the
yes.
institutions were stronger.
American are patriotic people. They respect the law, and they allow
They know the consequences. The law is very strong.
You remember Trump was trying to manipulate the institutions. He was trying to strong arm the election counting. He was trying to discount elections, votes casted, but the strong institutions in the country just kicked in and just automated to to hold firm. So that's it now. With the strong institutions, yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, one man.
Hold on, Charles.
I don't know, you do know the strong institution. America has what they call is it the First Amendment and Second Amendment. If Trump should have hold his way, the First and Second Amendment could have kicked in. That is, everybody will carry arms.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're
back to Ajanle. Yeah.
You have patriotic American managing those institutions. Patriotic in the sense that they are not corrupt. We serve as the law expected them to serve, and they know the consequences that if they violate the law is strong. The law will take its course on them. Everybody in this country respect the law, because the consequences of that, if you don't respect the law have no mercy for you, no matter how highly placed you are. But Nigerian situation is different. Nigerian leadership are lawless people. They are patriotic. And if you happen to be among them, or you are head of parastatal or any institution, and you want to make it work well.
Ajanle Koko, hold on. If what you described for America, that the institutions are strong and they will bring you down no matter who you are, if that was the system in Nigeria, would the Nigerian politicians be as they are?
No, of course.
Yeah, so that's the point.
No. Let me tell you, Nigerian structure is a legal structure in the first place. You have a president that is more powerful than any president you want to see on earth. Is given the power to appoint people in all the strategic positions in the country. And those people that are appointed in that position are there, sees themselves there to work for the president and not for the institution. So that is the mentality in Nigeria.
Yes, but that is where the problem is. That is where the problem is.
Every position they hold, they sees it as the president first before the institution.
You know, the army chief even said that. He said his loyalty is to the president, not to the country. When we had Burutai.
Yeah, they are more loyal to the president than in this institution. It is not the case in the United States. Once you are appointed to head an institution, that institution, what the law says about that institution and the way for you to act and drive that institution is what you will stick to.
Because the institutions are strengthened to be that way.
Because the law, you violate the way to run the institution, the law, or you're trying to corrupt the institution, the law will have no mercy on you. The law will catch up on you and will discipline you no matter how highly placed you are. But you see Nigerians, they get away with lawlessness. And that is the problem with us in that country. Nigerian leadership get away with lawlessness. They don't respect the law. They don't respect the institution. And that is the way it's all over. How do you want the country to run? It's not going to run. And the president himself if he sees you that you are trying to make
But
things work, if the president is a corrupt,
Ajanle Koko. So the problem is not the president. The problem is the system.
the president can share the blame as well.
Because if the system is able to checkmate Buhari, then he would not be as excessive as he is.
Yeah, but you should understand the nature, you should understand the people that he have around him. So those people sees themselves holding that position at the mercy of the president, and they have to be loyal to him, to the core.
We know
Loyalty
that.
to him first.
No, leave that. We know that. But let's stay in the space where those people are not loyal to the president. So that is where the strong institution is. So let's look at key positions in the country, and the key positions that help whoever sits in the first seat to hold on to power. So you're talking about the Chief Justice of the country. You are talking about the Minister of Justice. You're talking about the police chief. You're talking about the security structures, and you're talking about the person who superintends the election, and then you're talking about the person who superintends corruption. So if we look at those five,
and the Attorney General.
Yes, and the Attorney General. So that's the Minister of Justice doubles as that. So if you look at those positions, that's really where the strength of power is in Nigeria. But those positions now are at the behest of whoever the president is. So if those positions are at the behest of whoever the president is, then the loyalty of whoever sits in those positions will be to that person, because they know that just at a whim, that person can remove them instantaneously. So if we look at INEC, for instance, how can you purport to be running a free and fair election where the person that superintends the election is appointed by somebody that is a vested interest and partisan in that election? So that space already, something that has to be removed from the presidency. The Attorney General, Minister of Justice is something that has to be removed from the presidency. The EFCC is something that has to be removed from the presidency. Even the police chief has to be removed from the presidency. So a structure that has a high number of consensus in the assembly to appoint this position. So when you're talking about the INEC chief, if you are saying 75% of the Senate has to agree to the appointment of that person, and the removal of him as well. So that person then sits outside of the influence of anybody, because he is the cut across appointment. So he can act more brazenly and more boldly, knowing that his position is heavily fortified by the strength of people that appointed him and the strength that is needed to remove him. So a lot of these things. So that is how we begin to build strong institutions. But if you have some emperor-like person that thumbs up or thumbs down somebody's career, then of course we will continue to be as we are. So it's the institutions that we need, not some mala from Daura.
Yeah, you have
one man. Let me say. Let me 1 minute. Let me quickly say something. One man. You see, all you just explained now is very good, but again, it's a two-way thing. It is a two-way thing. You cannot rule out the president. If the president, as the head of the country or the leader of the country, does not give his loyalty, his allegiance to the country, there's no way those institutions will work. Nigeria, what we're having in the case of Nigeria, that's what the reason it's not working is because there is a deliberate attempt. Somebody is not agreeing to do the right thing. The politicians themselves deliberately weaken the institution so that they can operate. It's as simple as that, easy peasy.
Yes, yeah, politicians. Then the structural problem is there. If we don't fix the structural problem, we're still going to continue having this. We're still going to continue having a weak institution. The president, look at, for example, when the president was trying to nominate the Inspector General of Police, he went as far as below to pick somebody that he knows he can use. The person he picked for that position, that occupied that position, was not picked on the basis of merit. There was somebody next in line to the one that left that was an Igbo man, a very
I think it
competent.
was a South man. He was a South
Maybe
man.
a South man.
He was from Bayelsa.
Yeah.
He was kicked out. They were all about 10 in line before this one that was picked were retired. That is favorism right there. Favorism and what is the other decision? And
if the
nepotism.
institutions hold on, if the institutions were strong enough to defend that policy position, he would not have been able to do that.
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm saying. That, yes, if the institution, if we have, that is the problem with the constitution. The structural problem we have in Nigeria cannot make Nigeria work. If we don't fix that structural problem, it's never going to work. There's nobody that will bring there that will make it work because the structural problem is there. So you have a mediocre, somebody that is number 11. All the best 10 above him was sacked and was brought for a reason. Because it's from his tribe.
There's a guy heading some parastatal that continues to fail exams, and they continue to hold him.
And they continue to. So this when you have and what do you think what that person that sees himself as being favored because of his tribe, because the way he looked like the president, who do you think is going to be loyal to? Do you think he's going to be loyal to the institution? No, he's going to be loyal to them because he knows he is a mediocre. He didn't get that position on the basis of merit. And that is what you see all over the place, all the strategic positions.
Yeah, so it's the institutions, not the president. It's
No.
just
What I'm saying, no.
Yeah.
It is not the institution, but the structural problem that gave the president so much power to do whatever he can do.
It is the institution.
What I'm saying, the institutions are there. We have, if you don't have institution, it's a different thing. We have all the institution, but you have structural problem. You have a fraudulent constitution that gave too much power.
But we don't have strong institutions. And you've just given a good example of how there's a system in place that speaks to the succession thing for the Inspector General of Police. And just automatically, the person that gets the job just should slot in. But the institution was not legally footed strong enough for it to hold the sequence of order so that Buhari can just sweep it aside and appoint his clansmen. But Lord Michael, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, hello everybody. You see, I've really been very quiet because everybody today has been on point. I've been really enjoying what each and every one of you have said. Blacklist, congratulations. They put you on the hot seat and you were able to bust out like some thunderous man out of the ground.
He's a top-end man. You know Blacklist now. He's a superstar.
I like it.
And Michael, you know anything north is when the Yorubas and Igbos unite. So the whole platform will come against me.
No, I was waiting to see you win. I was waiting to see you
never hear them unite until it comes to topic of North. Then they unite. Yeah. So I think it's a good thing. I want to see more unity.
Okay, let me say what I want to say, guys. I was waiting for you to yield before I come in, but you were up to the task, so there was no need for me speaking anything because I know a little bit about the North too. I was in Yobe for a while. So what I want to say is, you see what Ajele Koko is saying? It's nothing but the truth. You see, most times we all see the problems and discuss the problems, but we run away from the solution. What we can do is what I have always advocated for. Let us come to our people. We should jettison this election. We should fight for a constitutional change. We need the people's constitution whereby nepotism would not thrive. With all what we are saying, institutions cannot work if the common man on the street's voice cannot be heard. You see in America, the people can go on the streets, the people can reach out to their senators, to their rep members, and they will give them listening audience. But in Nigeria, reverse is the case. When these people are being put into office, instead of them becoming the servants, they become our rulers. You know, so for me, I will keep advocating. We should keep fighting. We can have these things changed. We can talk from now till tomorrow, list all the problems, but without starting to narrow down at solutions, my dear brothers, we are going nowhere.
All right, thank you. So that is Lord Michael summing up everybody's points. So Lord Michael, and yes, of course, Black League, if we tie one hand behind his back and beat all of us up, he's a supremely intelligent man. So that is why we are comfortable to poke at him. We know he can take it.
And on the you always say this, one man, let's go and educate the North. I'm glad Black League is here.
Yes.
And Black League told you. I have told you before. You didn't believe me, but Black League.
I said to civilize them, but
you cannot civilize them.
They are beyond redemption.
Because the question we should ask ourselves: are we civilized people in the South as well? Are we civilized? I don't think we are civilized.
We are progressive.
We are not civilized.
Civilized is the word, one man.
Yeah, we are not civilized. we are backward people. And why I say we are people that are civilized should be able to vote right, should be able to do the right thing when it is expected of him. That is when you can say, okay, yeah, you are civilized. You are taking the right decision. Your sense of judgment is always, worthy to emulate. Look at people that are educated among us that will never come out to vote, that always feel that it doesn't concern me. Instead of them to come out, register, have their PVC, and vote in the right manner that will change the society. Instead of them to come out and enlighten with their sense, with the high level of education and knowledge and sense of civilization that you are talking about, that you have here. You don't do it. And you continue to have mediocre in the position of government directing you that are educated. You have mediocre, you have a bundle of illiterate criminals, and you want to claim that you are not civilized. Are we moving forward in our own state, or are we backward? We are backward people. In the whole of the Southwest, only one state can sustain itself. Lagos State. Ogun State cannot sustain itself financially without federal government allocation. The what do you call it? Oyo State and other state, they cannot do it. Ekiti State is a civil servant state. If you take a civil servant, it will bankrupt. The same thing with Osun. So what is civilized enough that you want to claim that we are civilized than the Northerner? We are not. We are the most backward people. Look, back in the 50s and 60s, when we had AG in place, governing that place, that was the time we had the best progress. And as well as when Jack Conde and the Second Republic, that was the best time that we had progress in Yoruba land. All over these 20 years that these people have been gone, what progress have they brought to Yoruba land? What civilization have they brought to Yoruba land? It is wrong of us to say that the Northerners are not civilized. In fact, if we want to measure the level of performance between us and them, they have performed better than us.
In what way? Huh?
In what way?
In terms of development.
If you want to measure it, looking at the resources on our side and looking at our revenue generation, internal revenue generation, compared to theirs, the little that they make as revenue generation there, they use it better for their people and the development of their spaces than we did here. We don't hold our own people accountable, and we say we are civilized.
You cannot say that. What develops the North is the federal might, not what they don't have resources to develop their space, and they don't use their resources to develop their space. They use the federal resources to develop the North. What money do they have in Kaduna for all the development we're seeing there? They don't have a kobo in Kaduna now. What are they generating?
Look at the little man in Kaduna. If you know all the economic initiative that this guy have made to develop them. I cannot really say it, but I have been monitoring it. I cannot say them politically.
It's federal money that is developing Kaduna now. It's not money generated in Kaduna.
No. Look, what is stopping us from developing our own places? What is stopping us? Our government
because we don't have the federal money. Because we don't control the federal purse.
We get the federal money too. Ekiti get the federal money. Or should get the federal money.
You think it's the monthly allocation? You think it's the monthly allocation that is developing Kaduna? Have you seen Kaduna? Even Buhari was, come on, man.
I told you for over 20 years, your state have not transitioned from being dependent on the federal government to self-reliable.
And the northern states are.
How do you want to compare that you are better than them?
Which northern state is self-reliant?
You are more educated than them. You claim to be more educated, more civilized, and you cannot transition from
economy. What is the economy in Kaduna? What is the economy?
No. Forget about Kaduna now. Let's focus on ourselves. Forget about
what is the economy? They have
one man. We have said, okay, let's agree that the North failed, right? We that we claim to be civilized and know better. What have we done to better the life of our people down here?
What resources have we had to better the lives of our people? What resources?
What resources?
Hold on, Vin. Yeah.
Look, you said what resources?
Yes, what resources have we had to better the lives of our people?
When you have education, you know that education will give you that knowledge and power. You right? So you have all your people that you claim that are educated, managing your state all this while for 20 years, and you still depend on federal government allocation. They cannot financially sustain themselves. So why do you want to claim that you are better than Kaduna, that you claim that, it is federal, is this thing, they don't have anything, or they don't
now. They do.
They don't have, but you get federal allocation too.
No. Ajanle Koko, I think you're confusing things.
I'm not confusing. People failed you. That is the main point I'm making.
Hold on. You know we can dig up data, which we do.
Your civilized people failed you as well.
Hold on. You know we can dig up data, which we do often.
Yeah.
Every month they get this fake based on what resources is available to the country. And that is what your allocation is for the thing. The allocation that every state gets is barely enough to pay salaries, never mind to do developmental stuff. So the developmental stuff that goes on in Nigeria is essentially a federal led project. It's a 60%, 70% a federal-led project, and with 30% the states trying to do what they can. So if the federal space favors a particular
I disagree
space,
with you. Federal-led projects are shared among geopolitical zones.
All right.
It's not concentrated on one side of the country.
So where's the railway in the east? Where's the railway in the east?
Well, it will get there. They said
get there. After Maradi.
It will get there. But forget about those. Now you want to talk as if you are supporting East. Forget about
I don't support it. I'm not supporting I do support the East, by the way. But
it will get there. They have said it that they're going to get it there.
In 2099.
Didn't they give you in the West railway?
Yeah, but that is a federal. So you
there's
see then the
federal
point.
project. What of the
You see then the point.
what
So
of the Niger Bridge? What of the Niger Bridge?
No, but all the projects that are happening in the north that you are calling developmental projects, they are federal projects. They are federal finance.
That is not.
Federal
No.
source.
That is not true.
It's the allocation of Kaduna State that is using to build it. What are you? Come
that is not true. When they sharing project, when they are sharing federal project at the federal executive meeting, they share it among geopolitical zone. They don't concentrate it on one side of the country. It is not true. I mean, this guy was saying it when they are talking about road construction, and Fashola was narrating everything to us where they share it among all geopolitical zones.
You know they share it in kilometers. You know they share those road projects in kilometers. Yeah, you know that.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to go and look, yes, they share it in kilometers. So they're going to say they're going to do X amount of kilometers. If you look at the kilometers of roads being built in the north, vis-a-vis the kilometers of road being built in the south, you will see a huge disparity. We've come here to say how they were locating a federal naval institution in Kaduna or Kano, which is a landlocked, desert, arid-like environment, when these institutions could have been built near the riverine area in the Delta region or in the southeast. So these are examples. And when they locate all these federal projects, they're not just going to build some institution and then leave the area. So they have to build structures to funnel that institution. So that's road, that's satellite facilities, etc., etc. And a lot of this, time after time. So that railway that they're building from Kano to Maradi or something, it's not just going to be a railroad now. They're going to build roads into the stations. They're going to have satellite stations all the way through with roads, infrastructures, etc., etc. And those are federal projects. So that is how the North is being developed by the federal space through the oil wealth of the Niger Delta region. It's nothing to do with El Rufai. Not a single thing.
You have, I have said this earlier, you have representative in the parliament that does not represent you well. So who do you want to blame?
I wanted to come in here, if you permit me.
Oh, okay. Say what you want to say.
You see, the narrative you painted here now, I disagree with you. You see, Oyo State cannot develop themselves, or you say they are not civilized. The resources that is given to them, the reason why Oyo State, Ogun State, and the rest of them is the centralization of the national cake at the federal level.
Forget about that. It's your politician that does not want to develop your space. Everything is not federal government. Why did it work during the Second Republic? Why were we able to develop ourselves during the Second Republic?
Hold on, Vin. Ajale Koko, do you think all of the economies of the southeastern states combined in terms of their allocations would have been sufficient to build that second Niger bridge?
What the question again?
Of course, yes. Only Anambra can build that bridge.
You said what? What did you say?
I'm asking if the resources of the southeast would have been sufficient enough to build the second Niger bridge.
Why can't they build now? Second, they could build it. One state, Anambra State could build it. Yes.
What is the economy of Anambra State?
How much is it? How much is that bridge? Maybe $2 billion, or how much is it?
All right.
Okay, one man, can I tell you something?
I mean, look, you have corrupt people.
5 eastern states, 3 of them are oil-producing states.
Yeah, they are not all forget all that.
Really? Anambra, Imo, and Abia.
One man don't want to hear that, Lord Michael. Don't want to hear that.
Oil-producing states.
Lagos is an oil-producing state too. Ondo State is an oil-producing state. So don't worry about all that.
One man, it's not about gimmicks. Just do your findings. You see what I'm telling you today. So they have the money. Most times, you see, sometimes I support what Ajale Koko is saying because we only have bad leaders who tend to make everybody focus at the center and shifting away their responsibilities from what they are supposed to do.
Okay. So are you saying then that this your state, whichever state you're referencing, do they control the oil resources in that state?
No, they don't.
So it's a redundant statement then, isn't it?
But you see, but they have some money and they have the ability to get loans to do that.
What
Do you know Lagos State take loans and do stuff?
You know certain loans. In fact, a lot of loans, external loans, has to be signed off by the federal space.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. So it's still the same thing. You know, the North don't have resources now, and they are developing. So who is developing it? It's not any cleverness that Rufai has now. His daddy his daddy is in the government, and he'll say that, okay, I want to build XYZ, and they will sign a check for him.
The problem is that your leadership in the South does not develop resourceful people. You are educated. The education they give you, I mean, what kind of education is said? Did they even fund the education well? So your claim leadership in the South does not give you the best education to turn you to a resourceful people and develop your place. That is the problem you have. So you have all these corrupt people in the position of power in your southern part of Nigeria, and they want to make it look as if all the problem is federal government. You have governors that does not allow the local government to function. What does that mean? What does that mean to you?
No, all the problems are from federal government because federal government controls virtually everything at Jale Koko. If the federal government wants the local government to function, they can function. The local government is supposed to be under the federal government. Forget those monies they're giving to state governors. It's because they are crafty. They want to box us. They want to put us in a corner. They can fund the local government directly. INEC can do local government elections. It doesn't have to be states. Because local government is federal.
Are they not tiers of government? Federal, state, and the local government?
No. That's why I say the federal government can fund the local government directly. So them
you are right.
funding the local government through the states is another fraud. This is why we need the people's constitution. This is why we don't have to keep clapping for these guys. If you look today, all our influencers, they have started opening spaces on Twitter, gathering people. These are the people who said they were going to form youth party. Today, now they are deciding who they want to vote, if it's PDP or APC, how they are going to go into the party and take the party. So we keep deceiving ourselves.
It's because you have bad leadership in your state. That is why they do not want the local government to function as well. They want to allocate all the power to themselves, and they turn themselves to God in the state, and they want everything under their control, all the local government are there. So blame your own people. You are not civilized people as well. If you are civilized, you will let your state function well. So don't let us be blaming the North all the time, and we don't want to blame ourselves.
Ajande Koko, talking about the education in the South, let me or even in Nigeria, let me show you something that will make you laugh and just scratch your head as well. Watch this.
I'm happy. It's good news. Why? Why are you happy? Because I have things to do. You know, I'm doing photography and I'm trying to relax because school is just taking up all my time, and obviously nobody's serious with school in this country, including the government themselves. So, you know, you just have to find something going on for yourself, something that works for you, and school is not it.
So there you heard it, the voices of the youth.
Prostitution is for the girl now.
School is just a nuisance. It's just nonsense, isn't it?
One man, that's your team that will civilize the North. That's your civilization team.
Look how well spoken she is. She's well spoken. She's educated. How many Northerners can speak English like that?
One man. You see now.
English is not education, no.
No, it's not our native language now. You have to learn it.
Exactly. You don't measure education by English.
One man. Let me say this. You see now, at last, Black League has finally cleared the air. In that regard. We cannot civilize the North. We cannot.
If
We
you are
just
not
cleared it now.
civilized,
So right now we're on halftime. Halftime, Black League 2, 1 man 1. So 1 man take the flogging going forward.
What are you talking about?
What is it
You,
we are not
I
civilized
don't.
when you are not civilized, why do you want to civilize? How will you
Exactly.
civilize
We are not civilized. You want to civilize somebody else.
Is it possible?
We are in a situation where
we are civilized.
charcoal is called kettle black.
We are civilized. They are not, and we have to bring them up to speed. That's just
Yeah.
it.
One man, that is coming from civilized age,
and then there you are. There you are.
So take the flogging 1 man, 2-1, halftime.
What is the guy talking about? I thought when we don't have Tony, we'll have a more, but here Ejiro is substituting for Tony this time around. But back to Adanle Koko, who at the floor.
I think I'm done right there. So we are not civilized ourselves. We don't have future for our youth. You have what do you call them? Cultism everywhere. You see our youth. What do you call this thing? This human ritual. What do you call it?
Voodoo money.
Voodoo money. You see, are we civilized people? When you have, 90% of youth jobless, and you want to claim you are civilized. Your governors and all your people in power does not have program for them. They don't have future for them. You think we are civilized? I don't think so. We are not civilized. We are backward.
It's a slip of teeth. It's a slip of teeth. 1 man just shot himself.
If we are civilized, our pastors will not tell us to come and sow seed. That money will come to you, and everybody will carry their money and go and sow seed. So we are not civilized.
And when we are telling you, vote these people out, people that are, reducing or taking you down, taking civilization away from you, taking your future away from you. You said you don't want to vote them out. You want to continue voting for them. What kind of civilization is that?
All right.
Election. Do we vote in Nigeria? Does that work?
What do you say?
The same structure. The same structure.
The same structure controls the electoral process.
You have.
I think we've already tackled that when.
Yeah, but it's going back there again. Vote the people.
No. I'm not saying you vote for them. I said
you vote them out. I'm still telling you they're still going to rig us.
No. When you vote for the right party that want to change the constitution, then you'll be able to change the constitution. Vote for AAC and people and
who is the right, which of the right party?
Yes.
Which of the right party?
He just told you, Showore now. You knew where Adanle Koko was going.
So I will commit the whole Nigeria into Showore's hand.
The people.
We will commit all Nigeria into Showore's hand. Are you joking? Really?
Are you serious? Is Showore? So one person will be in charge of the whole country. Is that what you are saying?
Elections have consequences.
It irritates me. Showore to commit Nigeria into.
Do you know how political party function? Do you know it function with its group of people that direct and make political party function? Do you know that? And not one person that will make political party function.
Do you know that? Can you tell me election that AAC has won in that country?
Do they have to win election? So if it has not won election before, it means that you shouldn't vote for them to win election.
Vin, calm down. Please let me have conversation with Adanle. Win election
from here. You see what is happening in Nigeria? Nigeria, the center can no longer hold. If I speak, you say.
But you are not in Nigeria.
Just imagine what is happening in Nigeria.
You just talk about Showore every time. So you want us to take all Nigerians to Showore?
So, okay.
Showore cannot win local government chairman.
Okay. Hey, do you know?
Cannot win a local government chairman.
Hold on. Do you know that the present president of France came from nowhere to be president of France.
Ajale Koko,
Hold on.
Nigeria politics is different. Nigeria politics is different.
Hold on. One man called you people civilized people. That is what people in a civilized people that are civilized. That is the way they vote to change the course of their nation, to change the direction of their nation. The people in France were tired of the parties that have been ruling there for a long time, and they voted for new party and a young person, ever youngest in the history of their country. That is the way it works. But you people said you are civilized. You said you are educated, but you don't want to vote right. You are saying
right now. Audios Okalo, Roger Sokorocha, Atiku, and the rest of them.
You want to continue voting for this criminal politician, and you think that you're going to have better situation in that country? It's
so
not going to happen.
Shorore now is your Messiah. Shorore is the Messiah.
What? Who called Shorore the Messiah for you? Did I say?
But you said you should vote for him. What are you saying?
Okay, Thomas, can I educate you on Showore?
You don't need to educate me. I'm educated.
Hold on, everybody,
please.
Is that they are civilized. Look at one of them.
Hold on, Ajane Koko as well. Let's hear from Lord Michael, who wants to add today.
Okay,
we don't want to do Showore heavily today, though, because we do it all the time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thomas, Showore is an option. If you have an option, speak yours. You know, it's always right for us to argue constructively. Don't just tell person, no, what you are saying is wrong when you don't have an alternative. If you don't have an alternative, then go with what somebody has. So if you have an alternative other than Showore, then let us know. We can support him. Thank you.
Lord Michael, thank you. Thank you for saying that. I'm telling you, Showore doesn't have the structure to win election. Somebody that cannot win even local government chairman. His party cannot even win a local government chairman. He cannot win House of Assembly members. He can tell me what Showore party won the last election. Yes, please. Yes, Mungboyi.
I told you, I just gave you the instance of the France. That guy did not have any local government. He just came as a new option for
a
the
movement.
People of
As
France.
a movement, Ajale Koko, it was a movement.
Yes, as a new option for the people of France.
But Ajale Koko, why do we normally, Ajale Koko, let me make this statement. Why do we normally compare ourselves to Western world that has developed, that people know what they want? Nigeria is a third world country.
So you are saying that you people doesn't know what you want? Is that
people don't know what they want? Yes.
Huh?
People don't know what they want.
Okay, Thomas, do you know what you want?
Answer the question.
I know what I want.
Hold on, Thomas, do you know what you want? If you know,
I
tell
know
us what
I
you
want.
Yes,
I want good governance.
And how are you going to go about it?
But you go in the right direction.
No,
but not
us.
in the direction of
answer the question, Thomas. Answer the question.
I said if you brought in credible people into power that have structure that can win election.
Who?
That's what I'm after.
Who?
I don't know.
Person.
It is not so right now.
He said he doesn't know.
Showore cannot win any election.
He doesn't know.
And
It is not Showore.
He doesn't know, and he's pushing against Showore. Can you see?
I'm not pushing against
civilized people? Can you see the way civilized people reason?
Hold on.
He said he doesn't know, but it's against Showore.
Hold on, Ajane Koko.
He doesn't know who he will
can you hold on,
recommend for us for that change that we need. But Showore is not the person.
Silence him. We cannot hear you.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm.
Can you hear me?
No, we're asking you to hold on. So hold on, Ajane Koko. Thomas is right in what he's saying. The fact that he cannot come up with a name does not then mean that he cannot say Showore is not what we're looking for. So the two don't have to be one or the other. Showore is not fit for purpose. It's not to say then that you have to bring up a name. So he is not what we are looking for. But what we are looking for is not yet visible to us. So what is? I mean, I don't think anybody of thinking really thinks. Well, I can't say that. But really, Showore is not. Come on, man. Showore is just a
Okay,
ridiculousness.
so
Yeah.
what you are suggesting, one man, is that we should continue to wallow in this
No, I'm
danger.
suggesting that we look for solutions, but we don't look for just some flimsy frippery to fill in a
Good.
slot that is not up to. So what is not
But
up
one
to?
man,
I want to
let's
say
be,
this.
let's be factual here. We have 200 million people in Nigeria. Showore got less than 40,000 votes in the whole 36 states. Really?
Okay, can I tell you
People
why?
are not
It is
taking this
because
guy
of people
serious.
like you,
Let's
Thomas, that he
just
got only
move on.
40,000.
He
Thomas,
doesn't have the
he got
structure.
40,000 because of people like you.
No,
People who
because it
don't want a
doesn't
future.
inspire confidence. It doesn't
He
inspire
doesn't inspire
confidence.
People who
anyone.
want to see
Really?
the criminals as our messiahs. You see, let me tell
No,
you guys
you are
something.
not getting it, man.
See, let me tell
You
you
are,
people
you are
something.
not getting my
Those
part.
who are part of the problem can never be part of the solution. Mark my words today. Those
So you
who
are
are
telling
part of
all
the problem
Nigerians are
can
Hold
part
on,
of the
never
Thomas.
problem?
Hold on,
be
Thomas. Yeah.
part of the solution. So
So
we
are you
have
saying
to come
all
up.
Nigerians are the part?
What are you saying? Well, that's just some cliche,
No,
isn't it?
I mean all these so-called big names that people are flaunting today. They can
No,
never
no,
bring solution to us.
people don't want the big names, but the solution
Good.
is not also Showore. So what the solution is something we're still searching for, but certainly not
Oh,
somebody like
you
Showore.
okay?
One
I
man
found
is me,
solutions.
vote me,
I
vote
have
me. I am the
solutions.
solution.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Maxwell. Go and bring gold for us if
Since
you
you
have a
don't know
solution.
what you
Give
want,
us milk.
you don't want
See,
Bola
see,
Tinubu,
it's
you don't
either we
want Atiku, you
balkanize
don't
this
want
country.
Showore. Then I'm here. I'm presenting myself.
Let me tell you guys, we have beautiful ways out. It's either we balkanize this country, we go our separate ways, we hold this we hold this government to a standstill, we have the constitution changed to the people's constitution. It's either one of these two. Apart from that, thinking we're going to put one of these criminals back in power and things are going to get better, no, they are going to get worse. That is my own understanding and what I think.
Oh, all right, thank you. So let's go on from Ajane Koko to DOG. And DOG, are you still there? Okay, we don't appear to have DOG. So let's go then to Black League, or who hopefully is still here. Black League, are you still there, or have you gone to raid the fridge again? So Black League has gone to raid the fridge. So let's go from Black League to Thomas, who hopefully is still with us.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So Thomas, then you were speaking to speak to Emefiele for president, which seems to be something that is being pushed in some quarters to the point that he has now gone on to procure 3 private jets for his presidential campaign. So Emefiele for president, do you see that? How does that chime with what's going on?
Woman, it's just a child play. It's just a child play. The guy is. Some people. Do you know the politics of Nigeria? They will push some people out to distract you. We know they'll put him out now to distract you. Emefiele as president of Nigeria. It won't happen. It will never happen. The man maybe is the one propelling this. I don't know. Maybe it's some people that is pushing him. I don't know. But you rightly said yesterday, since the APC has pushed their zoning to the southwest, to the south, I don't want to say southwest, to the south of the country.
Well, was that a Freudian slip? Is that really what you think has happened? They've pushed it to the southwest.
No, I don't want to annoy anybody. That's why I rephrase my words. Since the APC have pushed their presidential nominee to the south, which I know I don't want to deceive ourselves here, is going to come to the southwest. If anybody likes it or not, anybody they can disagree with me.
Thomas, did APC zone it to the south?
Yes, they are zoning to the south.
No, that's not it. That's not true. It has not been
But
zoned.
we
They
have
only
argued
zone
this
their
earlier on.
working committee positions.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Party
But I
position
know
is
the
zoned.
presidency.
It's not swapped. What is obtainable now should be.
But I know that the presidency is coming to the south, which everybody may agree with me or disagree. That is my opinion.
You must as well tell us who the president is going to be now, since you know. Tell us who be the president.
Sorry?
We know, since you know. You said you know, so tell us who is going to be the president then. If you know the zone it.
I don't know who the president is going to be because I'm not the one that would vote for the president, and we never have. Nobody has the candidate for now. So if you let me,
why do you say you know that is coming to Southwest? You say you know it's coming to Southwest. That's a very
Almost,
strong.
you say in your view, or in your opinion. Don't say you know.
No,
let me finish my
say
work.
your opinion on your view. No doubt.
My brother, put words in my
I'm
mouth.
not saying he's lying. I'm not saying he's lying.
Let me
No, but say it now. We are waiting for the answer. You're not saying it. Say it now.
That is coming to Southwest because you don't want to say it so that.
Then say it. If you know, say it.
That's what he said.
Now give him chance. Let him tell us how you know.
Let me rephrase what I'm saying. If you will let me.
Okay.
Thank you. The North has had the president for 8 years. Possibly.
Even El-Rufai said they are zoning it to the south. The whole of the Nigerian political space acknowledge.
When you begin believe politicians.
Don't worry about all of that. I'm going by what obtains. If you go through, this is the obtained understanding. In the El-Rufai said they are zoning it to the south. It was flanked by southern politicians when he said that, based on their private discussions. All the political space is discussing how that permutates. The opposition party are calibrating that into their politics. So that is the APC position. So I'm not quite sure what you are saying, but we have to go back.
What is your take on the Nigerian movement or the new movement that just fashioned out?
Which one? The Jiga and Utomi?
Yeah, they are saying they are not a political party.
Right.
So that's why maybe we should take them seriously. So what will you now say to that? And they have not, revealed who is going to be our president, but the speculation RJ said is going to be a Kwankwaso.
Yes, Kwankwaso went to form his own political party, yes.
So no, when you are saying every news and cranny are saying the south, that's why I brought that one.
No, we're talking about the APC and El-Rufai's position that they've zoned this presidency to the south and the chairmanship of the party to the north, which he said, and which is the working understanding of the whole political space now. He said it in the company of the southern politicians. All of the political space is functioning on that understanding. PDP, Bala Mohammed, went to discuss that strategy with Obasanjo, which is one of the things that we're discussing. So they have said they have zoned it to the south. So I'm not quite sure why what we are playing out here.
Let's wait for the official statement from APC, then we can announce it.
What official statement? Is that not an official statement?
You have already heard the official statement. Thomas has told you.
I don't wait for the convention now.
Don't worry about anything. We'll go with what they have said, which is that they are zoning the presidency to the south.
I don't know what you want to hear again.
Forget Thomas. We'll go with El Rufai.
All right.
Who was surrounded by all the state governors when he said it. So I don't know.
So back to our discussion one man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the as claimed by El-Rufai.
Hold on, Thomas.
The deputy governor of Anambra State, we are 23 now, agreeing on every issue. We can have differences, but to call it division, I think is using the word too far. But I went back to it because you asked the question. It's important to be upfront. But after our meeting last night to deliberate on the proposal by the National Caretaker Committee and our briefing with Mr. President today, we are all on the same page. We have agreed a zoning formula for all these geopolitical zones, and essentially we swapped northern zones to take positions that southern zones had in the last 8 years. and vice versa.
So there it is right there. I'm not quite sure what we are doing, but back to you, Thomas. You just carry on because I
No,
don't
Jay
know.
said, okay. After that news conference,
Yes.
then APC political their think tank analysts came to Channels TV and actually break what they mean categorically in a layman terms.
All right. Okay.
So that's why I say we should wait for the official.
One man,
Yeah,
they may
yeah.
still zone it to the south, but for now they haven't yet done it officially.
Well, they have zoned it. They have
what
zoned it because
what El-Rufai said verbatim. We are zoning the offices to the geopolitical regions. He didn't say presidency. If he said president, that's it. He said geopolitical regions. Those from the north would take the place of those from the south. He's talking about elected offices within the party of APC.
No, he is not. He did not say that. We heard him now.
That is what I told them earlier.
Hold on.
They didn't want to agree with me. That guy was mentioning national working.
Hold on, can you hold on?
Oh man, please listen carefully to what he said.
We have agreed a zoning formula for all these geopolitical zones, and essentially we swapped northern zones to take positions that southern zones had in the last 8 years, and vice versa. It's a very simple, equitable, and fair formula. We will now go back and consult at the zonal level and look at the positions that are available and the process of the convention.
All right, you don't get more categorical than that, but I don't want us to dwell too much on it because we went extensively with Ajanle Koko. So we can only go via what El-Rufai said and how people understood it and how it is permutating within the Nigerian political space. So this is it. If we go through all the listings, if we go through all the listings, this is the permutation. Kaduna, hold on. Breaking APC Zones 2023 Presidency to Southern Nigeria. This is TVC. I'll go through all of the channels. This is the understanding. If I bring you this is the understanding with the PDP as well. Let me see. So Bala Mohammed visits Obasanjo, says APC zoning plan no threat to PDP. So that is the universal acceptance within the Nigerian political space.
Yeah.
But if you have an understanding that is particular to yourself, then of course that's your subjective view.
No, so I'm just interpreting what he said.
Go on.
I'm just interpreting. Yeah, I'm just interpreting what El-Rufai said. Usually, when a party is zoning presidency to a zone, they are very categorical with it, and it's unambiguous. They say we are zoning it to the north, and we're zoning it to the south. What I heard El-Rufai speak to was zoning to geopolitical regions, speaking to elected offices within the APC. I read all those articles. I read the articles in TVC saying it was zoned to the south and other articles. I've also heard it on that same TVC.
It's not articles. So these are full blown political programs on this.
Okay. Let's take the political programs.
Right.
On one of the political programs called Journalist Hangout, I'm sure you know it.
Yes, it's one of the ones I'm quoting as well.
In Journalist Hangout,
he's also saying that.
The top dog there, Mr. Otito.
Babatunde, yes.
Yes, he came out to say he doesn't know why reporters are reporting that APC has zoned it to the south because it hasn't happened. He came out aggressively against fellow journalists, saying they are misrepresenting what happened and they're misinforming the public. That's what Mr. Otito himself said.
All right. Well, this is the received wisdom, and until we know contrary, that is what the PDP are working with too. So that's good enough for me. So let's get back to Thomas. Sorry, Vin. Let's just move on. So back to Thomas.
Back to our discussion. Yeah. In my opinion, the North has had it for 8 years. In my opinion, the presidency should be coming to the southerner space of the country. So back to Emefiele, it's just they just push him out there to confuse people, confuse the Nigerian, confuse the electorate, so that some people will look away in the space of Tinubu and every other one that has came out that they want to fight for the position. So it will just surface like that, and believe you me, it will just disappear as it came. So I don't take Emefiele as serious candidate in that space and in any way. If the owners of Nigeria that owns Nigeria wants to vie for the presidency, they would rather love to come from one space in that space, which I don't want to mention. I don't want to annoy anybody here, but the presidency will come to the south, in my opinion. So since you guys said they haven't sold it to the south, but in my opinion, the presidency will come to the south. So it now depends if the southeast want to grab it, if the southwest want to grab it. Yes, the ball is on their court. They should play it. One man.
Okay, right, let me ask you one quick question, a follow-up question real quick. When you say the owners of Nigeria, which people are you referring to?
You know
we know the owners of Nigeria.
What are you talking
about?
I don't believe anybody owns Nigeria. Nigeria
You really?
is a no man's land.
Yes, I know the owners of Nigeria. I know them.
Can you tell me, please? I want to know. Thank you.
I don't need to tell you that. I
can tell you. Malam Bantuti and his brothers. Those are the owners of Nigeria. You know that Malam Bantuti and his brothers. Are they not? Who owns Nigeria outside of Malam Bantuti?
Michael, make I put it simple to you.
One man, you're behaving like Tony now.
President by selection,
sometimes
that will make you understand it better.
Sometimes we love to deceive ourselves. Let's say the fact. I'm telling you the fact and my opinion. We have owners of Nigeria. Don't let us deceive ourselves. If we come here every time and be playing that are not owners of Nigeria, we are deceiving ourselves. And if you come,
let me tell you why I say so. You see that so-called oil. You know, if there's somebody sees that oil, do you know all this your whole scenario now will change? Do you know those so-called people you think they own Nigeria will come to the negotiation table?
I don't understand you. Can you come again?
I say these people you think they are owners now, Malam Bantuti and brothers. If another group of people sees that oil and hold it strong, do you know all these people
telling you that
Nigeria will come to a negotiation table that they don't really own the country?
It's telling you that Nigeria belongs to Asari Dokubo. This is what Lord Michael is telling you.
Who know that one?
Is it not your champion from that side? Is it not your champion?
Champion from the where, one man? From the creeks.
They make much,
well, from the creeks now. Is it
from
not
the creeks. I know you would say that from the creeks. You are always quick to say that from the creeks.
Yes, now the creek regions. Is it not the? Is that offensive? That from the creeks.
So does Gani Adams own you? Is Gani Adams the owner of?
Who is Gani Adams?
Oh, so you see him now. Not the same level they do.
But one man, if you think if Nigerian president is coming out today, there are 3 people or 4 people that decide who will be the president in Nigeria. Obasanjo is among them. Take it or leave it. Babangida is among them. Take it or leave it. The present country president Buhari is among them. So don't let us deceive ourselves. These are the owners of Nigeria. They will tilt it. We haven't grabbed these people. We haven't grabbed the power from these people. Don't let us deceive ourselves. This is my opinion. This is what is playing in everywhere.
It is your division. It is your division that is giving them the anchorage. It's your division in the South in general.
So let's not deceive ourselves. Anybody that wants to be the president of that nation, they will consult these 3 people that are mentioned. There are many than 3, but this is 3 people that they are key in that space. You can't be the president.
Thomas, you just mentioned only 3. How about one man? You didn't add him to it. in the list.
I don't know about that.
If only, if only, if
see,
only.
woman,
Nigeria will be better off.
Mama, you have been
woman,
exposed.
let me tell you guys something. Let me tell you something.
Hey guys,
They don't catch one man. They don't catch him.
Let me
Okay,
tell
you
you
know,
something.
everybody, this is the right through be in our faith. The handwriting is on the wall. Don't let us shy away from it. One man, let's move to the next topic, please.
All right. To the okay, this is a topic that's not yet been tackled. This is addressing the Biafra space. What we would do to IPOB when we take over government is the PDP that are speaking about their strategy for the Biafra narrative. And what they are suggesting is that they're going to use the Yadua template, the way he handled them in the creeks, to soft land them and insulate them and wrap cotton wools around them. So essentially, soft gloves rather than a sledgehammer is the approach that they're saying. To listen to the narrative of marginalization and address what can be done immediately to address that in order that the East can feel a sense of belonging with the rest of the country. So what are you then making of this strategy being fleshed out by the PDP?
One man is a good strategy. But I will tell you here, in my opinion, it's just a strategy to grab the power. Is the strategy to campaign against the present government.
Why do you say that? They did it in the creeks. They could have been throwing bombs at the creeks as Buhari is doing, but they went in there with a package.
But one man, what Jonathan did to the southwest, to the militia in the southwest, it doesn't solve the problem. The problem is still there till today. It just
do you remember what used to happen in the Niger Delta before Yadua came up with a plan?
Yes, I know. They're throwing bombs, blowing all the
blowing up pipelines. They were destroying. They were kidnapping oil workers. They were just
one man. They had no choice. They had no choice than to settle them. They had no choice. No choice.
So that's the template they want to use for the Biafra narrative as well.
But one man, the average person on the street didn't benefit from what we are saying here that Yaradua did.
Nobody cares about the average person on the street.
Yes, but it's all Asari Dokubo.
I disagree with you on that one.
The Asari Dokubo.
The other people on the street did not benefit. That's not a fact. I know a lot of people.
But why is the Southern still complaining the same? The South, they are still complaining till now. Did this solve the problem?
Yeah, because they have used all of the money. They have used all of the money they've used the money to drink sapele water. You should see how these people were living when they were giving them money.
God bless you. Asari Dokubo is there. Tombolo is there. I could still remember Tombolo. They settle all these big.
What do you call him? Thomas, what do you call him? What do you call him? What do you call him? Call him again. He said Tombolo.
I don't know.
I call him Tompolo. Abia
Tompolo, but you know what I'm saying. I don't know. So they settle all the big ones out there that move this movement of blowing the pipelines, blowing the oil, and they've settled them. And since they settled them, the problem.
How do you think that these guys that were the ones who blew up the pipelines?
But what are you saying? Don't we see them? What are you saying?
Them blowing the pipelines?
Oh, but who is blowing the pipelines?
In the South. How did you know these guys were the ones that blew up the pipelines?
Okay, so why did the government identify them as the ones to settle? Why did the government?
Those were just spokesmen.
Oh, okay, so but things stopped now when they settled them.
See, let me tell you something. I really don't like doing this, but I'll just tell you guys. You see, those people are just frontmen.
All right.
The real people doing these things are those politicians who living with you in the streets. They tell those people do this thing, when they collect this thing. Well, I know they like to talk too much, make it not like say we just want to blow things out. But at the level we are.
It's Tombolo now, Tombolo and his brothers.
Not only Tombolo, not Tombo.
Tombolo.
Oh my God.
Thomas, if they catch you,
if they use the template,
Well, my listen, John name be that. Izo will come for you now.
Izo is already coming for. It's not me, it's Thomas. So don't come for me. It's Thomas. He's already coming for him. But he says, "See how you people are destroying my name."
Okay.
You see if they use the template, if they use the template then for the South and everything went down, settled down, but if it doesn't apply to common people on the street, to me, there's no solution because the problem is still there. So somewhere tomorrow in the future, the problem will spark up again. So if PDP want to use this to campaign, that they will use that template to quench what IPOB or ESN represents for now. They will use it, but if the problem has not been tackled and solved, it will subside for some time, but it will still come up. It will still come up. It may be 10 years, it may be 20 years, it may even be 2 years. So PDP is just using that.
I cannot get that Tombolo out of my head, I'm already putting it in a Nollywood movie. This guy, you are from another planet. Tombolo, look at that.
You guys get let me tell you guys something. You see, the reason why the Niger Delta and South people are angry because how can they not destroy our land with the oil, destroy our oil, and make our land polluted? That you shouldn't be doing that.
It's not your land. It's not an Igbo land. It's in the
south.
I'm
just saying why the South people are angry because the North came in to sell oil and make our land polluted. They didn't even change our land.
It's not the oil. It's not the North. It's the oil companies. What do you mean the North? The North is not Shell now.
Yeah, but
they're
the
not
North is doing our oil. Yes,
it's the Americans. Total. It's actually your people that are destroying the East. Your people in America.
One man say your people.
Yes.
Not only Total one man. You have share there as well. So
Shell, Total. Those are not northern companies. Those are Western companies.
Listen, I'm not done. The reason I'm saying this.
Chevron.
The way to stop the North from getting rich is by stop them from selling.
But stop mentioning North.
Why do you want to stop the North from getting rich? Why do you want to stop them from getting rich?
Why should they still have oil for own benefit? That's rubbish. Why should you be doing that? Depriving people for own benefit.
Where this guy from come out?
Oh, no, that's Charles now. Alexander Akashe has already come up with the title of the movie that Thomas must now write. So this is what Alexander Akashe is saying. He says the title of the movie, The Life of Tombolo and His Friends. So the life of Tombolo and his friends are Thomas. Maybe I should change your name to Tombolo. Look at this guy.
What is Tombolo?
I do. Only Thomas knows, so I don't know.
Yeah, because Thomas refused to ask the pronunciation of the name, so nobody wants to tell him.
Just leave her like that.
If you know the real pronunciation, tell me. What is the real pronunciation? Tampolo.
That's what I've told you. Tampolo.
Oh, yes. Tampolo or no Tampolo?
Yeah, look at that. No Tampolo.
Move the conversation forward. So,
one man. Those are your civilization team members.
This is almost. I think it's the time of. I think it's a full. Is it a full moon? It's a full moon, isn't it? Yes.
If PDP want to use that one as template to grab power, if they can use it, if they use it and it was successful, so be it. But I know PDP that I know they will not solve the problem, because if the narrative that the Easterners and IPOB, the ESN, if what they want is not being delivered to them, maybe they want Biafra, or they want equity, just and equality. if they don't tackle that, if they don't address that, the problem will subside for some times and it will crop up another time. So if they want to use that one as a template to get into power, if they get to power, they should do what is needful to persuade these guys so that they can put their sword down. So, but if they don't do that, the problem will still persist. That is just my opinion, one man.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let's go on from you to Black League, who has rejoined us. And Black League, we were speculating as to this news that came out. MEFI 2023 was the first introduction of that narrative to the political space. That was a few days ago. And Ajale Koko and I, we had quite a good laugh about it, MEFI 2023. MEFI, of course, Emefiele, but it looks as though we were a bit too quick to laugh because this guy has now gone and procured 3 planes, 3 jets as part of his campaign tools, as he now haven't now concluded that the power is coming to the south. He now wants to push the Igbo narrative. So Abubakar Malami, one of his backers, to the point that they're encouraging him to resign from his position to thrust fully at that seat. So what are you then making then of this MEFI 2023 narrative that we're now having to conjure with Black League?
Well, I think he's qualified to go for it, but I don't think he's popular enough to actually win. And I think it's too late for him to, because he's not a politician per se. He's the governor of the CBN. And mind you, I think he's the longest serving governor of the CBN since democracy came back. I remember it was Goodluck Jonathan who appointed him, and Buhari miraculously retained him up until this moment.
Stay in that spot for a moment, because that is one of the things that puzzles me the most about the Buhari administration. A lot puzzles me, but Emefiele puzzles me. Buhari came in to say that he's coming to fight corruption, saying that Goodluck Jonathan the most corrupt in history. So he comes in, and there's no corruption that takes place that is not funneled through the CBN, because that is the government bank. But he retains Emefiele, sacking everybody else, chasing even people abroad. What is that woman that claims she has cancer? So if he came in to fight corruption and Emefiele was the CBN governor under Goodluck Jonathan, which he says was just grossly corrupt, why did they retain him?
It's all politics. I'm sure Emefiele is close to some powerful politicians. I know the late Isa Funtua was close to him, and that one was very influential in government, Nassau Rock in particular. So yes, Emefiele is popular amongst them. I mean, if you're doing people's bidding, you would be popular amongst them. So that's why he was retained, I believe, and. Also, there are powerful people pushing him to contest for president. Of course, people who have gotten to positions below his in the CBN are contesting. So why shouldn't he?
Blackly, can I tell you something? You know the reason why Emefiele is there? He is smart and he is loyal. That is why he is there. He's a thief, they know, but he's very smart. He can manipulate figures without people knowing. Before you know, it's too late. That is why he is there. They need somebody like that. A figure genius.
He's a yes man.
Yes, a yes man.
Yes man that will carry out any shady deal for them. That's it.
Because I thought they would have gone after him the most, because he knows if Goodluck Jonathan was moving money, then who better to know than the CBN governor? But they just retained him, which then just told you instantaneously that they've just come. They say, okay, you are the expert at looting. You looted for them, loot for us too. So that's just
you guys are from attend the same secondary school.
Oh, who?
Emefiele. Yes,
Maryland.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Just like that.
Just like that.
You're
I can only.
following Ochomole principle.
Yeah.
Once you come to APC, you're safe.
No, I can only go with the mighty Alexander Gomez, who went to Maryland. So if he went to Maryland too, then yeah, let's see.
He went to Maryland. Although he's from Agbor. He's a
yes,
guy.
he did really.
He was born and pretty much grew up in Lagos. Yeah, he went to Maryland.
So he's no more corrupt.
Well, no, they don't breed corrupt people in Maryland Comprehensive. You know that. So yes.
But this one is corrupt now, one man.
No, I think it's his genius in economics that
One man, you went from saying how corrupt he was, Buhari retained him, you looted for them, loot for.
No, they needed a steady hand at the time because of the state of the economy.
One man's group breed corrupt people as well.
No. Alexander Gomez went to that school, so be careful. He's going to come after you. He doesn't joke with it. But thank you. So this thing, Buhari regime approves 2 billion naira to purchase cows for herders. So it's almost rewarding bad behavior. These people that have traumatized and brutalized and savaged the country for 6-7 years solid, the punishment for that is the gifting of just billions of naira worth of stock. What are you making of this just gross nepotism, just crude, behavior from this regime yet again? Fulanization to the very end, Black League.
You're talking about the federal government's investment in the cattle business?
No, the Buhari administration gifting it to Fulanis the 2 billion naira worth of malus.
Well, I mean, do you think the government should be involved in the cattle industry?
No, I don't think they should be. This is what puzzles. Because other industries are not being gifted stock, so why should a private business? This is a multi-billion-dollar industry, by the way, not naira, dollars. Because we were saying yesterday that rascally northern boy that is rolling 10, 12 cattle, 20 cattle down the road, he's actually just strolling with 10, 15 million naira in his pocket. That's 10, 15 million naira now. That is a big business. So these people are not paupers. These are multi-billionaires. And then you are gifting them even more. How can that be?
Well, I mean, it's big business all around the world. Anything cattle is billions of dollars wherever you see it. And I think the government should regulate it and also regulate other businesses. I mean, they do that with farmers in some areas. They give fertilizers, give certain loans and stuff like that to farmers. Here in the United States, I know the government gets involved with the cattle business, like heavily. I think it's about $38 billion US every year that the US government gives their cattle rearers or the cattle association. So, I mean, it is practiced all around the world like that. But I think the government should also focus on other businesses and go at it as aggressively as they're going at the cattle business.
All right.
Black League, I must correct you there before you give a wrong impression. The U.S. government does not just give to only cattle rearers. They give to farmers too.
Yeah, no, they subsidize
farm,
farming. Yeah.
Yes, so don't just make it look like it's a cattle deal.
Compare the figures. Compare what the U.S.
let's
government...
not get heavily.
Don't make that impression.
My brother, whenever you hear me say numbers, it's something I know for a fact. It's not something I believe or I'm inclined to be persuaded to. No. The US government gives 38
don't make
billion.
it exclusive to cows. That's what I'm trying to say.
No,
it's for
and if you heard me, I said the government should expand it and not just focus on cattle. That's how I ended what I said.
All right.
No, you said in the US they give to herders. So I'm trying
And
to
that's a
correct you
fact. They
that they
give
give to
38
farmers.
billion to subsidize cattle and cattle produce.
Is it wrong? Do they not? Do they not?
I'm trying to say it's not exclusive to just
Yeah,
only
but is
cows
it?
for
No,
cows.
it's
He did
not.
not say that
They
No,
give
now.
you know why I'm
38
saying it?
billion. They give 17
In
million
Nigeria,
to
they do it
fruits,
only for
vegetable
herders.
growers, and the rest.
So I'm trying to make a distinction because he's trying to justify what the federal government have done to the herders, like that is a normal practice everywhere. So I'm trying to let him know that in America, it's not just for only herders, that
Yeah, but
it's
in
an
Nigeria,
agricultural practice.
no, it's in Nigeria. It's not just the herders that are subsidized too. Agriculture is subsidized because that was one of the pillars of Buhari's. He said everybody should go back to farming. That's what he said when he came into governance. So it's not just the Malus,
Do
even
they
though we have.
subsidize
Yeah,
agriculture in your state?
I don't know. I'm not a farmer in
Good.
Oyo State.
So let's focus on what we're talking about now. Now is the
How
herders.
do you know that he did not? How do you know that he did not?
Because they are not doing that in my village.
In your
See,
village?
one man, I have 100, I would say I have 90% presence in my ethnicity. Like I
Right.
told you before, I am trying to change the narrative from there.
Is
That's
your
why I keep
ethnicity,
encouraging people to go back home.
Are they applying to the portals that are opened in the CBN? Because
My
they,
dear brother, if you
Lord Michael,
apply
which
for
village you
nothing
come from,
next
Edo
year,
State?
I have
Lord
even
Michael,
helped people online to do it.
Lord Michael,
Nothing will
which village you come
happen.
from, Edo
They
State?
don't even acknowledge them.
Lord Michael, which village you come from,
all
Edo
right,
State?
then go via your rep.
No, don't worry.
That's
I be Delta. No forget, not be Edo. I be Delta.
no,
Where
that's
for
part
No
of
worry,
Delta?
the.
leave
Where
her
for
like that.
Delta? Every
I be Oboroke,
where?
leave her. I come from your village, Ogbeni Koko local government.
Where Udu? You come from Udu?
No, don't worry.
All
I come
right.
from Alaja.
All
I
right.
know.
I'm not quite sure what you were picking on. What Black League said because he said other industries, other
Lord
farming
Michael
things should
now,
be.
no.
Yeah, it's just and just to take you back a little bit, Black League, that Emefiele space you were talking about, Issa Fantua. Well, Issa Fantua's son is one of the campaign managers for that Mefi 2023. So the
Yeah.
cabals that is the cabals candidate, Mefi. So let's move on from Mefi, but we're still staying in the north. So this organization, this company, relatively unknown. Some people claim that they do know them. Hours to deadline, Mafab yet to pay for 5G license. NCC chief Dan Batar. So the 5G space has been opened up. A lot of big names bidded for it. They gave out 2 licenses, one to MTN and curiously to some obscure company that's called Mafab. The person that underpins this company is a Kano State businessman, and the company that got that license was registered just a couple of months before they got that registration. So they got the license, a company that has no antecedent, a man that has no history, and they now not able to pay even the fee for that license that he beat all the conglomerates in Nigeria are supposedly to win. What are you making of all that, Black League?
Yeah, that's a classic Nigerian story. We put square pegs in round holes, and there's a classic example. It's not limited to this government. It's been going on for a long time, and it's something we definitely need to correct. If NEPA was privatized properly, we won't be facing what we're facing. Or if licenses were given to capable hands, we won't be where we are right now. So it's been the long, sad story of our development, and that needs to change. Next topic.
All right, thank you, Black League. So it's everybody just like the Black League. He's succinct and to the point, and he doesn't just draw it out to some, wandering fields. So it doesn't go to wandering fields. It goes straight to the point. So straight to the point on this, Black League. So the IPOB narrative is not a topic that anybody will be able to avoid in the upcoming election because that's going to be one of the key spaces that the candidates will be asked to address. And the PDP are now fleshing out their strategy, and they're saying they're going to apply exactly as they did with the Niger Delta, to use soft gloves instead of AK-47, which is the Buhari strategy. So IPOB, the Biafra agitation as a political agenda, how do you think that space should and would be negotiated by the political actors? Black League.
Yeah, the IBOB would definitely be a top burner, as you said, in the coming elections. It will be discussed, and political parties will make all forms of promises. Some will say they use kid gloves, iron gloves, whatever gloves they choose to use. It remains to be seen when they come to power, whether the story would change or remain the same. I think a lot of lip service has been given to it. And I think once and for all, it should be tackled like decisively, because it's stretching too long with this IPOB agitation and narrative. It's stretching too long. I think it needs to be decisively dealt with by government and also the representatives in the Southeast.
How do you think it can be addressed and should be addressed, that narrative?
However way the people and the government in the Southeast.
Do you think the country has yet had closure? You're an American, so you know what closure is.
I'm Nigerian.
But you are somewhat American, so you know that's an Americanism, closure, isn't it? You're always saying about closure in America. So do you think the Nigerian space has had closure on that Biafra, the civil war? Do you think we've had closure, and do you think closure, a formal sort of closure, needs to take place just to, assuage and heal wounds? Do you think wounds have been healed? And do you think this is still what underpins all the things that we're still going through?
Wounds have not been healed yet. Why? Because you still hear a strong narrative from the Southeast that the civil war is still ongoing. We know the civil war has ended. It was declared ended. The end was during Gawan. Obasanjo participated. Philip F. Young participated. But you have to go with what the people on ground are saying. If there's still agitation and the narrative is there that the war is still ongoing, then I think attention should be put on that and see the reasons why. Because you need dialogue no matter what. Even if you're in a violent war, even if it's two countries, not as it happened in Nigeria, the same country. If we go to war with Ghana, after defeating Ghana, we still have to dialogue with Ghana and give them our own program and try to get them on board with our own program through dialogue, even after winning a decisive war. So,
look at that.
You knew what you're still here. We'll use you, we'll bring you back to our military. You tell us
you can't win us. You can't win us. We are a sovereign nation.
Yeah, sovereign nation.
And our democracy is basking. Our democracy is basking.
I've always maintained that Nigeria should really colonize all these satellite little countries.
They cannot. They are not able to colonize themselves.
They are
not able to colonize themselves.
Especially Ghana. They are making noise too much.
One man, I'm with you on that one. It's hard time with all of them. We join them together.
Just saying your cantonment will be enough now to just
all the West African countries, you pack them for there.
Let me tell you.
Ghana, that Dele Momodu is determining elections. He cannot win local government in Edo State.
We throw him out.
Ovation is determining election in Ghana. We need to humble them, take them under, let them be.
Listen, just come here. They show Bosu.
Look at that.
Listen, come here. They use Kindrimu to harass people. Kindrimu himself don't say for Medugri that year.
We will make Dele Momodu the administrator of Ghana when
No,
we
you see,
conquer it.
let me tell you, there is something you people doesn't know. I do not know how many of you have researched about
There
Ghana.
are only
Yes, sir.
two
Yes, sir.
cities in the whole Ghana. Only
Yes,
two
sir.
places that is developed in Ghana.
You-
Only
you- yes,
Accra
sir.
and Kumasi. Those are the only developed
And
as
then
in
a
some
few
developed places like in
Okay,
New York.
now, why are you people facing me like this?
No, you started it.
No,
You
we
should
know
have
Ghana
allowed
now.
me
I've been
say
to
let's
Ghana. I know
colonize
Ghana
Ghana.
well.
No,
I
you
know
said
any
when
talk
you
as you say
walk,
Ghana now.
no, luckily, you say
Yes,
when
yes,
you
yes. I'm
walk,
listening.
Vin, let me make statement.
you say when you walk with
Vin,
Ghana.
let me make a statement here.
Una
You
no get
see,
anything now, so why una go fight
I
for?
give,
Wetin una wan
I
fight
give,
for? No
I
people wey
give
get something they
kudos.
fight for am. Wetin
I
una
give
get una wan
kudos.
fight?
I give kudos to you Ghanaians for
refusing to take rights from politicians.
recognizing the best. Whether Nigerians like it or not, Dele Momodu is one of the best gifts that God gave them there, but they don't know the value of it.
No.
But you Ghanaians recognize that, you took it and you
They've
use it,
changed their opinion.
and
They
it work,
kicked him out. So stop
and it
praising
work for
him.
you.
They
Nigeria
kicked him out.
You
is
know
a
your
country.
president is in Nigeria at the moment. We can
Let
just
me
detain
counter
him there,
Ajale
you know.
Koko. The real
Nigeria,
narrative here. Let me counter Ajale Koko. Dele
Vin,
Momodu
Nigeria,
has the
let me
same
hold on
business.
now. Let me finish my own. You go talk.
Okay.
Nigeria is a country that
I
does
hope
not
Obama will give me time to respond to all this barrage of questions you people
let me
are giving
finish.
me.
Vin, I'm in support of you. Nigeria is a country that does not value their best, and they don't make use of their best. So others outside Nigeria that recognizes that best, we take it and use it to their advantage. That is what we saw. That is what I can see in Dele Momodu. And that is why you see us outside Nigeria, people that are almost rendered useless in Nigeria, when we get outside Nigeria, we become the champion wherever we are outside Nigeria. So let Nigeria be, let
Let me
Nigeria
answer Ajale
all
Koko.
right.
This
Thank you,
is
Ajale
Momodu
Koko.
space. This Momodu
let them
space.
continue to destroy their best, and let them continue to. That is why they are still lagging behind. Don't worry, Vin.
Okay, so one more beg, make I just make this narrative here. Dele Momodu had a better head start than owner of AIT. He had a better head start than Unduka, owner of Arise TV. He has a better start. No, I won't say he has a better start than the Hebrews. But all the major TV in Nigeria, Dele Momodu had a better start with them. Where in day today, no be Instagram he use. You know the shame? It was bought by the great man himself, MKO. This guy, Edek,
and it was backed by Babangida too.
No,
Yeah.
he does lifestyle journalism. I think it's a
Lifestyle, no, they
different
get
type
TV for
of.
where you they stay for America.
No, it's still the media space now. It's still the media space. It's still.
It is still media space. Yes,
We
I
don't
agree.
have
Compared
Ovation
to these
television, you
people
know. We
that I
don't have
just
it.
mentioned, compared to these people that I just mentioned, you go put them for the same space. No, Dele Momodu, I mean,
My brother, all that they die,
Ajale
all
said
that
be
they
the
die.
best.
Whether
Now
you are
make him
doing
make
an
that narrative.
Instagram and people are
No, Dele
watching you,
Momodu is just yamming.
Do you know that his magazine is a global magazine? Do you know that?
How is it
magazine
global?
they sell
How
in
is it global?
2022?
How is it global? Where is it global to?
2022 magazine.
My only grounds with Dele is I don't think he doesn't come off as sincere to me.
It's
Because the same
You guys
system,
should
the
just stop
same.
it. Don't
Let
rubbish
me
this
just
guy.
give me a few
Hold on,
seconds. Give me a few seconds.
Ajale Koko, you must give people the right
Just
to
one
reply.
sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, Black Lady.
He doesn't strike me as honest. Why? Because the same system he's looking to kick out, the same people that are super corrupt and incompetent as he keeps describing them to be. Dele Momodu made a whole career putting a lens on these people's lifestyles. All the problems we've had in Nigeria, from the Babangidas to the, I don't care who is who in Nigeria, whether you're from Daura, you're from Okpobo, you're from Ogbomosho,
Dele Momodu knows you personally and has done business with you before and has built a career of doing business with these people. So how is he now coming to convince us that he's here to unseat these same people he has been entangled with throughout his adult life?
Hold on. Let me just add on to what Black League was saying. Dele Momodu, he's essentially a gossip lifestyle party magazine. That is what Ovation is. And it's the most popular in that sector. When he attends these parties, he doesn't just pick a party and go. They actually pay him to come and cover their event so that they can then celebrate it nationally. So when he's going to say, look at Arishe Kola's grant something, Arishe Kola has already given him X million. When he's going to say, Alhaji something in something, and his elegant wife, they did this and the other, they've already paid him. So this is a man on the take. He's a man on the take. So what's Dele Momodu? Forget him, man.
Okay,
one man.
Say something?
Okay, Vin, say something.
You see, Dele Mahmood, we gave Dele Mahmood life and safety here when he was chased out of Nigeria by Abacha. He never found it easy when he was in Nigeria before Abacha came in. And when Abacha came in, his activism was very, very hard on Abacha, and Abacha tried to eliminate him, and he had to run away. The first place he considered to, settle down and have some style of, relief was in Ghana here. It was from here that he now moved to London, where he engaged in some other things. I think based on what I heard from him during one of the interviews here in Ghana, he took loan, came back to Ghana and established this Ovation magazine. And when he established that Ovation, he has other businesses like, restaurant, booming restaurant in a place they call, was one of the popular places in Ghana here in Accra. And he didn't, if at all, he did not venture into politics. He could have been a great man here. But he ventured into politics, tried to play the same politics that they are playing in Nigeria, and he was thrown out of this place in terms of politics. He could have done something here. But when he began to, do that gossiping something here in Ghana people look at him as someone who is not reliable, and they push him out. Even the man he was even supporting also saw the stuff he made up. And
how do you mean gossiping? You say that those things they do in Nigeria. How do you mean?
Of course, that system of governance and the politicking they do in Nigeria, that is what he wanted to bring in here, and he was thrown out.
How? Is it like politics of religion, ethnicity? Like, how do you mean?
No. You see, when you begin to, you have two opponents that are campaigning for, for that presidential seat, and you are not indigenous, to this place. So you don't need to, you have to be neutral if you really want to make an impact. But he was trying to force himself on a particular one, using that advantage to tarnish the other one. You don't know that we are Ghanaians. Yeah, you come here, you want to do that thing you do in Nigeria, so we cannot tolerate it. And that is why he was brought to the grass here. And the only option...
In his defense, he said he was supporting his friend. I'm sure you're talking about John Mahama.
Yes. Yeah, the only option he has is to move to Nigeria and begin to fight, as usual, the politics of Nigeria.
But one personal friend, like great close friend of his. So even they end up losing too.
So Black League, you cannot come and colonize us. We are strong.
You are strong. You are boy and arrow, Labi. You are boy and arrow and catapult.
Look, if you go to the United Nations peacekeeping in the history of Africa and the United Nations, Ghana is number one there. You go check it and you see it there. So, and I expected Nigeria to do more.
When did Ghana become number one?
When did
Ghana become number one?
Ajale could ask me a question. Ajale could ask me. I'm not here to portray the good image of Ghana, but I am here to tell you the facts. Up now, Ghana is still attending the United Nations peacekeeping force in Lebanon as we speak. Nigeria
Right.
stopped
So
going
what?
there. Nigeria
You said they are
Nigeria
number
stopped going
one.
there in the 80s. So, and when you look at, no, you just go and Google. We have all these things are there. You go
Vin, stop
Do you
comparing
know
Nigeria
Nigerian
to
police is
Ghana, beg. That's an
Nigerian police
insult.
is
How they
training them
compare
in
small
Somalia?
Ghana to Nigeria?
no,
Kuna
no,
Saba.
You see,
Who did they
no,
serious about the
no,
comparison?
you see,
no,
Vin,
bro, no.
Vin,
Who they
Listen,
joke, they take us serious.
I am
How
not
you going to
saying
compare Nigeria
I
and
have
Ghana?
listen, my brother. I have
Vin, you
taken
know that
part.
Nigeria
I have
opened that space for Ghana. You know, in the
Right.
60s, in the 70s, it was Nigeria that was leading
yes,
foreign
Nigeria.
mission. You know
You see,
that?
when if you want to talk of Africanism, the limelight and Nigeria were nowhere. The first three nations or four nations that formed the OAU was
Vin,
Kwame Nkrumah.
Vin,
Listen,
we are
Kwame
not
You
Nkrumah.
understand, say when I
Pan-Africanists and we
first get
invited
independence,
Ghanaians to
that
come
is
and
the
do
Yeah,
business.
so
level.
Nigeria was
Hold
nowhere
on,
to be found as at that time.
hold on, everybody, hold on. Vin,
Yes,
do you know the name? Do you know the name Yaya Jammeh? Yaya Jammeh.
yes, yeah, Jammeh. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
who is he?
He's a Gambian. He was the former Gambian, the thrown away Gambian president.
Okay, how did he become former?
He was thrown out
By whom?
by through coup.
No, he was
No,
not.
it was not cool.
So hold on now, Adanle Koko.
Yeah, Jammeh, right?
Yaya Jammeh, he was a coup
Of Gambia.
plotter. Hold on, because let me tell you what happened. Yaya Jammeh, he was a coup plotter who transmuted himself into a civilian president.
Okay.
Hold on, they held elections in Gambia. He lost, and it was announced that he had lost, and he considered that he had lost. And then suddenly he decided that he wasn't going to go. And he decided that he sacked the whole cabinet and reconstituted a new cabinet and said the election was flawed and he wasn't going to leave. Buhari told him to leave. He said he wasn't going to leave. Buhari told him, I said leave. He didn't. He said he wasn't going to leave. So Buhari sent fighter jets from Nigeria to go and start circling around the state house in Gambia. And then he sent boat freighters from the Navy to go and stay on the coastlines of Gambia. Buhari then went with the person that won that election in Gambia and he instituted him on that seat, and that guy continues to be the president of Gambia till today. So that is Nigeria. So forget Ghana. Forget
No,
Ghana.
And
Ghana
It's
is
very
Tinubu
insulting
sent
when
him
they
the
use
private
this
jet
what are you
that
comparison.
took
talking
him out
about?
of Gambia.
When they
Mama,
compare
listen,
What are you
you
Ghana to
talking
cannot
about? You
Nigeria,
are
compare
talking
Gambia.
about countries. You are talking about
Gambia. You
talking about
cannot
Ghana.
compare Gambia with Nigeria.
but you want to compare that to
Gambia is
Nigeria. You see
but
the
they are coming
insult.
for
You are
You
doing
see the
peace mission
insult.
in
Gambia.
Lebanon. You are doing
You are
They are
we
comparing
are
Ghana to
changing
Nigeria.
countries.
That's
you
an
cannot
insult.
compare those people with Ghana. We
So,
are
but
far
you can
ahead
compare
of
Ghana
those
to
people.
Nigeria.
So,
If
Can
Vin, you
Ghana do
said
that?
we are
You see
not
the insult.
Pan-Africanists in
Can Ghana
Nigeria.
do that? Can Ghana do
that
So
that?
is not
how
what I
were we
said.
able to
That is not
allow
what.
Ghanaians come to Nigeria? I
Listen
personally
to
had
me.
over 5 Ghanaian teachers growing up. So I
Okay,
know
Let's
that
talk
okay.
about
Ghanaians
it.
relocated and came to Nigeria for some time. When
That's
Ghana was
okay.
going through hardship,
Blackley.
Ghana was
Yes.
rationing
See,
food,
today Ghana
rationing
have only two
vegetable oil,
Blackly, you
and things
can't
like
use
that.
that point.
Fine.
So Nigerians are running to Ghana now too.
No, but I'm
Fine.
giving
Listen
him the
to me.
history. He's saying we are not
I
Pan-Africanists, but we
look,
open our borders to
Okay,
our
listen.
yeah,
Ghanaian
that's right.
brothers.
That's
That
right.
is not
even
what
as we
I
speak,
said.
Ghana has only two
Black,
cities. Two
can
cities among 30
can you
million people. You dey here they
when you make
compare am to
statements,
Nigeria.
allow
I
me
don't
to
just
respond
understand.
before, because it will not help you, because I'm talking to so many Nigerians here. So if everybody is talking at one person, then I think it's like a ballistic
Don't
missile
worry.
fired at me.
No,
You
Black
see,
League
so
handled it. Handled
Blackley,
it the way Black League handled it. Yeah.
Blackly, what I would like to tell you is this. If you look at the Pan-Africanism, the first 4 countries that formed OAU, it was Kwame Nkrumah, the Guinea-Conakry president, Julius Nyerere, and one other person. So Nigeria were nowhere there at that time.
Now,
So
when I
it
first
was.
get independence now, that is a given.
And
Nobody
that
is
was
arguing that. You
Kwame
people are the first
Nkrumah's
to have
brilliance.
independence.
That's sole
So
brilliance of
Kwame
one
Nkrumah,
man
do you know
who
the
was
reason
a
why? Let me
radical
tell you.
politician and a respected
Blackly,
Pan-Africanist.
yeah,
Outside
but
Kwame
Blackly,
Nkrumah, there's no one in Ghana who carried the torch.
Say Black Lake. Do you know why Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown here? Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown because he was fighting to get independence, secure Africa. If you listen to his address, he said there is something, I don't know if I can get it correctly. He said Africa will not be or something until the liberation of all African states, countries, and he was overthrown. So this, what Gaddafi was doing that time to bring Africa together, was what Kwame Nkrumah was doing. And the same Britain here, the ambassador here, was the first person that recommended to the British in the UK that he should be overthrown. If you look at, there were so many attempts. They even
No,
did
that's actually
you
not
are
wrong.
talking a whole story that everybody knows.
No.
We know
Actually,
that and we accept that.
No, I just wanted to tell him the reason why how the man it is they
It's
removed
not
the
a
man.
new now.
So
Who don't
he
know
played
the
a
story
vital
of
role.
Kwame
He played a vital role in the securing of African unity and everything, and that was the reason why he was overthrown. Until today, we have never been.
That wasn't why Nkrumah was overthrown. Nkrumah was overthrown simply because there was a wave of military incursions into democracy at that time. It started in Togo and swept through You know military coups in especially the West African region. It usually starts with all these francophone countries and then sweeps into the anglophone countries.
You know what?
It started in Togo and swept through the West African sub-region. So that was
one man,
really
you are
it.
right.
And that is what is repeating again.
One man, you are right. You are right. But before Togo, Ghana had failed coup attempt before. They wanted to remove him. So many of them, but they failed. I think they tried up to 7 times before they now use our own people, which was Kotoka, to remove him. So that was just that. There were so many before Togo. There were so many that were happening in Ghana, but they were not successful. Okay.
Outside Kwame Nkrumah, tell me another Ghanaian. Tell me something.
Oh no, let's leave Ghana alone because I think Vin cannot handle it the way Black League does. Did you see how Black League handled it?
Look, there is something I would like to say to you people that will marvel you. There is something I would like to say to you people that will marvel you. From the First Republic, we had a man they called Puist, Mr. Puist. He was the Speaker of Parliament. But immediately after that man, the next person that was appointed as the Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana was the Yoruba man. You go and research it. So it is not today that we started. And if you look at the historical nature of Ghana, it is it is a well-known fact that the Ga Adangbes, I don't know if Alexander Gomez is here. Ga Adangbes are the first, let me say, the first peasants of the Ibadan people. I don't know whether you people know.
You see, Vin,
you
the Ashanti are originally from Ile-Ife now.
See, you guys are getting
Oh God.
No, that's right. Ajale Koko is right.
Ajale Koko, Ghana, Nigeria has come a long way, and it baffles me.
Now you want to talk comparison. Now
No. Listen. I am not someone that would talk
we know
about
Ghana well. Now, what you want to that is we don't know. That's a fact. We know Ghana well. It has only 2 cities. That's it. Every other place be like my village.
You see,
Ghana, apart from Accra and Kumasi, every other place be like my village.
My brother, you see, we are a small state. Look, let me
so why you want to compare to us? So why the comparison?
No, listen to me. There is no way a sensible person will compare 30 plus 1 million with a population and the size of Nigeria. Listen. That is pure fact. And what I'm telling you is this: we have had a long-standing democracy, and we practice it. It pains me that Nigeria cannot do that. It pains me that Nigeria, for one person, for what it is unheard of. There is something that happened here. That Nigeria must come out and take their position. Otherwise, the smaller countries will take it from you.
How can you
Vin, can I make this statement? How do you become Nigeria military? We're supposed to collect all our salary from you from onset till now.
Okay,
I'm just joking.
this is a very good question. I have, like I always say,
like I always say, I have dual citizenship. My mom is from Abia State. My father is from Upper East region. So I'm 5 years old and I was in Nigeria, and that is how. Listen.
Let me explain something very attentive. The reason why West Africa is backwards and East Africa is developing, slavery affects West Africa very bad compared to East Africa. That's why East Africa is developing at a faster rate than West Africa. If you look at the infrastructure, if you look at very attentively, you realize why East Africa is developing faster than West Africa. Because West Africa,
we have to accept one fact that Ghana as a country is making progress than Nigeria. So
all right.
let's leave it like that.
Sorry, I just want to address something that there's a chap in the comment section that is disputing what I said about Buhari sending essentially holding democracy firm in Gambia. Charles Annex is the person that is when I said Buhari sent fighter jets. So let me just he's disputing it. So this is for your benefit, Charles Annex. So this is what I'm talking about.
The Chief of Air Staff arrived in 117 Air Combatant Training Ground in Kansas, United States. He is here to address troops been deployed as part of a standby force in a yet-to-be-named operation in the Gambia, following the inability of the ECOWAS negotiation team to convince President Yahya Jammeh to relinquish power.
That is not the first time. That's not the first time Muhammadu Buhari sent jet. He sent jet also to Burkina Faso when Gbagbo, the one other military guy officer there took power from, Alassane Ouattara also, the early stage of Alassane Ouattara. So I'm not saying that what he
arrived
did.
in 117 Air Combatant Training Ground in Kansas, United States. He is here to address troops been deployed as part of a standby force in a yet-to-be-named operation in the Gambia, following the inability of the ECOWAS negotiation team to convince President Yahya Jammeh to relinquish power.
So that was it. That's for your benefit, Charles Annex. So thank you. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
You see, what happened is this. So the only thing I would just say here now is this. I will be the last person that would suggest any maltreatment of a Nigerian in Ghana or a Ghanaian in Nigeria. That's my own. That's mine. And I would like to urge Nigerians. I would like to urge the Nigerians to do something to at least rescue your country, because Nigeria is going down. I will hope to come to Nigeria any moment, because in fact, in a way, the way it is not good anywhere. The storyline about Nigeria, especially security. Forget about Nigeria. As long as, listen, the truth is,
all right, let's just abandon all that. So it's just getting.
You will not listen to the truth. If you keep on dilly-dallying, other African countries.
Dean, so Nigeria is now our own country. It's not your country anymore.
Let's
leave Ghana alone and move on. I
This
think.
is public place. Why Vince they talk like that about he cannot come to Nigeria? What I'm saying. No. I will take that from you for real. Which kind of Nigeria you did describe? So Nigeria that planes are flying from every nooks and crannies of the world as we speak. Now you did describe like that, and you want me to listen to and accept it? Please, Vince. When would they talk from cantons? They get time with they serious. If you condemn Nigeria, we don't understand. You have not been to Nigeria for so many years.
When we bring Ghana,
as you say in a war zone. Come on.
person put down for comments. They compare Ghana with Cameroon, Ivory Coast,
because Nigeria is not
Benin Republic. Them.
There are people flying from US, from London, from everywhere to Nigeria.
You know they don't need.
That's not the best thing to do.
You know they
People
don't
are
even
flying. They are
hold on.
flights coming from US, from London, from everywhere to Nigeria as we speak.
I don't even know what.
Now you they talk say you know go go Nigeria because it's too.
Ghana is making progress than Nigeria. Just
You know,
accept the fact. All the industry activity is than Nigeria. They are moving to Ghana.
The more, you see, the more you see, the Bible, you see, when you see evil and you condone evil, evil will lay on your doorstep like a sheep.
When was the last time you visited Nigeria? When you go Nigeria last?
Yeah. Say it as it is, and
all right. Thank you, Vin. Thank you, Vin. You know they don't even cook their food in Ghana. You are saying, you know that kenke their food. They don't cook it. They don't even cook food, and you're saying
that's our delicacy. That's our delicacy.
But you know, it's not cooked food now. You don't even cook food.
Who told you
not
that?
even master.
They
Do you
cook
it?
now.
Is
One
it
man.
not raw?
Who told you
One
that?
man. How many times I call you?
Huh?
One man is talking about soup for dokunu. Is raw pepper, onions, fried fish.
They don't even cook food. They don't cook food, and
they cook kenke now.
We prepare our food very well.
You know, the only thing is only jollof rice, which is a
knows what
Nigerian.
I'm talking about. I say progress, release, do things that
they are making progress than
the rest of
Nigeria.
the countries will follow you.
All right, let me get back to black.
Industries are moving out from Nigeria to Ghana.
We accept that. Let me get back to Black League. So just we come back on stream. But Black League, let me just bring you to a space that is not at all Nigerian, but it's something that is dominating the headlines at the moment. What is going on in the Ukraines? Do you anticipate that there's going to be war there? And do you even want to see war there just for the spectacle of it? The Ukraines, Russia versus the rest of the world. Are you following that? You should be.
Yes, I'm definitely following it. It didn't start today. It started years ago. Russia has been wanting to take Ukraine, and Russia, I think Putin in Russia is really trying to bring back the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
You know, from the KGB orientation he has, I mean, it's just indoctrinated in him. And I think it would be a dream come true. And the poor Russians would actually look at him as a hero if that comes to pass.
Do you know what underpins this latest skirmish? Do you know what underpins the tension that is going on there at the moment?
Russia trying to move in troops in Ukraine and
no. The Ukraine, they want to become a member of NATO.
A member of the NATO, yeah.
Sorry, hold on, please, Vin. So they want to become a member of NATO. And that would then mean that, you know what NATO is, and North Atlantic Treaty. Yeah. So that would then mean that NATO will have a base there, which would then essentially mean that the
US and all that.
They will have Russia in a surrender position. So Russia is saying that they cannot accept NATO, Ukraine to be a member of NATO. And the West are saying no, they can be if they want to be, and indeed they are going to be.
Russia is saying they don't want Ukraine as part of NATO, because they know the motive behind Ukraine wanting to join NATO. They know it's really the West trying to put Ukraine on board. The Russians know that, the Ukrainians know that, so everyone actually knows what's happening here. And the Russian standpoint is that they're just trying to defend themselves.
Who do you think is going to blink first?
It's difficult to say, but it depends how. It really depends who China chooses to support at this point.
China?
Yeah.
Can I come
militarily, it depends who China decides to support.
All right. I'm not sure that
Russia does not have the upper hand as it stands because they don't have enough alliances. While the West is coming as a group, Russia always comes as its own self.
You know everybody is sending in troops, even countries like all these little Slovenia type of countries, they're sending in. So everybody is donating armories, and the only exception that is not committing is Germany. But
Can I
Russia,
interject?
Russia lost.
Germany is not committing because of the fuel, Abi.
Can I interject?
Yeah, no,
Then
because of the gas,
I think
because of the gas
I think
pipeline.
Russia, yeah, and I think Russia again is a threat to almost everybody. That's why everybody will support.
You guys are a little bit
Yes.
behind. You guys are behind the story.
Then
One man, you ask a question: who is going to
Russia,
move first? Are you? Is
Ukraine,
everybody hearing me?
Oh, hold on, let's hear from over here. Yeah.
You can
Okay,
hear
yeah.
me. You asked a question that was going to move first. That one, yesterday question. Russia had made move already now. They declared 2 provinces of the Ukraine independent states already, and these are the
No, they've already conquered. Are you talking about the Crimea?
No, I'm not 10. I thought it was 2014 now.
Yeah.
I'm talking to you as we speak.
Right.
Now
That's
they have
Donetsk and Mariupol.
The 2 territories that they actually supported the militants to move away from Ukraine, they have now went ahead and declared those independent states, but at the same time sending their military for peacekeeping. You understand? So they went ahead. Then the U.S., as at yesterday, the U.S. and he called on his ally to, how they are going to retaliate. Apart from sending troops, they now send sanctions. They block U.S. Russian by one of their top banks. So at the same time, call on the ally to economically issue them. So it's on already. But if you go to
let me say this. So after that, Russia has replied.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry,
Deniska or whatever, Deniska and Luhansk People Republic, somebody that actually, put out the words. But yeah.
But who's going to fire you know what concerns me is that a lot of heavy equipment is being moved to that territory. The Russians are moving in to shore up a defense position.
Yeah.
The West are moving in to shore up a position for the Ukrainians and their self-interest. So there's a lot of heavy kit in that region at the moment. By mistake or by whatever, somebody might trigger something which would then be retaliated, and then it is on.
Let me say something here.
Nuclear powerhouse.
They're already shooting.
They won't go that far.
People are already dying.
Yeah, who's that? Is that
Can
Tony
I say
again?
something here?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Ajanle Koko, yeah.
Let me tell you, nothing is going to happen there.
Yes, I believe so.
If Russia move into Ukraine, you see, Ukraine is divided into two parts: the Western Ukraine and Eastern Ukraine. So the Eastern Ukraine are pro-Russia. Those are the ones that Ovie were talking about. There are 2 republics there that they call Donetsk. Republic of Donetsk.
So Russia has recognized them as an independent state.
And the Republic of Lugansk. So those 2 regions already been recognized by Russia, and Russia is moving their territory there.
Yes.
So if Russia decide today, make a decision today to move into Western Ukraine and occupy Ukraine, nothing is going to happen. The West already said it. United States President already said it. They are not going to get involved in it. The country where U.S. is concentrating their effort or are moving to is Poland. They have NATO military structure in Poland because of the fear that Russia might move beyond Ukraine into Poland and some other Eastern Bloc. So they don't want Russia to move beyond Ukraine. So, but Russia has made this position clear to the West that they are not going to allow Ukraine to be member of NATO, and they are not going to allow Ukraine, any equipment or any military equipment from United States that threaten their security to station in Ukraine. They don't want NATO military structure in Ukraine. So that is what Russia is fighting for. So, and if Russia eventually moves to Ukraine and they start this sanction against Russia, it is going to affect the whole Europe. because the Russia supply Europe 40% of their energy.
Yes,
of gas.
and that percentage is going to increase in Germany because they are building that pipeline. You know, they are building a pipeline from Nigeria all the way through to Morocco to go into the European space. So their energy need, they are piping it all the way globally, and a lot of it coming from Germany because from Russia, because Russia is so rich in gas. This is why Germany is not committed. You know, when everybody is sending all this heavy equipment, do you know what Germany sent? They just sent hospital tents, just hospital, just medical something for casualties. But they didn't send any weaponry because they, more than anybody else, they are dependent on that Russian gas. So that then tells you how that comes into play now in international politics.
The position of Russia is clear. Russia is not going to back down. They're not going to allow West to move into Ukraine. And once they move into, they capture the entire Ukraine, nothing is going to happen. The West can only impose sanctions on them, and that is not going to be more than that. It's not going to engage in war with Russia because they know the implication of it. If they want to wage war with Russia, they know that the security of the world will be in jeopardy.
Everybody loses. Everybody loses.
One man use one word I like, the politics of it.
Everybody
one man use one word I like, the politics of it. Now, let's talk about the politics of it. They are very strategic. Midterm election is coming in the US. And Jaleko, you agree with me, it's as serious as presidential election. And Mr. Putin know that our Democrats are far behind. It's obvious they are going to lose, gallantly, if I might use that word, come November. And it's the best time for Putin to make this move, knowing that Biden can only react to some certain extent while he's still conscious of the vote that are coming in November. So everything that politics
would Putin be as emboldened if Trump was in situation?
No, that is not good. They don't do out. Yeah.
He will not do it now because he knows Trump is the lunatic, but he knows that Biden is some old boy. A bit senile. Is it senile? Is it senile?
Wait. One man you said, I know. Is it the Black League that said if Putin decide to achieve what is going for, the old Russia, not the real Russia will rejoice. The same thing with Trump represent the old Americans. Trump will not, if Trump actually retaliates in a very harsh way, the old Americans will celebrate him. Black League know what I mean. The real Americans, they will
let me tell you, Ovie, if Trump had been the president, there's nothing he would have done.
He will not know. This move will not be made.
Putin would not have made the move.
No, Putin will do it.
It will not favor
Putin
him.
will do it.
Putin would not. Because
politically, you time everything.
Let me tell you this.
He made the move now 2014 with Crimea. Who was in power then?
It doesn't matter. Let me tell you. Hold on. You people are praising Trump or praising Republican as if Republican can do better than Democrat. This is the United States.
Hold on, Ajaleko and Ovie. We have somebody on the platform actually reporting from Ukraine who is on the floor. It says there's currently no civil aviation aircraft flying over Ukraine. So they've locked the place. This is what I'm saying, that there's a... I am me. If you want to come on, then you can come on. But this is what I'm saying, that it will only just take one thing. If some aircraft flies there, they will shoot it down.
Who is going to shoot what down?
Well, whoever will shoot it down. If an aircraft is flying over the Ukraine, they might conflate it to be the Russians coming to attack. So the alliance can shoot it down. The Russians can conflate it to be the allies coming in aggressively. They might shoot it. Well, somebody in the Ukraine is telling us that the airspace is shut down.
The fear that Ukraine, Russia is also a nuclear powerhouse will not allow US to, go that far.
Yes.
Now, nuclear powerhouse, if you do gragra, if you do anyhow, you see anyhow. You might not win the war, but you make impact. I'm not saying US because I believe that US will face the whole world. They might not win. They have what it takes to challenge the whole world. but
Let,
they will not
let
make that
me
mistake by say they won't try Russia,
let us
North
make
Korea, or China. These are nuclear powers like them, so they won't. Oh, now
yes, you see,
distraction for so many things that is happening anyway. But I don't think we get to that point that World War III, even though as I said it's on already, but it won't go to kinetic or maybe they throw nuclear bombs or another. But again, everything they happen, the war changes every minute, every second. So we should be on the watch out for that too. If it happen, who go they watch now, Nigeria? What do we have? I won't go fight. Now,
okay,
American allies, I won't join them.
Ovie, my point is this: if Trump had been the president now,
yes,
the same situation would have happened. We would have been seeing what we are seeing now.
Meanwhile,
Why
sorry,
I
talking
said
of
so?
Trump has launched a social media on Sunday called True Social, and go and listen to his comment regarding what is happening.
Forget
As at
about that.
yesterday,
Mouth too much, man. Mouth too much. Don't look. Let me tell you
he
this.
don't launch his
Russia.
social media now. Now, bad now, launch it on Sunday, True Social, and he has been commenting on what is happening already.
Let me tell you,
If you
Trump,
get iPhone, you will get access to the app immediately.
Look, if Trump is still the president, or if Trump had been the president in place now, what we are seeing happen will have been the same thing happening. There's nothing will have done more than what this guy have done. America know their limit. Russia know their limit. America know the game they are playing. They are trying to get closer to Russia so that they can penetrate, and Russia will not allow it to happen. You see,
I see what you are saying, but I'm talking about the timing. The timing. There's midterm election. You live in America now. It's as strong as a presidential election. And Biden and his Democrat, they're on the losing side as we speak. So now the timing I'm talking about, if Trump were to be on seat and the way say Republican they get he no go try, he will not make the move now.
Who will not make the
timing.
move?
They know when to make this move and when not.
Oh, you are talking that Trump will not make the move.
No, Putin will not make the move he make now. Putin don't go far now. We will declare 2 territories for independent states.
Why do you say he won't make the move?
Anybody
why won't he make the move? Why won't he make the move?
Let me tell you why Putin would not try that rubbish.
Okay.
Number one, Putin and Trump, they are close. He will first discuss with Trump. Number two, he is scared. He doesn't know what Trump can do. If you see what happened in Afghanistan tried that rubbish the first time. Trump sent the mother of all bomb and bombed them. The moment Biden came to power, Afghanistan took over, killed American soldiers. There are still about 30-something soldiers missing. Their bodies have not been found. You will never see that on the news.
Are you saying that Russia will at any time be afraid? Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
The question I'm asking you, you think Russia at any time is afraid to go to war with the United States? You think, what is it?
Do you not think so? Do you not think so?
I don't think so. What is it that US
Russia
have?
is not afraid to go out to war with America.
What do you think that, hold on, what do you think that United States have in terms of weaponry that Russia does not have?
Okay, let me tell you something you need to know today now.
The power of, if you are talking of hypersonic missile,
come from
the
Russia.
Hypersonic missile now that they are the one that first declare it. America maybe America have it, maybe they are hiding it.
Do you know that America can destroy Russia militarily?
I don't think so, because they have the weapon. They have
but Putin himself said so now. Putin himself, I can bring you the clip. He said he's the underdog. Hold on. He said he's the underdog in this narrative, but there will be no winners.
He never said so. He didn't say the underdog.
He said
it. Put it out. He didn't say so. He only praised America. He praised America.
Say you don't know. Don't say you did not say it now. I'm saying he said it. Vince said it.
He said it, but he might be referring to NATO instead of America.
Yeah,
but he did say it.
Yeah, I think not America.
They might not win. America might not win, but they have
because in terms of nuclear weapons, I know that I think Russia has more in terms of nuclear weapons. Am I
You mean
wrong?
warheads? Do you mean warheads?
No, just nuclear weapons in general.
Yeah, nuclear warheads. They call it nuclear warheads. They are warheads.
All right. No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think Russia has more.
No,
I'm not sure that you can say that because I don't think these things
Black
are.
League, I disagree with you.
Yeah.
You see, the thing is, America has
Black
a lot
League
of
is telling
secret
you the truth.
features.
No, Black League is not telling you. It's not saying the truth.
You people don't want you.
Black
Okay.
League.
Okay, let me bring it up. I don't know how to put it on here.
Black League is telling you the truth.
I don't know how I can put it on here, but I could just read the article out to you real quick.
Oh yeah, let's hear from the Black League. Yeah.
Okay, nuclear arsenal of Russia. The Federation of American Scientists estimates that Russia possesses 6,800 nuclear weapons, while the U.S. has 6,185. Russia and the U.S. each have 1,600 active deployed strategic nuclear warheads. So in terms of nuclear warheads, they both have 1,600.
50-50 really, isn't it?
But in terms of nuclear weapons, Russia has 6,800, while U.S. has 6,185.
Yeah, that's 50-50 now. That's 50-50.
Okay. So who is powerful than the other there now?
Of about 600.
Who is powerful than the other?
No, but what sorry, the original question is that is Russia afraid of America? And what Black League just read out is that
they're
they
both
should
afraid
be.
of each other.
They should be. Why would they not be afraid of somebody that?
Why would they be
They're
afraid
both
when
afraid
they
of
have
each other because the U.S. wants to dominate in some areas.
And when I said that America can destroy Russia, what Black League just read out, it just confirms that.
He didn't confirm that. He didn't confirm that.
6,000
even North Korea,
they even have
get half nuclear. They know they fear. Once you have a nuclear weapon, you know go
That's
fear
what I'm
anybody.
saying. Both of them, they fear each other.
They fear anybody.
They fear each other because in terms of nuclear weapons,
you people are refused to understand here. There's something you people are refused to understand here. You see, when you talk of the military might of the United States, it doesn't matter the number of missiles or warheads that you have. Is the efficacy of those strikes. And if you are striking and this other person has something to counter it immediately, you will not have you won't make any impact. That is how it is.
Breaking news.
All right, let's hear from Charles. Yeah, and then we round off.
Was it just bomb a town, a city in Ukraine? It's alive.
No, Charles, please don't do that.
No,
don't worry.
It's on.
Yeah,
there's something going on like live. So I'm not sure directly what you're saying.
I think the separatists fired missiles. They fired missiles and killed, I think, about 3 Ukrainian soldiers.
But that's not Russia. That's the separatists. Yeah.
But the Russia is supporting them, and they send in tanks there today. They send in soldiers there today.
Let us just agree that Russia is ahead of the game than the West in Ukraine. Russia understands all the terrain there. West does not understand it, does not know it better than Russia. If Russia wants to overrun Ukraine and take over that place, it's not going to take them more than 2 days. They will overrun everything and take over the entire.
Yes. No. Hold on. No, you are right. If Ukraine had to defend itself by itself, if Ukraine had to defend itself by itself, you are right.
United States and NATO have said they are not getting into that fight, and they know the reason why.
But they are sending troops and they are sending weapons.
They are not sending troops to Ukraine. They are not sending troops to Poland.
Election is at the corner.
They are sending troops to Poland.
All right. So for what purpose?
One man, they are sending troops to Poland.
For what purpose?
To defend Poland and other Eastern Bloc.
Yeah, Poland is not under threat. Because Poland is not under threat.
No, Poland is a NATO member already.
All right.
So they have considered. Look, the West are just playing this game that a lot of people don't understand. They have considered Ukraine. but they are just trying to, threaten Russia's security. And Russia understood the game better, that you are threatening our security and we are not going to let that happen. So they positioned their troops and their military infrastructure in Poland to defend Poland in case Russia want to move beyond Ukraine. And Russia is not going to move beyond Ukraine as well. If they capture the entire Ukraine, they're not going to move beyond it. But Russia want to use Ukraine as a battleground if there's going to be conflict at all between them.
Nobody is disagreeing with that. I agree with that. They are using Ukraine as a buffer between their security and the Western threat.
Yes. So that is what Russia is trying to do. So the West will not come. President Biden said it. He said we are not going to get into it. He said it publicly.
You remember what the Secretary of State, the black woman, said today?
What did he say?
No, I will not say it. Then I have to send it to you. It was very, very hot there when they were having. It's a black woman. That was about to know.
What did he say? Say it now. We are in a public place. She said it openly. So what don't you want to say?
He said when they look. The woman said that Russians are sending troops there, and Russia said that they are sending the troops that are peacemakers. The woman replied that for Russia to send military foot on the ground over there is a joke. Is a joke, and there is strong words. These people are speaking in strong terms. It's a joke of the situation.
What is your interpretation of that?
When they say that it is a joke, it's a mere joke. That is mean that they are serious. They should not be. They should not take Russia for what they are.
All right. Thank you. So, gentlemen, I want to start to round off here because we are 5.5 hours in. So I'll start to sweep up with our closing remarks, and I'll start off with Charlie Boy, who gave us the latest news. So, Charlie Boy, I think we just lost Charles. So we go then to Thomas. So, Thomas, just very short. I want it to be as short as possible, the closing remarks. So, Thomas, we start with you.
Thank you, everyone. Russia, Ukraine, everyone. We need peace in our country, in the whole world. Any differences among us, please, let's iron it out. We don't want war in any way. Because if there is war, it's going to affect the whole world. It's going to affect everybody. They've been permutating here in this country that the fuel price will skyrocket if there is war in that territory. So we preach peace. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, woman, for having me, and thank you, everyone. May God bless Nigeria, and may God bless the whole world. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go on to Ejiro. Ejiro, to you.
One man. Thank you very much, and it's a very interesting topic tonight. We had a great time. I had a great time, actually. Like I said initially, we are going to try our best as a nation, to bounce back, because Nigeria is a home to over 10 million out of school children, around half of whom are girls, and it's hardly unbelievable. We are back in every sector of life. Poverty is another big issue in that country that we need to really look into. So I just pray that God helping us, we'll be able to find our footing back, because we should not deceive ourselves. The country is in a big mess. When we are going to wake up from this never-ending sleep, that's the question we need to ask ourselves, when we are going to wake up. So God help us to wake up someday. Good night, everyone, and God bless.
All right, thank you, Ejiro. Thank you. Ejiro started with us and he ended with us. So thank you for having the perseverance to hold firm. So from Ejiro, we go on to Vin. Vin, to you.
Thank you, one man, and I congratulate everybody that is on this platform that has contributed, and those that are watching us, back home. I would like to speak, Nigerians. I join you to please. The 2023 election, presidential election, is coming. Vote your heart. Do not vote those grandfathers that have in one way or the other made Nigeria what it is today. That country has been rubbished by past and present, leadership that has never benefited and the ordinary citizens of that country. I would like you people, as this election is coming up, make sure that you vote those people that you feel that will bring changes in that country so that Nigeria will take its place in the Committee of Nations. And if you feel that it doesn't work, let everybody part ways. There is no harm in that. God bless us all.
Thank you, Vin. So, Vin, thank you. Vin is coming from a remote area in Ghana. We just know that. How many people in Nigeria can have not even the money, but the technology? We don't have it in Nigeria, and we come here mocking the guy. So, thank you, Vin. So, from Vin, we go on to Ovie to you.
Mama, you too, your internet no clear like that, too. So no, they have Nigeria. See our internet, no, you all self they shake. Anyway, I end up with the election has consequences. Now, time now we go to ask why we should vote. No be who or where we should vote for. Why? A candidate should be able to tell you why. Maybe that they use big grammar like change, charge. We will solve poverty. We will bring this, all those in a lie. They know if you do them. They should be very specific. So start asking why. Because election, you get consequence. When I take it all, that's what it is. So if you know if you go vote physically, if you know if you go do anything, but encourage people, tell them what is obtainable, why they should collect the money if they bring them, but at the same time, vote for who they know will do the job. The money now they just return them back. Me say if they give me, I'll collect them. But the right thing has to be done. Find a way to reach out your people, your community. Help in every way you can. If it's too small for you, come to me. Come to my foundation, Frederick Agbaje Foundation. We are in pretty much every secondary school in Nigeria now. What we are trying to do is to reduce that 10.5 million out of school children. I believe that majority of that is due to the fact that they have taken the way track and field off our schools. Sport no day again. So with what I'm doing with my team is to bring that culture back of sporting in school, whereby we provide schools school computers, books, and what have you. But at the same time, we organize competition. We keep them busy. We are trying to make school fun again. So if you know if you reach out to anywhere, if you get small, you will say it's too small for you. Come through our foundation. I will make sure we take it to wherever you want it to be. But focus on the rural kids. But election, yes, has consequences. Now, my own way to actually synthesize my people be that I can't just go and tell them, say, no, vote for Tinubu, vote for Showore, without actually meeting them halfway. You have to make sure, yes, you actually know what you are doing and you are serious about what you are telling them. So, election has consequences, whether we like it or not. You vote, you know, show concern, you feel it. It's very sharp too. So on that note, I say Tuale on our politics. Don't forget that.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. So thank you, Ovie. So Ovie and his foundation. So from Ovie, we go on to Lord Michael. Lord Michael, to you.
People, we don't know how to do now. We don't show again. Even though say one man is jealous, why to the phone on the ground. But now the cocoa to that, so we're gonna do it again. You know, I did surprised say when I just the reason all these things. When I talk now, Russia, Ukraine. I don't hear this thing before now. When I talk, say inflation don't hit America, say with the 7.5.
say now because of the conflict where they go on. Say China don't they shut down partially their borders to US. Say they're not they supply normal food stuff again. So none of them they even go to do all those kind of research. Now wow, okay, make I subscribe man. Tell now one station when I go to check this thing. When I go to see all this information full time. That they call them full spectrum survivor. This guy they talk about all these things, but make I correct Ajale Coco for one thing when he don't know. You know, even though say yes, we like Democrat because say that they do slow, but like I said, Trump, all these things not good there. See, for example, now North Korea they don't start to dey test nuclear weapon again. When Trump did, they fear let that guy touch nuclear weapon. When Trump don't go shake hands, you know, he turned him friend by force. See the time where Afghanistan, the way Trump did, the way they're young. Trump just knocked them one small bomb. Everybody stay cool. As by the enter, the guy, you know, say that guy, they just take him easy with everybody. Those ones that don't come, they don't take over. You can imagine what they go tell you, say, match just call them touts. Because they just call them, say they be Taliban or there be some group of people. It's just be like when you go say some people, they riot, they get small gun, just go overpower US, take all their weapons, take all their plane, take all their equipment. The president, they even kill some of their people safe. Nothing happened. But when Trump did, who born you, may you try all these things. But make we leave that matter first. Make we come back to our own things, you know. So as I dey always dey talk, make una sit up, make una dey watch out now. As he say, all these una social media influencers, they don't come again. Blind say they don't pay them small money. I don't they see that they don't they come out for social media now. They tell everybody say, make una go carry una PVC, una go register. Make una not mind them. Any of them will come meet now, make una beat and well. Now then they sell us. You know, now then go collect money for politicians and call they sell us. Now then we go take starts now. Anyone who na cash, more mend that make you know say we don't come off for play. Make una they help una self they go, make una more open una eye. All these politicians they be thief. If they not change constitution, they not divide the country. Make una not vote because now vote not go count. Very soon they go soon begin carry una now. Now una go be talk. Their children they abroad for here. They chop fried rice and fried egg. But now una they go take. Mona take go do campaign. This time, make una not agree. If they give una the money, take them. If they come meet you, say, why you not come? Beat them. Nothing go happen. You don't tell that they kill us. So we not they fear again, say, they go kill us. So that we like them or not, they go kill us. So make we not fear. If they not say we not they fear again, that killing go stop. Then they go one call, know what we go feed you. So make we not continue to help each other. Make God the bless una they go. You know, tomorrow and another day, we go try and make we see the reason together. God bless una. One love, everybody.
Oh, all right, thank you, Lord Michael, the man of the people. So from Lord Michael to a man of the elite, Black League. So from everyday language to language that we need a dictionary, Black League.
Pan-Africanism.
Man of the elite care. One man, it's been a great discussion. NATO versus the West, West versus NATO, NATO versus Russia, I mean, Russia versus West. At least we can argue and say, okay, this group might have the upper hand or Russia might have the upper hand. Now, if you flip that scenario and come to a country like Nigeria, imagine if NATO decides to challenge Nigeria the way it's happening now with Russia. There won't be no debate. We'll be gone within minutes. So we need to build our capacity. We need to come one, Ajan Lekoko was right. One Africa. One Africa is the way to go. That's the only way we can have respect in the international community. And that's the only way we can have something to leverage. Right now, as individual countries, we can make fun of Ghana, but of course, don't ever compare Nigeria with Ghana. Nigeria is far ahead. But as far as it goes, Nigeria and Ghana will both be stronger under one country of Africa. One Africa is the way to go. It's not a new concept. That's the only way we're going to develop our land and compete favorably internationally. As it stands right now, we dare have a disagreement with a group like NATO or the West. I repeat, we're gone within minutes. Russia has a nation, they have developed their country, and that's why we can argue now whether they would have the upper hand or not. So I repeat, one Africa, and with the upcoming elections in February in Nigeria, we should understand that we need leaders, not rulers. We've had rulers for too long. We need to look into the selection process and make sure leaders are emerging. Whoever we support, that should be our number one criteria. Is this a leader or a ruler? And I think we can make progress from there. Thank you for having me.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Black League. I did say to you from everyday language to big grammar. So let me put my dictionary away, or should I hold on to it for the mighty Ajanle Koko? Ajanle Koko, the final word, just condense it into a short summary, and then we can all go to bed. Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, one man. I want to thank everybody that came on the platform this evening. Your contribution has been very meaningful, and I believe that our listener around the world, benefited one way or the other. I believe they are more informed than before. They are more enlightened than before on political issue in Nigeria. And I hope that our people will stand up and vote wisely in the next 2023 election that is coming. If we fail this time around to vote right, the nation will fail completely. It is time for us to take the bull by the horn and vote rightly. I hope that those people, or we, the Southerner, being referred to as by one man as civilized people, we show this time around that yes, we are really civilized and vote the right party and the right person, and not these two political party we have in place that have destroyed the nation and destroyed the future of the nation. So it's time for us to come together and rescue the nation. So vote right, civilize people, and let's take the country out of slumber. On the issue of Russia and NATO, I believe that they will have to come to a negotiation table at the end of the day. There's not going to be war. They know the implication already. War have not started, but the flare of the tough talk between the two, between Russia and the NATO countries, is affecting the world trade. All the stock market around the world are losing value every day since last week. Gas prices are moving up. The European countries, we can see that, gas prices is moving up there, so they have to come to the table and, come to an agreement that will be good for the safety of the war. Of the world. We don't want war. We don't want world war. If Russia and NATO get into war, that is going to be doom for this world. All of them have nuclear weapons. They have atomic weapons. They have all the weapons that are dangerous, that can sink
the world in a matter of minutes. So we don't want war. We hope that they will come to a negotiation table and then agree on something meaningful for the world peace. So other than that, I would like to thank all the listeners around the world, those of you that are behind the scene, that are chatting and doing it the best way, doing your own contribution in the chatting room. I thank you all. Chant Alexander Akashi, chant other guys. I'm sorry if I couldn't mention your name, but you are all doing great. You are the strength of the platform. Continue doing what you know to do best. Listeners, please like, share, subscribe, hit the notification button so that anytime One Man Went to Mo is going on live, you shall get notified. One Man, I thank you once more. Tomorrow, going to be another day, and we continue the struggle. Thank you, One Man.
Oh, all right, thank you. So the mighty Ajan Lekoko, as ever, with the final word. As I often say, not much more to add on to the words of Ajan Lekoko. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say, peace.